everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Welcome to Novels Wonderland, Hunter x Hunter, Transmigrated with Character Extraction System, Chapter 276 to 320, HHES, Chapter 276. 1,283 words. Both hated each other. The other's gaze. Suddenly, just as everyone was cheering, the king launched an attack. However, before people could be surprised that the king seemed to be unaffected by such serious injuries, Loki just tilted his head slightly, even closing his eyes, and dodged the king's attack. The king, who suddenly appeared behind Loki. His eyes opened wide, looking at his fist that hadn't touched anything. Was it a coincidence? In that instant, he felt that his attack had been predicted by Loki. Loki opened his eyes, turned around, and looked at him indifferently. "It's my turn." Swish. A bloodstain appeared on the king's face. Blood flowed down the king's cheek. The king, who was in a daze, gritted his teeth fiercely, his face beginning to turn ferocious. "Impossible. I am the king standing at the top of all living things. How can I be surpassed by a mere human?" He launched another attack at Loki. Terrifying speed, terrifying nin. Unleashing a violent explosion of aura. The king suddenly slammed a fist on the ground. Squatting down, his eyes flickered slightly. His attack had failed again. It had been easily dodged by Loki. Even with the king's eyesight, he could clearly see that Loki had made the dodging movement at the same time as his attack was launched. Boom, boom, boom. The ground instantly collapsed and cracks spread out in all directions. Loki's aura was sweeping through Loki, who was standing not far away. His figure disappeared again. The king dodged at the fastest speed, but with a tear sound. A deep gash still appeared on his arm. The king suddenly raised his head, his eyes widening rapidly. The gaze in his eyes, which had never changed, finally began to waver. Seeing the change in the king's eyes, Loki was very satisfied. Loki still dodged the king's next attack. However, Loki's attack caused another wound to appear on the king's body. The battle became strange. The originally powerful king was instead being played with by Loki like a child. It was playing. Even people who didn't understand how terrifying the two's battle was could clearly know that Loki was playing with the king, dodging the king's attacks with an incredibly casual posture, and then attacking, leaving a bloodstain on the king's body with every attack. This kind of situation shouldn't have been supported. Playing with an opponent was trampling on the opponent's dignity. However, when the king, who had previously slaughtered humans at will, was being played with by Loki, although all the hunters didn't speak out loud, they were frantically shouting in their hearts, cheering for Loki secretly, because they also hoped that the king would receive this kind of treatment in their hearts. They still remembered the king's words from before very clearly. To raise humans in captivity, treating humans as food. Amir and actually dared to say such arrogant words. When the king defeated Jing, and Yuppie also showed his powerful strength, the hunters were very fearful and uneasy, but how afraid they had been then was how joyful they were now. The self-righteous ant was finally being played with by a human, without any power to fight back. Although this kind of behavior was somewhat wrong, it was obviously not in this category for an ant that regarded humans as livestock. Loki was playing with the king. Before long, the king's body was covered in wounds, but he couldn't even touch the hem of Loki's clothes. Although the black seed gathered a large amount of Loki's aura, making Loki not have much aura for his own defense. But to hurt Loki, you needed to get close to Loki first. With the existence of the black seed, that armor, which had incredibly fast movements and terrifying attack power, how could it be so easy to break through? No matter what attack hit the black seed, it wouldn't leave a trace of damage. Not to mention breaking through the black seed's defense. Speed, attack power, defensive power, all aspects were suppressed by Loki. The king was now experiencing the feeling that Jing had when he was suppressed by him before. And what was even more unsettling for the king was Loki's seemingly irregular fighting style. Individuals had uniqueness, and any actions and words had different patterns. The king was able to grasp the patterns of Jing's movements through his breathing. But this move had lost its effect on Loki. Just when he thought that Loki would make a certain subconscious habitual movement to attack, Loki would always unexpectedly violate the habitual movement, launching an unexpected attack. I am the result of all the efforts of the entire Chimera Ant race combined. Why can't I still surpass a mere human? The king would never understand that the current Loki could even understand his thoughts to a certain extent. Not to mention predicting the king's attacks. Yoasakura's ability, spirit sight, plus Tsuna Sawada's hyper-intuition, the two powers seemed to have merged into something even more terrifying. The magical sixth sense allowed Loki to easily predict the king's attacks. How can I? The king, who was covered in wounds and in a disheveled state, seemed unable to believe that he didn't even have the power to fight back in front of Loki. This kind of power, this kind of speed, made him feel despair. Those eyes, covered with bloodshot, had been filled with anger. Looking at the king in a disheveled state, the hunters were finally relieved now. It seemed that he couldn't stir up any more trouble. With the terrifying combat power that Loki had shown, he could give the king a fatal blow at any time. Therefore, the hunters began to smile. And they also dared to ridicule the king. A mere little ant daring to try to rule humans. What wishful thinking. He understands now, right? Humans aren't something that a mere ant like him can rule. Ha ha. That's right. Let this ant understand that humans aren't beings that he can dominate. King, no matter what kind of king you are, don't be too arrogant in front of humans. You're just a mutated creature. Did you think you were invincible? The people who were watching this battle outside the palace were now gathered together. Crossing their arms, they were commenting on the king. Their faces were full of disdain. As if they were the ones who had defeated the king and beaten him to the ground. They had all forgotten that they had been hostile to Loki not long ago. And now Loki seemed to have become their pride. The king, who was already full of hatred, hearing these words from the rabble, made the anger that he couldn't suppress become even more terrifying. It was as if a flame of anger was burning in the king's eyes. He looked at Loki, and then his gaze drifted into the distance, sweeping over the crowd. All of you must die. Buzz. The king seemed to have unleashed all of his aura. That aura, as if it were a substance, spread out, crushing the surroundings. The ground under the king's feet suddenly cracked open. The ground, which had already become pitted from the battle, directly shattered. Within a radius of 100 meters around him, cracks crisscrossed, spreading constantly. The powerful aura crushed the ground within a radius of 10 meters around the king into pieces of rubble. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive explosions rang out. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 277, HHES, Chapter 277. 1,193 words. It was the sound of Nin gathering on the Chimera Ant King's body. He gathered all of his aura into his fist on his right arm. The terrifying power made the people who were originally mocking the Chimera Ant King break out into cold sweats. The reason was simple, this power seemed somewhat terrifying. The Chimera Ant King's aura was already so terrifying, and he was gathering all of it. How could people not be afraid? The headwind blowing made it impossible to even stand firm. It felt like you would be blown away by the wind with just one wrong step. That power. Hey, 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 don't get hit. Loki, kid, do your best. Even with so many injuries, how does this mutated creature still have so much powerful aura? People began to worry that Loki would be hit, injured, or killed. But Loki began to laugh. His laughter wasn't loud, but it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. It was even transmitted through the camera to the ears of the hunters who were watching the battle at this moment. What is he laughing at? Some people didn't understand. Facing such terrifying aura, when everyone else was worried, Loki laughed instead. Did he not even take such an attack seriously? Don't be careless. Loki, kid. That's right. Even though you're strong, there's no way you'd be unharmed if you were hit by an attack like that, right? Swish. The Chimera Ant King moved. However, this time, the Chimera Ant King's speed made the people who were worried feel something strange. Because it was slow. So slow that they could clearly see the Chimera Ant King's movements. Facing the Chimera Ant King's attack, Loki calmly closed his eyes. He just took a step to the right and forward. In an instant, a swift gust of wind brushed against Loki's face, sweeping towards Loki's back. Nin erupted in an instant, continuously bombarding behind Loki. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked open. After the aura crushed through, the cracked ground directly collapsed into tiny pebbles that scattered. The power of this punch was indeed terrifying. Even though it didn't hit anything, the air it stirred up left a nearly 100-meter-long mark on the ground. You could imagine what it would be like to be hit. But what was surprising was Loki dodged too easily. Even before the Chimera Ant King's attack arrived, Loki had already completed the dodging movement. He gently raised his hand and grasped the Chimera Ant King's right hand. You dodged that so easily. What's going on? Even though the attack is strong, I feel like the Chimera Ant King has become weaker. Such questions were quickly answered by powerful hunters. Gathering aura in a certain part of the body to increase attack power and defense power was understandable. In battles between Nin users with greater strength, this kind of battle method was best used when you were absolutely sure. Otherwise, the outcome would be like the Chimera Ant King. That attack was indeed very strong. But it was too easy to dodge. Even if Loki had counterattacked at that time, even with just a casual blow, as long as it hit a part of the Chimera Ant King's body that wasn't protected by aura, the Chimera Ant King would have been certain to die. Because of anger, you let it cloud your mind. An ant is ultimately just an ant. Loki said calmly, grasping the Chimera Ant King's arm. Hearing Loki's words, the Chimera Ant King seemed to have realized it as well. A drop of cold sweat instantly dripped down his face. The sound of bones breaking rang out. The Chimera Ant King's eyes shook violently, and blood vessels suddenly filled them. He turned his head. On the ground. It was a hand. His right arm. Dragging a long trail of blood, it was casually discarded on the ground. Loki stood before the Chimera Ant King, looking at him with cold eyes. It's time to end this, Chimera Ant King. He raised his arm, the black seed-transformed armor reaching out towards the Chimera Ant King. The Chimera Ant King suddenly turned his head. He clutched his severed arm, blood flowing non-stop. Is it over? My mission. Flame Lance. In the black seed form, the armor attached to Loki's body quickly transformed, becoming 5 claws like the fire spirit's arms, tearing frantically towards Shia Poof. Flame Lance, grabbing the opponent with amazing speed, then assassinating them. Anyone caught by its 5 fingers would be burned to ashes by the fire spirit's powerful flames, turning into nothingness. The incredibly fast attack shocked and horrified Shia Poof. There's actually someone like this among humans. Poof now understood why His Majesty the King said he needed his power. This human's power even exceeded the king's. This was something that absolutely couldn't be allowed to happen. How could a mere human be stronger than the king? Poof's eyes suddenly narrowed. This human is attacking me. Could it be that he has already guessed the king's ability? Poof, who possessed genius-like intelligence, understood Loki's intention almost instantly. Perhaps the Chimera and King was only a little bit away from becoming stronger than Loki. And it was impossible for Loki to kill the king instantly. So he wanted to prevent the Chimera and King from devouring his power and becoming stronger. The best target was obviously not the Chimera and King, but himself. If that was the case, then he couldn't let Loki succeed no matter what. For the king, I will definitely not die at your hands. Beelzebub. The moment Loki's attack arrived, the red light became incredibly dazzling, and at the same time, Shayapoof also changed. Loki's attack passed through Shayapoof's body. This situation was all too familiar to Loki. Immunity to physical attacks. But unlike his own elementalization, Shayapoof avoided attacks by breaking his body down into nano-sized units. It had the effects of immunity to attacks, monitoring enemies, and controlling enemies. And to control these decomposed small poofs, the main body had to be about the size of a bee. Sharingan, open. Loki suddenly turned his head. The three-tomo Sharingan slowly opened. The Sharingan's super-strong insight allowed Loki to quickly find the only poof that was about the size of a bee in the body of Poof, who had turned into dust. Got you. Loki's gaze sharpened, his eyes locking onto Poof. The Black Seed launched an attack instantly. Poof, who had just dodged Loki's attack, looked at Loki's eyes. What is that ability? What's wrong with his eyes? He locked onto my main body in an instant. What terrifying insight. Even a poof the size of a bee should have been difficult to detect on such a night. But Loki still found him with one glance. This terrifyingly strong insight made even Poof tremble. The Black Seed's attack was something even Poof in his complete form couldn't dodge. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 278, HHES, Chapter 278. 1,318 words. Moreover, Poof, who was only the size of a bee after being decomposed, was instantly pierced by Loki, turning into ashes. However, at the moment of hitting Poof, Loki secretly shook his head. Was it useful to just eliminate a bee-sized Poof? He could completely condense into a main body that could control other clones again in another place. 3 black tomo rotated rapidly in Loki's eyes. In one glance, most of the clones that Poof had scattered were captured. The black wings behind Loki suddenly opened. Flames appeared behind Loki. This move can be considered self-created, right? Flame tornado. Boom. In the Black Seed form, Loki activated the abilities of the Mera Mera no Mi. Flames adhered to the armor that was like wings on his back, spinning rapidly. Poof's clones were as small as nanometers. Although they could dodge the Flame Lance's attack, because they were too small, even a casually stirred-up air current was a huge force for Poof's clones. Moreover, the wind that Loki stirred up in the Black Seed form also integrated the power of flames. The wind fueled the fire, and the fire borrowed the power of the wind, burning even more terrifyingly. In an instant, flames appeared all over the sky, spinning wildly, forming a terrifying flame tornado. Poof, who had condensed into a bee-sized form in another place, saw such an attack surge over. Almost instantly, it destroyed a quarter of his clones. Not good. At this rate, all my clones will be annihilated. Poof made a judgment in an instant. The nano-sized clones couldn't resist that flame at all. Then he had to condense to a size that was large enough to resist the flames. Countless poofs, about the size of bees, appeared out of thin air. One by one, they flew quickly towards the Chimera and King. Loki, who was spinning in the air, stopped his attack. He watched countless small black dots rush into the Chimera and King's body. The three Tomo in Loki's eyes rapidly changed. Manjikyu Sharingan. Open. Since you want to devour so much, then let's all die together. Loki's eyes locked onto the Chimera and King's direction. Amaterasu. At that moment, the Chimera and King felt an unprecedented danger enveloping his entire body. However, the moment the Chimera and King looked up at the sky, what appeared before him was Poof's face. Your Majesty. I'm sorry, only this little bit of power is left to offer to you. Poof said as his figure was instantly swallowed by black flames. The Chimera and King roughly absorbed half of Poof's power. Two pure white wings stretched out. The Chimera and King had wings. He could fly. Like the Chimera and King in the original story, after being poisoned, after devouring Poof and Yuppie's powers, the Chimera and King finally transformed into his complete form. The Chimera and King in this form was the real Chimera and King. Poof could fly, Yuppie could fly, so as the Chimera and King. As the Chimera and King, who was supposed to stand at the top of all living things, how could he not have the ability to fly? When the black flames disappeared, Poof's figure also completely turned into nothingness. And the Chimera and King was now staring straight at Loki. I should thank you. If it weren't for you, it would probably have taken me much longer to become like this. This form should have been my original appearance. The Chimera and King opened his arms, and a pair of pure white wings also opened suddenly. He flew into the air, maintaining the same height as Loki. The Chimera and King clenched his fist. I can feel it. The power of the current me is definitely not weaker than yours, Loki. The current Loki looked at the Chimera and King, whose power was almost on par with his own. Loki's expression wasn't too good either. However, Loki wasn't afraid of the Chimera and King. But after devouring Yuppie and Poof, you think you can defeat me, Mr. Chimera and King? Hearing this, the Chimera and King shook his head. I'm still not your opponent. Under the same power circumstances, the Chimera and King still wasn't confident in defeating Loki. Because he could feel a strange power on Loki's body. This power seemed to control his every action at all times. Fighting now. The final outcome would probably just be a regrettable defeat. Hearing the Chimera and King's words, Loki's eyes flickered slightly. He was still not his opponent now. Then that meant the Chimera and King planned to continue devouring, letting his power completely surpass his own. The King's feast had already devoured Yuppie and Poof. There was still the last one, Patu. If all three royal guards were really devoured by the Chimera and King, then it would really be a very tricky matter. Loki and the Chimera and King both stopped talking, looking at each other, silently standing in midair. However, a series of changes made the people below, and the hunters all over the world dumbfounded. Loki's sudden attack, the terrifying flame storm, the black flames. The Chimera and King's suddenly appearing wings. This series of changes had almost ended in just a few seconds, leaving people with no time to even be surprised. It wasn't until now that everyone, recalling the black flames from before, felt a wave of lingering fear. The black, ominous fire directly devoured that strange Chimera and, even turning the opponent into nothingness in the end, leaving nothing behind. And the Chimera and King had once again undergone inexplicable changes, gaining the ability to fly. This wasn't a good thing. The situation, which had originally been certain to win, had suddenly changed. How could this not make people feel at ease? Why do I feel like the Chimera and King seems to have become stronger? Someone asked this question. Soon, countless people began to have the same feeling. Although he had just suddenly grown a pair of wings, the aura on the Chimera and King's body had changed somewhat. As for what was different, even with just instinctive feeling, they could discover that the Chimera and King's aura and Loki's were already evenly matched. We should have taken advantage of the situation and solved that King earlier. Now we've let the Chimera and King inexplicably become stronger again. That kid probably can't kill the Chimera and King casually now. It's all that kid's fault for being too arrogant, too self-righteous, thinking he could win against the Chimera and King for sure, but it's turned into this now. While saying these words, they all seemed to selectively forget the fact that they had constantly cheered Loki on in their hearts and expressed their praise when Loki had been playing with the Chimera and King earlier. The Chimera and King's words and gaze that arbitrarily slaughtered and despised humans seemed to have been forgotten now. They only remembered that because of Loki's delay, the Chimera and King had now become stronger again. Even if Loki was in midair, he could hear these people's words very clearly. However, Loki couldn't hear the people who were blaming him more, who were located all over the world. Otherwise, perhaps Loki would have chosen to eliminate all these noisy people first before dealing with the Chimera and King. He had only devoured 2 guards. Even if his strength was equal to his own, Loki still had plenty of methods. After blocking out the sounds coming from below, Loki slowly blinked his eyes. The veins around his eyes bulged sharply. Byakugan, open. Loki opened his Byakugan in order to find Neferpitu's figure. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule: Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 279, HHES, Chapter 279. 1,343 words. After Loki activated the Byakugan, the Chimera and King also noticed the change in Loki's eyes. Something's not right. The Chimera and King thought to himself. It should possess some kind of special ability. The black flames from before seemed to have been unleashed through those eyes. Recalling the Amaterasu flames from before, the Chimera and King also felt extremely apprehensive. If he were burned by those flames, he would definitely die. You could tell from Poof's condition. Those flames seemed to be flames that would never extinguish unless they burned the target completely. Even I had better not get touched by those flames, the Chimera and King thought to himself. Suddenly, the Chimera and King's aura erupted. Loki's first thought was that the Chimera and King wanted to attack him. But the next second, the Chimera and King streaked straight towards the horizon. You want to go find Neferpitu? I won't let you succeed so easily. Boom. Loki unleashed a speed that was no weaker than the Chimera and King's, chasing after the Chimera and King. While chasing after the Chimera and King, Loki used the Byakugan to search for Neferpitu's figure. Using 2 minds at once was nothing for Loki. The 2 were like 2 streaks of light, suddenly disappearing. Completely disappearing from the picture. Everyone was suddenly stunned for a moment. What's going on? Where did they go? Are they planning to run away? Loki and the Chimera and King disappeared. The people outside immediately tried to contact Tangda, who was in East Gorto, and asked him to find a way to find the 2 to continue filming their battle. But the people on the scene felt somewhat regretful, and at the same time, breathed a sigh of relief. Because they finally didn't have to be oppressed by that terrifying aura, unable to even breathe loudly. Master, why did Loki and the others suddenly leave? After Morel's expression changed several times, he spoke, although somewhat uncertain. You saw the Chimera and King's changes, right? At the same time, the camera, which couldn't find a filming target, turned the picture to Morel. The others also focused their attention on Morel. However, Morel himself, looking at the ground and thinking, didn't notice that he had attracted attention. He continued to speak. The Chimera Ant King's power became stronger after eating that guard called Yuppie. After that, he seemed to devour that guard called Poof again. His power became stronger again, and he even grew wings. From these 2 points, combined with the fact that the Chimera Ant King hadn't used any abilities to fight before, my judgment is: the Chimera Ant King possesses the ability to devour Nen users and obtain their abilities, or enhance his own aura. Nen abilities. Everyone's Nen ability is different. But no one had ever heard of such a perverted ability. Just by devouring, he could enhance his aura, and might even obtain the devoured person's ability. After Morel finished speaking, he raised his head, and looked around at the dense gazes and the camera pointed at him. Morel didn't quite understand what was happening. Why was everyone suddenly surrounding him? But the next second, everyone began to ask questions. What you said just now, is it true? Does such an ability really exist? Such an ability can't exist, right? How could he possess such a perverted ability? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. However, compared to the noisy crowd in the picture, the hunters all over the world, after listening to Morel's analysis, anyone whose strength had reached a certain level revealed an extremely solemn expression. For example, Sadats. Looking at the assistants who had surrounded him at some point. Sadats, is what this hunter gentleman said true? Does such a terrifying ability really exist? Just by devouring Nen users, he can enhance his own power. Faced with such questions, Sadats wanted to deny it, but he had also seen all the scenes of the Chimera Ant King going from injured to healed. That ability, which should have been a fantasy, seemed to truly exist. It wasn't fake. Sadats remained silent, but his expression had already told his assistants that what Morel said should be true. Does such an ability really exist? Everyone's gazes became dazed. If such an ability really existed, and the Chimera Ant King kept searching for Nen users to devour, who could be his opponent? Even the powerful kid Loki from before probably wouldn't be able to defeat the Chimera Ant King in the end. Sadats' mind was still recalling the scenes of Loki's battle. Please do your best. Loki, even though you're a criminal wanted by the association, all our hopes are on you now. Menchi, who was searching for new delicacies somewhere, was putting on a brave face, but in reality, Bahara could see it in her eyes. Menchi had also begun to worry. Such a perverted ability. He truly deserves to be the Chimera Ant King. This kind of Nen ability was too troublesome. If they didn't kill the Chimera Ant King now, and allowed him to continue devouring, how strong would he be in the end? Just devouring 2 companions had allowed the Chimera Ant King, who had previously been suppressed by Loki, to possess the ability to fight against Loki. If he continued to devour, Loki's strength, no matter how strong, would be useless. Menchi walked to the side and looked up at the sky. Is he all right? That kid. Menchi had a rather deep impression of that kid Loki from the initial test. Only Loki had passed her test. That careful observation and analytical ability had made Menchi marvel. And regarding food, although Loki didn't seem very enthusiastic, he was surprisingly a hunter who was good at discovering delicious things. Both Beans and Cheetle didn't have the leisure to talk. The expressions on their faces showed the worry in their hearts. The Chimera Ant King's ability made people feel deeply powerless. It felt like this kind of ability shouldn't exist in this world. It was too perverted. After learning about this ability, counting all the hunters, it seemed that only Loki had the hope of solving the Chimera Ant King. The others didn't seem to have that qualification. Cheetle raised her head and looked at the chaotic crowd in the picture. Chairman, that old man once tried to entrust everything to you, so you absolutely can't fail now, even if it's just for yourself. The wind whistling past his ears roared. Loki closely followed behind the Chimera Ant King. and he launched attacks from time to time, interfering with the Chimera and King. But the Chimera and King didn't retaliate, only running away, which made Loki somewhat helpless. In terms of speed, he was only a little faster than the Chimera and King. With this kind of speed, wanting to catch up with the Chimera and King, even if it was just a meter away, would take a second. A second seemed short, but for Loki and the Chimera and King, it was already a long enough time. Just as Loki was preparing to attack the Chimera and King again, the Chimera and King suddenly descended vertically at high speed. The person running wildly on the ground below was Jing, who had left silently long ago. Jing, who was searching for Gon. Seeing this, Loki understood the Chimera and King's plan. He was obviously planning to devour Jing. Jing's power wasn't weak either. Even stronger than the 3 royal guards. Devouring Jing was a completely good choice for the Chimera and King. Loki chased after him almost the moment the Chimera and King changed direction. The black seed lance stabbed fiercely towards the Chimera and King. However, at that moment, the Chimera and King, who was descending from the sky, had already attracted Jing's attention. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule: Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 280, HHES, Chapter 280. 1,200 words. The moment he looked up and saw the Chimera and King, Jing stopped. At the same time, Loki's attack also came out. The Chimera and King suddenly made a sharp turn, streaking straight towards the horizon. Loki's attack missed, and he looked back at the Chimera and King. In the instant of his attack, seizing that fleeting moment, the Chimera and King changed his direction of movement. This action had at least put 3 seconds of distance between the Chimera and King and Loki again. Loki quickly chased after him. Jing on the ground didn't quite understand. What's going on? Why are the Chimera and King and Loki chasing each other in the sky? What's with the wings on the Chimera and King's back? Jing looked in the direction that Loki and the Chimera and King had left. Suddenly, a golden light shone, accompanied by bursts of lightning. Jing was all too familiar with that aura. Gone. And that somewhat surprising lightning was also familiar to Jing. Is that Gon's companion, that Zoldyck kid? He quickened his pace and accelerated again towards Gon's direction. 2 streaks of light in the sky fell straight towards that direction. Loki and the Chimera and King. Their target is gone. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of aura erupted. The auras of Loki and the Chimera and King collided with each other in the air. I win. The Chimera and King sneered. He was just a little faster than Loki. However, facing the Chimera and King, who turned back to look at him, Loki suddenly opened his eyes wide. The Manjikyu Sharingan appeared again. Loki sneered. I don't think so. The bizarre patterns rotated, forming an endless vortex. Loki slowly opened his mouth, speaking coldly. Tsukuyomi. The Chimera and King felt as if he was being sucked in, entering another world. Opening his eyes again, the Chimera and King found that he seemed to have entered another world. His body was completely unable to move. And Loki was walking towards him step by step. Neferpitou, who was fighting Gon and Killua in the forest, heard the commotion in the sky. And suddenly looked up. She watched the Chimera and King rapidly approaching her. But just as the Chimera and King was about to rush in front of her, the Chimera and King seemed to suddenly freeze, quickly falling from the sky. Neferpitou turned around, wanting to rush towards the King and catch the falling Chimera and King. But just as she turned around, a grim and terrifying aura spread over as if an endless swamp had instantly enveloped her. She was all too familiar with this aura. Gon, whose figure had undergone a huge change, had suddenly appeared behind her. "You want to escape?" Gon's cold, bleak voice like the north wind came. Neferpiti's body seemed to stiffen. She slowly turned her head, looking at Gon before her. The aura surging on the other party's body was several times hers. Overwhelmingly powerful. Completely different from the Gon from before. Even his appearance had completely changed. In the instant that Neferpitu was shocked by Gon's transformation, Gon's fist had already been raised, smashing wildly towards her forehead. Neferpitu felt the huge air pressure coming towards her. The fist hadn't even touched her yet, but the force from the fist had already blown her eyes to the point where she couldn't even open them. At this moment, only one word appeared in Neferpiti's mind. Just as Neferpitu felt that she was about to enter the gates of hell the next second, her body didn't feel any pain. A gust of wind brushed her face. Opening her eyes, a piece of armor emitting a terrifying aura was blocking in front of her. The nin fluctuations emitted from it were even more terrifying and more powerful. Gon's fist hit it, but didn't stir up too much fluctuation. Only the suddenly bursting aura spread out violently in all directions. The intense collision sound was no smaller than the sound of a missile exploding. At this moment, Gon, as well as Killua, who had been chasing from behind, were suddenly stunned. The figure that had suddenly appeared was actually Loki. Why is Loki saving a chimera ant? Why did he suddenly appear here? Is Loki's strange appearance his ability? Countless questions come to mind. Killua quickly came to Gon's side. And after being surprised, Gon looked at Loki with a calm face. "Why are you saving her, Loki?" Although Gon's voice seemed calm, it revealed intense anger. Loki turned his head and glanced at him. "It's best not to maintain this state for too long." After he finished speaking, Loki turned back and looked at Neferpitu. Neferpitu was like a cat with puffed-up fur, staring intently at Loki from behind. If it weren't for her fear of the strange armor on Loki's body, she would have attacked long ago. Gon looked at him with a gloomy face. "Answer my question." The current Gon didn't seem to even take Loki seriously. Loki ignored Gon, and with a quick step, he raised his hand and grabbed Neferpiti's throat. At the same time, the Chimera Ant King, who had fallen to the ground, also broke free from the Tsukuyomi. But his face was quite unsightly. In the Tsukuyomi, he had suffered unimaginable pain. The Chimera Ant King looked up at Loki, who had already grabbed Neferpitu, in the distance. He bit his teeth. He actually has this kind of move. He hadn't expected Loki to be hiding such strange abilities. The Chimera Ant King had originally been confident of victory. But just as the Chimera Ant King was feeling regretful, Gon attacked. He attacked Loki. "Hand Pitu over to me. I want to kill her with my own hands. No one can stop me." First fist. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock. A golden radiance shone on Gon's fist. That dazzling light almost instantly made the surrounding lights dim. Even Killua hadn't expected Gon to make such a move, swinging his fist at Loki. "Stop it, Go." Unfortunately, it was already too late for him to stop him. Gon's fist was thrown out. Loki frowned, and the black seed on his body instantly went into defense. A loud noise. Loki and Neferpitu were both sent flying. In the air, Loki quickly regained his balance. Neferpitu in his hand wanted to break free, but Loki squeezed lightly, and Neferpitu immediately felt unable to breathe and quieted down. Looking up, Loki looked at Gon. Before he could say anything, the Chimera Ant King, in an instant, unleashed his fastest speed and charged towards Gon. A better food than Pitu. Indeed, victory still belongs to me. The moment Loki saw the Chimera Ant King move, it was already too late for him to rush over. Gon, who had just unleashed rock, paper, scissors, hadn't fully recovered his aura. The rapidly approaching chimera and king thrust his hand straight towards his heart. Gon's eyes flickered slightly. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule: Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 281, HHES, Chapter 281. 1,252 words. A new enemy. He hadn't seen the chimera and king before and didn't know who he was. Gon jumped back as quickly as possible, wanting to dodge the chimera and king's attack. But at the critical moment, blood sprayed out, forming a perfect arc in the air, finally falling to the ground. Killua looked at Gon and shouted loudly. Gon, who was standing to the side, looked down at his arm with a calm expression. So fast, I was still a step too late. He raised his head and looked at Killua. It's okay, Killua. I don't feel any pain at all. The chimera ant king, who had swept past Gon, suddenly stopped. Turning back to look at Loki in the air, he opened his bloody mouth and tore off Gon's arm, which he had instantly ripped off. Power increased. The chimera ant king revealed a bloody smile. He looked at Loki as if he was mocking Loki. So what if you grabbed Patu first? I can devour many, many more foods. Victory still belongs to me. After eating an arm, the chimera ant king's gaze shifted and landed on Gon. Delicious, incomparably delicious. Loki's expression was somewhat gloomy. He gripped Neferpitu's hand and exerted force. He instantly broke Neferpitu's neck. You think you're the only one who can devour others to increase your power, Mr. Chimera Ant King? Suddenly, the Chimera Ant King's eyes widened frantically. He raised his head and looked at Loki in the air. The huge phantom standing behind Loki, the fire spirit, opened its mouth wide and swallowed Neferpitu's soul in one gulp. I have this kind of ability too. Casually throwing away Neferpitu's corpse, a ball of flame suddenly appeared. Neferpitu's corpse was burned to ashes by the flames in a few seconds, turning into a pile of ashes. The Chimera Ant King didn't pay any attention to the killed Patu. His eyes were constantly locked onto Loki. The fire spirit, who had devoured Neferpitu's soul, also enhanced Loki's aura, making Loki's aura even more violent. The constantly overflowing, somewhat uncontrollable aura was the best proof. At this moment, the Chimera Ant King's heart was shaking violently. You're actually the same as me. Devouring creatures to become stronger was an ability that the Chimera Ant King believed only he, as the king, would have. It was a god's ability. But he hadn't expected that this ability, which should have been exclusive to him, was also possessed by Loki. He was the king, and there shouldn't be a second appearance of this ability. Because there was only one king, and there shouldn't be a second king appearing. The Chimera Ant King's eyes were instantly filled with blood vessels. Now, Loki's aura had surpassed him again. Under the same strength, the Chimera Ant King didn't think he was Loki's opponent, let alone that Loki had now surpassed him. At this time, Killua, who was watching Loki intently, still didn't understand what had happened in that instant. Why did something like a soul seem to fly out of Neferpitu's body? And was swallowed in one gulp by Loki's Nen beast? What exactly is going on? Suddenly, just as Killua was feeling puzzled, a sinister gaze locked onto him. The owner of this gaze was the Chimera Ant King. Patu has been devoured by Loki. I absolutely can't lose like this. I still have a chance. For the Chimera Ant King, his chance was the 2 humans before him. If he could devour Gon, the Chimera Ant King was certain that he could obtain power that surpassed Loki. But Gon's strength was very strong. He wouldn't be killed by him so easily. It would at least take some effort. So the Chimera Ant King set his sights on Killua. Loki had already sensed the Chimera Ant King's thoughts. You still want to use devouring to increase your power in front of me? Chimera Ant King, you have no chance. Loki made his move, streaking rapidly towards Gon and Killua. A sound like thunder rumbling appeared. Loki dragged a trail of afterimages, diving straight towards the two. After hesitating slightly, the Chimera Ant King also instantly took steps, rushing towards Killua at the fastest speed. Although your speed is faster than mine, I'm closer to the target. I won't lose again. The whistling wind was extremely harsh. At this moment, the corners of Loki's mouth turned up slightly. Too slow. The black seed on Loki's body suddenly expanded. The huge black wings flashed, blocking in front of Killua at a speed that surpassed the Chimera Ant King's. Seeing this, the Chimera Ant King's eyes turned red. You mere human, stopping me again and again, you damn guy. However, just as the Chimera Ant King turned his palm into a fist, fiercely throwing a punch at Loki's black seed to vent the anger in his heart, why? If you kill her, Kite won't be able to revive. Gon's voice rang out. Loki suddenly turned around. In the instant he turned around, what greeted him was Gon's rock, paper, scissors. The golden light came straight towards Loki's body. In a flash of lightning, Loki could only control the black seed to defend at the fastest speed. However, thump. A loud noise. Loki was sent flying. In the instant that Loki's body flew backwards, another sound appeared. Gon's eyes suddenly narrowed. Before him, the Chimera Ant King's fist smashed into Killua's chest. At this moment, Gon suddenly woke up. The anger and unwillingness in his eyes all disappeared. A clear gaze returned to his face again. But Killua's gaze dimmed. Killua's eyes gradually lost their luster, and his body flew backwards like a cannonball, destroying one giant tree after another. Finally flying into the depths of the forest, completely disappearing from sight. This change was something that the Chimera Ant King hadn't expected at all. Humans killing each other. You've created a perfect opportunity for me. The Chimera Ant King's gaze moved to Gon, who was stunned in the first instant. Compared to Killua, Gon's value was obviously higher. He flicked his arm, tearing towards Gon's neck. Gon stared blankly in Killua's direction. Loki wanted to protect Killua, and I actually sent Loki flying, causing Killua to be hit. Suddenly, a sinister aura enveloped Gon. Gon felt very cold. Very cold. A chewing sound rang out. Loki, who was spinning rapidly in the air, quickly regained his balance. Loki's eyes narrowed slightly. The Chimera Ant King was wiping the corners of his mouth. This kind of taste is simply irresistible. He turned his head, sneering at Loki. However, I think your flesh and blood must be even more delicious, Loki. Boom. A pillar of nen light that soared into the sky erupted from the Chimera Ant King's body. The huge pillar of light formed by gathered nen aura illuminated the sky. The gorgeous light illuminated the entire earth. In the location where Morel and the others were, they could clearly feel an fluctuation that was so oppressive that it was at its limit. The malice contained within was more terrifying than ever before. This aura. Knuckle, supporting the seriously injured Shoot, looked at Morel. Cold sweat dripped down his face one after another. Morel in the distance. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 282, HHES, Chapter 282. 1,342 words. The pillar of Nen aura soared into the sky. Damn it. The others also discovered the pillar of light, and looked at the terrifying light one after another. What happened? What is that light? The aura emanating from there, we can even feel it here. From the location of the Nen light to the location where Morel and the others were, the straight line distance was no less than 1,000 meters. Even at such a distance, they could feel the Nen aura rushing over madly like a hurricane. It was hard to imagine what a terrifying scene it would be to stand before the person releasing this aura. This aura doesn't seem like Loki's. Morel nodded. Of course, he could also feel that this aura wasn't Loki's. Then who else besides Loki could release such an aura? It was probably only the Chimera and King. The hunters all over the world, looking at the terrifying pillar of Nen aura on the screen. Even if they couldn't feel the aura, they could imagine how much vast aura it would take to condense the aura into such a huge pillar. Soaring straight into the sky. A disaster of destruction level has arrived. Now, even the most foolish hunters could understand. This terrifying scene wasn't created by that kid Loki. Then it could only be the Chimera and King. No wonder the Chimera and King had suddenly left. It seemed that he had found a target to devour, and had once again enhanced his power. Now, even Loki probably couldn't turn the tide. For a time, the hunters felt incredibly desperate. Just at this time, Nobunaga finally appeared with Palm. Seeing Nobunaga's appearance, Morel finally sighed. Nobunaga, take all these people away and send them into the dimensional mansion. As he said this, Morel glanced at Shoot, who was seriously injured and unconscious. And Shoot, I'm entrusting you to send him to treatment as quickly as possible. Nobunaga nodded. What about you? Morel found his large smoking pipe that had fallen to the side, and carried it on his shoulder again. I still have the ability to fight, although the situation isn't good. Without Morel saying it, Nobunaga also knew that the situation wasn't good. He could tell just by looking at the extremely dazzling pillar of light in the distance. The Nen fluctuations that were constantly transmitted had already made everyone understand how huge the gap between them and the owner of that aura was. Even Nobunaga didn't want to approach that place at all. As a member of the extermination team, I must continue to fight, although Morel didn't continue to say the words after that. But everyone understood. The effect that Morel's power could have against such an enemy seemed small. Master, I'll go too. Morel glanced at Knuckle. You should rest well. Aren't you also worried about Shoot? Leaving the seriously injured Shoot behind and continuing to fight. Knuckle wouldn't make such a choice, because Morel understood his disciple very well. Hearing this, Knuckle remained silent. Go. As he said this, Morel prepared to leave. At this time, Chris walked out. Morel, I want to go too. Morel looked at the culprit who had messed up all the plans and frowned. No need. Seeming to have expected Morel to say this, Chris smiled. I understand. In that case, please take this with you, Mr. Morel. He held up the main body of the camera that had been disassembled in his hand. The original camera was too large and difficult to carry. Before Morel could ask, Chris spoke. Intelligence gathering on the enemy is also important. This is to prevent the worst-case scenario. If you completely fail this time, it will be good for the next time too. These words made Morel, Nobunaga, and Knuckle look at him with cold gazes at the same time. Although there was nothing wrong with the words, saying that the extermination team would completely fail at this time wasn't that the same as cursing them all to die. Morel remained silent for several seconds, and took his camera with a hand. You're right, intelligence gathering is important. Turning his head and looking at Knuckle. I'm leaving. Take care of Shoot. As he said this, Morel leaped up and quickly streaked towards the direction where the pillar of Nen aura had appeared. Morel hadn't finished saying the last sentence. If he was really unfortunately right, as that damn bastard Chris had said. Then Morel would help to film more information about the Chimera and King, to provide more help to those hopes like Knuckle and Shoot. In the distance, Loki looked at the Chimera and King, whose aura was surging and whose face had regained its arrogant expression. As expected of the protagonist, being devoured has actually made the Chimera and King's power so terrifying. But there was no way around it. He hadn't expected Gon to suddenly attack him. Loki's energy was focused on the Chimera and King, and he had instead neglected the reactions of Gon and Killua. You see that? The Chimera and King said. He opened his arms and looked at Loki. This is my power. I have completely surpassed you, Loki. The more the Chimera and King spoke, the worse Loki's expression became. The angry Loki made the Chimera and King even happier. Being able to make Loki feel angry made the Chimera and King feel incredibly comfortable. However, Loki's anger wasn't because of the Chimera and King, but because of Ding. Mission, Chimera Ants Guard completed. Reward, 1 lottery draw. Drawing in progress. Congratulations to the host for drawing the two-tailed Matatabi from the Naruto world. This draw is special. Please select the extraction method. Ability extraction, obtain all the abilities of the two-tailed Matatabi. Item extraction, obtain the tailed beast two-tailed Matatabi. Loki looked at the Chimera and King with a cold face. The mission was completed. The reward was being issued. But Loki wasn't happy at all. Because the original S-level reward had become an A-level reward. The most important reason for this, Loki thought, was probably that Poof hadn't completely died at his hands. And the reason for the S-level reward changing to an A-level reward was the Chimera and King. You deserve to die. Endless killing intent surged violently. The earth seemed to turn to winter in an instant. The Chimera and King, who was feeling excited because of his power, suddenly discovered that something was wrong. A bizarre energy that was hard to imagine was surging from Loki's body. This power faintly made the Chimera and King feel fear. Impossible. How could he still have hidden power? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am the strongest existence. There's no way a mere human is the same as me. The black seed on Loki's body gradually disappeared. Loki, who had been lowering his head, suddenly raised his eyes. The red Sharingan was rotating. The Manjikyu, like a shuriken, was slowly rotating. Even though there were no aura fluctuations on Loki's body, this gaze made the Chimera and King's Nin aura suddenly leak, and the Nin aura that had formed the terrifying pillar of light returned to the Chimera and King's body again. Why do I feel danger? Why should my power surpass him? Meruem. Suddenly, Loki opened his mouth and spoke the Chimera and King's name. The Chimera and King, who was feeling anxious, was somewhat surprised. Loki smiled. I said, Meruem. Meruem is my name. Yes. It's your name. Why say my name at this time? It doesn't matter if a dead man knows his name. Loki revealed an evil smile. A red light bloomed from his body in an instant. The red energy flowed, slowly forming a huge body. A terrifying aura that seemed to come from the depths of hell erupted. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 283, HHES, Chapter 283. 1,307 words. Only to see. The aura was condensed like a substance, instantly covering Loki's entire body. A huge red phantom slowly emerged. The red aura surged and expanded. In the blink of an eye, it formed a huge monster. Behind Loki, the moment the red monster appeared, the terrifying killing intent that made people feel pressured erupted. Looking up, Meruem's eyes stared intently at the monster behind Loki. Unlike the fire spirit, this monster possessed a very pure evil aura. Another new ability. Meruem's eyes moved slightly and landed on Loki. How many more abilities do you have that you haven't used, Loki? Meruem, the Chimera Ant King who was supposed to stand at the top of all living things, hadn't thought that he would be shocked by a human again and again. Just when he thought he had finally surpassed him, he would unleash even stronger power. That seemingly incredibly thin body seemed to contain endless energy. Why do you always have to be stronger than me? I'm clearly already the strongest creature in this world. Meruem bit his teeth tightly, his eyes filled with blood vessels, and the veins on his face bulged one after another. His face was ferocious, almost crazy. Why do you always have to oppose me? Suddenly, Meruem seemed to be stimulated by something, roaring madly. Loki slowly opened his eyes. Susanoo. In the instant that Loki finished saying these 4 words, the upper body of the Susanoo had completely appeared. And armor was attached. Feeling the NOVEL fluctuations that were being transmitted head-on, Meruem's expression changed slightly. I'll see just how much stronger this new ability of yours can be compared to before. Boom. He suddenly stepped out. His figure shot out like a rocket. His target was Loki. Meruem didn't pay attention to the huge monster that Loki had manifested. He believed that as long as he eliminated Loki, the Nin user, the monster would naturally disappear. But the next second, the moment the fierce roar rang out, the powerful aura that Meruem had condensed in his hand collided with the Susanoo, producing a terrifying explosion. Almost instantly, an invisible fluctuation spread out from beneath the feet of the two, simultaneously towards all directions. Just the fluctuation of the aura made the surrounding trees instantly be cut in half at the waist. The shockwave that spread out actually had a terrifying power comparable to sword aura. Meruem, who was bounced back, only managed to stabilize his body after retreating more than 10 meters. The fist on his right hand was trembling slightly. What strong defensive power! While Meruem was shocked by the Susanoo's terrifying defensive power, Loki's vision was somewhat blurry. He raised his hand and pressed his eyes, which were somewhat swollen. As expected, using the power of the Manjikyu Sharingan too frequently will bring a huge burden to the body. He had used Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and now he had activated Susanoo. Although he hadn't activated the complete body of the Susanoo yet, he already felt his mental power rapidly decreasing. And his eyes were becoming increasingly swollen and painful. His vision had begun to gradually blur. Let's make this a quick battle, Loki said lightly, suddenly opening his scarlet Sharingan. The windmill-patterned patterns were rotating. The Susanoo raised its hand and made a void grip, and the Totsuka blade was already in its hand. With just a light wave, it instantly and rapidly slashed towards the Chimera Ant King on the ground. Meruem had only just raised his head. The attack had already descended. Such a huge body can actually have this kind of speed. He raised both arms and crossed them, gathering all of his Nin aura in his arms, using them to block Loki's attack. Boom! Gusts of wind swept up, crushing madly towards the Chimera Ant King's body. Before the attack had even landed, the wind pressure that had already arrived had distorted the Chimera Ant King's face. Then, the Totsuka blade collided with the Chimera Ant King's aura. In the instant of colliding with Loki's Susanoo, Meruem's eyes almost popped out. It was as if a large mountain had fallen at an extremely fast speed. The force acting on the Chimera Ant King at this moment made him feel a surge in his internal organs, and even his internal organs were torn open by the penetrating impact. Whoosh! A gorgeous red flash lit up behind the Chimera Ant King. A red light rapidly streaked towards the rear of Meruem. Almost in the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the horizon. Meruem's body suddenly sank, and the surrounding ground instantly collapsed. However, it didn't end there. That disappearing red light, almost instantly, neatly cut open the ground behind the Chimera Ant King. The crack that appeared beneath his feet extended backward, all the way to 100 meters away. Looking at the crack that had appeared beneath his feet, a cold sweat broke out on the Chimera Ant King's forehead. Just a casually swung attack actually left a 100-meter-long cut on the ground. Loki, controlling the Susanoo, raised the Totsuka blade in his hand. In terms of power, the Chimera Ant King wasn't weaker than himself now, but the Chimera Ant King didn't have powerful attack moves. It was like someone who had a mountain of treasure but couldn't move the treasure out. Loki had discovered the Chimera Ant King's weakness, and the Chimera Ant King himself also understood the reason. Even if his aura was stronger, without suitable moves to unleash its power, he would never be Loki's opponent. A Susanoo alone had turned him, who should have been evenly matched with Loki, into a state of being absolutely suppressed. Powerful moves. I need a move that will allow me to unleash even stronger attack power. A hunter with decent strength stared blankly at the screen before him. The scene on the screen made him feel like what he was seeing wasn't real. He turned his head and looked at his companion beside him. An elite Nen user who had trained in Nen for more than 30 years. He asked him, is such a move really something that human power can accomplish? His companion was stunned by this question. He lowered his head and thought for a while, before raising his head again and saying somewhat uncertainly, theoretically, it's possible. But it's only theoretically possible. To be able to use aura like that, it's probably only geniuses among geniuses, monsters among monsters, who can do it. Judging solely from the size of the two Nen giants in the picture, they were definitely over 15 meters tall. With such a huge size, wanting to simply rely on Nen aura to maintain it, it would be absolutely impossible without extraordinary control abilities. Even a Nen user who had trained for more than 50 years would definitely have to spend all their energy on controlling the aura in order to maintain such a form. But in the picture, the two monsters were actually able to engage in a fierce battle. Looking at the two people who were fighting, this hunter, who thought he had mastered his training, smiled wryly. Wanting to use aura like them, I'm afraid ordinary people can't do it even after 100 years of training. The two looked back at the battle that was taking place on the screen. The two figures in the picture. It was easy to tell who was on the side of humanity. Meruem's Chimera Ant King form had traces of ants at a glance. Only the general outline of the body was that of a human. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 284, HHES, Chapter 284. 1,327 words. While Loki's Susanoo, although it looked like a demon, was more like a human. Looking at the Nen aura giant that Meruem had gathered, which was taller than the Susanoo, the hunters began to guess whether Loki would be defeated. Even a considerable number of people, just by seeing the Chimera Ant King form's huge body, had already begun to tremble uncontrollably. Huge meant power, and it also meant stronger. That red giant, is that Loki controlling it? It looks like the Chimera Ant King's power is stronger. He won't have any problems, right? Rather than consuming Nen aura with the Chimera Ant King like this, it would be better to preserve his strength and find an opportunity to defeat him. The chances of winning would be greater. In the picture, the Susanoo and the Chimera Ant King form were bombarding each other. Both sides retreated 5 or 6 steps, spanning a distance of tens of meters. It seemed that they were evenly matched and on par. But the more it was like this, the more people worried that Loki's red giant would be defeated. Because it was smaller than the Chimera Ant King form. And the Chimera Ant King also thought so. My power is stronger than yours, Loki. Do you still have a way to defeat me now? Hearing the Chimera Ant King's words, Loki smiled faintly. You've only imitated the appearance. There's no substantial change. Do you think you've become stronger, Meruem? You stubborn guy. Meruem gnashed his teeth and looked at Loki. Even now you still think I'll lose to you. You'll know the answer soon, Meruem. Loki raised his hand. The Susanoo also raised its hand. A jumping flame suddenly appeared in the Susanoo's hand. It looked like fire on the outside, but it wasn't actually fire. It was the Totsuka blade. The weapon wielded by Itachi Uchiha's Susanoo. This blade, the Totsuka blade, which had previously made Meruem suffer a great loss, appeared again. Meruem's expression changed slightly, but soon his eyes became firm again. A weapon? I have one too. Nin aura erupted again, and the hands of the Chimera Ant King form transformed into sharp claws. Weapons like the pincers of an ant. Another imitation. And it was only imitating the appearance. Loki shook his head lightly. Raising his hand, the Susanoo's arm was lifted high. The red Sharingan locked onto the Chimera Ant King's body. An utterly foolish guy. Swish. The Totsuka blade danced, being gently wielded by the Susanoo. Slashing down. At the time that Loki was dancing the Totsuka blade, Meruem was also controlling the claws of the Chimera Ant King form, tearing fiercely towards Loki. Suddenly, an intense metallic collision sound rang out. A fierce wind suddenly blew into the distance. Then, a not-so-high mountain was instantly cut open. Looking at the mountain that had been instantly cut off, the Chimera Ant King laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Did you see that? This is the power of my new weapon, incomparably powerful, Loki. I'm stronger than you. I can no longer be surpassed by you. This form is my most perfect form. It's a life form that all living things can never surpass. Meruem raised his finger and pointed at the mountain in the distance. Did you see that? I just used a light strike and instantly cut off a mountain with a diameter of nearly 50 meters. This is my power. While Meruem was speaking arrogantly, Morel held up the camera and aimed it at the collapsed mountain. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. Just a casual strike had caused such terrifying destructive power. The Chimera Ant King, who was powerful to this extent, was probably impossible for anyone to defeat. However, at this time, Loki's faint laughter rang out. Morel turned his head, standing more than 100 meters away from the location where Loki and the Chimera Ant King were fighting. Looking at Loki, who was controlling the Susanoo, and laughing loudly. What is he laughing at? This was Morel's question. It was also the question in the hearts of all the hunters who were watching this scene. What is that kid laughing at? Has he been scared silly? He can still laugh at this time. Does he not know how terrifying the Chimera Ant King has become? The Totsuka blade flashed in the hands of the Susanoo. Loki suddenly opened his mouth. Look carefully. Meruem, is this what you're referring to as powerful power? Swish. The red sword light flashed suddenly. The peaks of several mountains in the distance collapsed at the same time. 3 neat cuts appeared on the 3 neatly arranged mountain peaks, forming a straight horizontal line. The terrifying wind raged past. Loki looked at Meruem coldly. You think the power that collapsed that mountain just now was yours? Meruem turned his head and looked at Loki. That should have been my power. You couldn't have such power. Boom. The Chimera Ant King form waved its huge claws, tearing towards the Susanoo. The claws shone with a cold light. Suddenly, the Susanoo's figure rapidly charged towards the Chimera Ant King. In an instant. The moment the two figures crossed paths, a red light cut across the Chimera Ant King's chest. 2 huge figures brushed past each other, standing back to back. The red light slowly dissipated. Maruam stared wide-eyed, his eyes trembling slightly. The figures of the two had stopped moving at the same time. The surging aura around them had also calmed down. The wind had stopped. The fluctuations of Nen aura had also dissipated. It was as if everything had returned to its original, peaceful state. However, everyone didn't relax, staring intently at the two motionless figures on the screen. The light that had bloomed in that instant had made them unable to see clearly what had happened. White light bloomed in the chest of the huge chimera and king. The light that soared into the sky shot towards the heavens. The dazzling white light appeared on the screen, instantly turning the entire screen into a white expanse. The sound of light beams streaking through the air rang out continuously. After a moment, the white light gradually faded. The picture reappeared on the screen. What stood before everyone in the end was Loki's Susanoo. Turning back and looking coldly at Maruam, whose Nen aura was dissipating madly. Loki's expression was extremely calm. And seeing Loki like this, Maruam's face began to turn gloomy. It was this kind of gaze that made him feel extremely disgusted. Loki's gaze made him feel that he had been like a clown from beginning to end. He would never be able to escape Loki's grasp. Unwillingness. Even if I have become the most perfect form, I still can't defeat this kid. A strong sense of powerlessness arose spontaneously. It was as if no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't defeat Loki. This human before him, seemed to be his nemesis by nature. Whenever he became a little stronger, this human would become even stronger. He clearly had such power, but he didn't use it from the beginning. In Maruam's eyes, the red demon Susanoo was a power that Loki should have mastered long ago. Powerful, invincible. Why didn't he use this power earlier? He had to wait until he thought he had surpassed Loki before he used it. The reason why Loki didn't use Susanoo from the beginning was simple. If he could use the power of the fire spirit to defeat the Chimera and King, why would he use Susanoo? Loki's Manjikyu Sharingan hadn't become the eternal Manjikyu yet. The power of his pupils would decrease with each use. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 285, HHES, Chapter 285. 1265 words. Loki didn't know when he would awaken an eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. So if he could avoid using it, Loki would naturally try to avoid using it as much as possible. However, the Chimera and King could never know these things. He would only remember that Loki was toying with him, teasing him from beginning to end. No. I'm not willing to accept this. As long as I can live and leave this place, my power will definitely surpass him. Restriction and vow. This was originally a method of developing abilities that the Chimera and King didn't know. But at this moment, the unwillingness in his heart made the Chimera and King unconsciously formulate his restriction and vow. The Chimera and King, whose body was slowly falling, suddenly emitted an extremely dark and extremely ominous Nen aura fluctuation from within his body. The sound of Nen aura rioting rang out. The sudden change made Loki, who had originally planned to close his Manjikyu Sharingan, suddenly turn around and look back at Maruam. The black Nen aura that overflowed from his body formed a black barrier, wrapping Maruam, and rushing straight into the sky. He felt that Maruam's aura was still there. However, Maruam, who had rushed into the sky, obviously didn't want to unleash an attack, but wanted to escape. He wants to escape. Loki shook his head. He hadn't expected the Chimera and King to unleash such powerful aura in order to escape. He should have used the power of restriction and vow. Even if it meant overdrawing his life, it was probably better than dying here. The Chimera Ant King seemed to have finally made a correct decision. But it was already too late. Loki's eyes suddenly opened wide, and streaks of blood appeared in Loki's eyes. Complete body Susanoo. Whoosh! The Susanoo, unfolding its wings, suddenly chased after Meruem. Its speed was as fast as a flash of light, and it caught up with Meruem. The Totsuka blade slashed out violently. However, what was unexpected was that the Totsuka blade was actually ineffective. It was bounced back. It's quite hard. Then let's see how many times it can withstand this. The red flash appeared, and one sword after another slashed at the huge black ball that Meruem had condensed with aura. Dozens of times, or hundreds of attacks. The black aura that enveloped Meruem finally disappeared. The black sphere that fell from the sky landed on the ground, smashing a deep pit. Loki raised his eyes and looked at the black, strange substance. There wasn't even a trace of a dent on it. Facing the continuous slashes of the Totsuka blade, it wasn't affected at all. It had only consumed all of the aura that it had used to move. Now it had lost its power and could only fall. The corners of Loki's mouth turned up slightly. Interesting. It's very hard. Then I wonder if it can withstand this. The Susanoo opened its hands, and the Totsuka blade disappeared. What reappeared in the Susanoo's hands was 3 red tomo. A shape like the tomo of the Sharingan. Endless Nen aura condensed into 3 fiery red tomo, stirring up one ripple after another in the sky. At this moment, Morel suddenly put down the camera in his hand. Not good. A terrifying sense of crisis enveloped his entire body. Even at a distance of nearly 100 meters, he could actually feel a terrifying sense of crisis. This meant that the power of Loki's move would definitely affect him. Once he was affected, there would only be death. Morel, who was turning around and fleeing frantically, casually threw the camera in his hand aside. He didn't even have time to care about his weapon, the large smoking pipe. He ran as fast as he could in his life. At this moment, Morel wished he had 2 more legs so he could run even faster. However, just as Morel had escaped dozens of meters, a golden flash appeared behind him. Morel. Jing looked at Morel, grabbed Morel's shoulder, and raised his hand, throwing him directly into the distance, like throwing a ball. Morel, who was in the air, was completely dumbfounded. He had no idea what had grabbed him and thrown him out. When he was rotating in the air, he could see Loki's direction. Yasaka Magatama. Loki's voice echoed in the sky. 3 huge red tomo rotated, suddenly descending. To read novels with no underlined version, please download the Bo Shirshu novel app. Jing, who was fleeing in a panic, felt the unprecedented tide of Nen aura behind him. But he didn't dare to look back at all. Because even if he was slower by 0.01 seconds, he couldn't be sure that he wouldn't die. And Morel, who was continuing to rotate in the air, flying into the distance, stared wide-eyed. Staring intently at the 3 strange-shaped tomo that seemed to suddenly fall from the sky. The red, strange tomo looked like windmills, rotating rapidly. Just looking at the appearance, there wouldn't be too strong of a feeling. Just like the hunters who were now watching this scene through the camera that Morel had abandoned. In their eyes, the 3 strange tomo that were falling from the sky didn't seem to be anything. Just strangely styled attacks. It doesn't look like much. Was there a need to make such a big fuss? To make Morel abandon his weapon and run away? What a fuss. Such an attack is just an ordinary emission-type move. That's right, at most, it's just adding some transformation-type control. There's nothing big about such an attack, right? Compared to the previous battles, the Yasaka Magatama seemed to have weak destructive power. After all, those 3 strange tomo were, in the end, just a ball of Nen. Although they formed a strange shape, what if it was just for aesthetics? It didn't mean that the power was strong, right? If these people were at the scene, and felt the unprecedented tide of Nen aura that was enough to make the earth tremble madly, they would definitely not say such words. At this time, the picture began to shake. As the Yasaka Magatama was about to land, an exaggerated aura surged, causing the ground to tremble non-stop. Just when everyone didn't understand why the picture had begun to shake non-stop, the Yasaka Magatama had already hit the ability that Muram had used to protect himself. A black light spread outward. The symbol of Loki's Manjikyu Sharingan appeared. The scarlet, extremely strange pattern made people's hair stand on end. Before they could finish speaking, it lit up. That scarlet red transformed into red light that filled the sky, rushing in all directions. The light became stronger and stronger. Brilliant, dazzling. In just an instant, only a white expanse was left between heaven and earth. There were no colors. A deafening roar rang out. The Nin aura spread out like a raging tide, violently destroying everything around it. The terrifying tide of Nin aura surged over, instantly crushing the camera that had been in a recording state. In the white light, everything that was affected was instantly crushed into nothingness. The picture flashed and completely lost its signal. After the white noise screen constantly appeared, the people who hadn't thought much of it earlier. That strike just now. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 286, HHES, Chapter 286. 1,208 words. A hunter's hand fell limply. Could it be that it affected such a far distance? Now they understood why Morel had abandoned even his weapon, and had to escape at all costs. It wasn't that he was making a fuss, but the power of this attack was incredibly shocking. Such an attack has probably reached the power of a nuclear bomb. Hearing such words, a hunter shook his head lightly. Although it's terrifying, it's still too much to compare it to a nuclear bomb. He smiled. But compared to a small nuclear bomb, like the poor man's rose, the strength of its power isn't weak. Even the poor man's rose was a genuine nuclear bomb. For human power to be able to unleash an attack of this level. What kind of humanoid nuclear bomb was this? With this guy's existence, it was a huge threat no matter where he went. If some fool provoked this kid in the future, one Yasaka Magatama, and he'd destroy a city. Everyone felt a chill run down their backs. One wave of cold sweat after another broke out. Under such an attack, even if the Chimera and King was terrifying, there was absolutely no way he could have survived. While breathing a sigh of relief, they felt even more insecure. The Chimera Ant King, that monster, was dead. But a monster who was stronger than him was still alive. Was it luck or misfortune? At Hunter headquarters, Cheadle collapsed limply on the sofa. She raised her hand and wiped the cold sweat on her forehead. This is why that old man valued him, right? When everyone thought that it would take Loki quite a while to grow up, they hadn't expected him to have quietly reached the peak. Terrifying. Cheadle recalled the condition that she had promised Loki before. Thinking about it now, even if Loki hadn't agreed to join forces with the association, it seemed that Loki alone would have been completely enough to deal with the Chimera ants. And this attack, that move called Yasaka Magatama, had made Loki someone that everyone in the world absolutely couldn't afford to provoke. Even those people who wanted to deal with Loki probably wouldn't dare to act rashly. In case Loki got angry, he would simply be a humanoid, self-propelled nuclear bomb. Who could say that they could withstand such a terrifying attack? Cheadle's gaze turned to the outside of the window. The battlefield outside the palace. Loki, with a strong look of fatigue on his face, was walking towards the direction where Muram had been. The surroundings were a flat, huge crater. as if it was a sinkhole formed by a meteorite falling. Loki walked towards the center. Before long, Loki stopped in place, raising his eyes and looking at Maruam, who was moving outward bit by bit. Most of his body had been completely crushed. Only his left arm and head remained. The sound of Loki's footsteps made Maruam, who was trying to crawl, stop. He turned his head, his eyes staring intently at Loki. A red flame appeared. Hiss hiss hiss. The sound of flames burning flesh rang out. Maruam's vision was enveloped by flames. In the flames, Loki's figure gradually became blurry, until he finally disappeared completely next to the pit, under a large tree that had fortunately escaped the disaster. Loki sat cross-legged under the tree, looking up at the vast, huge pit before him. Suddenly, a warm wind blew towards him. A red light was slowly emerging on the horizon. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Annihilate the hope of the race. Eliminate the Chimera Ant King. Seeing what the system displayed, Loki finally felt that his hard work hadn't been in vain. The S-level draw had finally arrived. Loki steadied his mind. Let me see what I can draw this time. The system's voice rang out at the same time. Congratulations to the host for drawing an S-level character from the Bleach world. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. Extracting. Extraction complete. The host has obtained an S-level character item, Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka. Boom. Suddenly, Loki felt as if a flame had ignited within his body. And even Loki himself felt somewhat uncomfortable with this flame. He had to know that he had eaten the Mera Mera no Mi. Logically speaking, he shouldn't feel anything towards flames at all. But the appearance of Ryujin Jaka made Loki feel the heat of the flames for the first time since eating the Mera Mera no Mi. But this feeling came quickly and went quickly. And at the same time, a voice came from within Loki's body. What terrifying power! What did you do? I feel so hot. Loki's face instantly turned gloomy. You'll get used to it after a while. Without listening to it continue to say anything, Loki directly blocked its voice. What was hidden inside Loki's body wasn't anything else. It was the two-tailed Matatabi that he had drawn before. And it was precisely because of Matatabi's power that the Yasaka Magatama that Loki's Susanoo had unleashed possessed that terrifying power. After all, that move had drawn out half of Matatabi's tailed beast chakra and integrated it into the Yasaka Magatama. The reason why Loki didn't want to say too much to Matatabi was because Matatabi talked too much. Loki had already become impatient with it. Closing his eyes, he felt the Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka that had already merged into his body. Loki used his mind to try to take it out. Almost instantly, the Nin aura in Loki's body decreased by a large amount. Just condensing the Zanpakuto made Loki feel as if his aura was about to be completely consumed. Suppressing the thought of wanting to take out Ryujin Jaka, Loki opened his eyes and smiled helplessly. As expected of the oldest Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka wasn't just the oldest Zanpakuto. At the same time, it also had the highest power, the highest temperature, and the largest range of attack of all Zanpakuto. The Shirkai temperature was equal to the surface of the sun, and the Bankai temperature was equal to the core of the sun. Such terrifying power. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed not something he could take out. If it hadn't been for the previous battle, Loki might have been able to try it. His mental power was weakened. And most of his Nin aura had also been consumed. Wanting to take out Ryujin Jaka at this time, the difficulty wasn't ordinary. Loki was somewhat glad that the first Zanpakuto he had drawn was Shinso. Otherwise, even if he drew such a terrifying thing, he probably wouldn't be able to use it. Loki lay lazily under the tree, looking at the sun of the dawn. He could finally rest a little. Loki thought like this. But soon, Loki, who was about to fall asleep, heard a series of footsteps. Raising his head and opening his eyes, Before him were Jing and Morel, both panting heavily. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 287, HHES, Chapter 287. 1,251 words. The two looked at Loki sleeping under the tree. They didn't feel too strange. After unleashing that terrifying attack, if Loki was still a normal person, he should be feeling tired. The fact that Loki was sleeping as soon as the battle ended proved that Loki was at least still a person, although he was a humanoid nuclear bomb. What about Gon? Jing asked. Loki raised his hand and pointed into the distance. He's probably completely burned to ashes. Jing looked in the direction that Loki was pointing. The corners of his eyes twitched a few times. Before him was a huge pit with a diameter of nearly 200 meters. With a depth of nearly 50 or 60 meters. And the most terrifying thing was that within a radius of 300 or 400 meters. Apart from the tree that Loki was leaning against, which had been spared under the cover of a rock, the surroundings had long since become empty. The impact of the aftershock had directly cleared everything within a radius of 300 or 400 meters. This place probably wouldn't be able to recover for decades. And the person who had caused such a terrifying attack was just a kid. Jing glanced at Loki. He didn't know what he was thinking in his mind. However, suddenly, Jing squatted down and looked at Loki. By the way, what about Gon? It was only now that he remembered Gon. It wasn't that Jing had only now remembered Gon. It was just that before the Chimera and King had been dealt with, Jing didn't have that much energy to care about Gon. As Loki had said, Gon was also a hunter. He already had the strength to ensure his own safety. Loki shook his head. He spaced out when he saw his companion get injured during the battle, and then he was eaten. Eaten? Morel's eyes flickered as he looked at Jing. Jing's expression didn't fluctuate too much. It was only after a long time that he slowly stood up. Spacing out during battle. Why would he make such a low-level mistake? Morel was somewhat surprised. His son had died, but Jing hadn't gotten angry at Loki. But after thinking about it, he understood. Gon was a hunter, and he had spaced out during battle, leading to his death. It had nothing to do with anyone. Even if Loki could have saved Gon, it didn't matter if Loki didn't choose to save him. Jing himself had said before the extermination operation began. The most important thing is to survive. If the mission can't be completed, then collect as much information as possible and survive. Only by surviving is there hope. That was what Jing had said at the time. So he couldn't blame anyone. Even if he blamed someone, he could only blame himself. Ding dong. The familiar sound rang out again. Then, looking at the new mission that the system displayed, Loki suddenly jumped up. He looked at Jing with a very firm gaze. Gon can't die no matter what. Morel looked at Loki. What was with this sudden burst of energy? Even Jing was stunned for a moment. He just gave Loki a strange look. A cold-faced but warm-hearted kid. He's deliberately not showing a sad expression, perhaps just not wanting to make me sad too. And now he's saying these words. Holding onto the tree with one hand and covering his chest with the other, Colt bit his teeth, and continued to walk forward. His wings had already been burned to a bloody mess, and couldn't move at all. But he still insisted on walking towards the terrifying explosion point from before. Colt just wanted to personally confirm the Chimera and King's death. You're actually still alive. Not knowing when, Loki was sitting on the tree trunk, revealing a faint smile, squinting his eyes, and looking at Colt. Hearing Loki's voice, Colt turned his head. His eyes flickered slightly a few times before gradually calming down. Loki was here. Which meant that the battle was over. And Loki looked unharmed, so the Chimera Ant King was also. That bastard was dealt with. Colt smiled. He's finally dead. It's just a pity that I didn't see it. He was burned to ashes by me. He died quite painfully. Colt carefully sat down, leaning against the large tree. A smile gradually appeared on his face as well. The Queen's revenge had finally been avenged. Colt looked at Loki. Thank you. It's nothing. It was just our agreement. Thwack. A streak of scarlet blood splashed out. Loki stood in the distance, shaking the blood off his hand. Without even turning his head back, he continued to walk towards the distance. The blood that had splashed out fell next to the large tree, soaking into the soil. The wind blew. Fallen leaves fluttered. Meliaron kicked a stone next to his foot. He crossed his arms and looked at the palace that had been destroyed. Heh! Turning his head, Meliaron suddenly froze in place. Where's Knuckle? Meliaron swallowed. He wanted to save Shoot, so he told me to leave first. At the time, in front of the crowd, if Meliaron showed himself, it would bring a lot of unnecessary trouble to the association. So Knuckle had told Meliaron to leave first. After all, Meliaron was a chimera, and Loki nodded, roughly understanding what Meliaron meant. He slowly raised his right arm. At this time, Meliaron looked at Loki and asked, "Are you going to kill me?" Meliaron's face turned pale instantly. He had actually recovered his human memories. But he didn't understand why Loki still wanted to kill him. Was it just because he was a chimera ant? Loki sensed Meliaron's question. You still don't understand. Don't understand what? Meliaron looked at him. You're a chimera ant, not. But I've recovered my human memories. But you're still a chimera ant. You're not a human. Hearing these words, Meliaron felt very helpless. Loki's way of distinguishing based solely on appearance left him with no way to argue. Can you let me go? I won't ever again. Swish. A shadow flashed. Blood splattered. In the center of Meliaron's forehead, who had fallen to the ground, was a thumb-sized bloody hole. Blood was flowing out. The word again indicates that you have harmed humans before. A chimera ant is a chimera ant. Awakening human memories is just a way for you to become stronger. You yourself haven't changed at all. Did awakening memories mean that you weren't a chimera ant anymore? What a joke. Moreover, whether Meliaron was a human or a chimera ant wasn't important at all. What was important was that Loki had to complete the mission. Ding dong. The familiar sound rang out again. Loki leaped up and rushed into the sky. The fire spirit's huge body appeared beneath Loki's feet, carrying Loki and streaking towards the distance. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The Chimera Ant Elimination Work. Eliminate 100 Chimera Ants. Reward, 1 A-level draw opportunity. Drawing in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an A-level item from the One Piece world, a Nico Nico no Mi. Another devil fruit. Loki looked at the Nico Nico no Mi that had appeared in the system storage space. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 288, HHES, Chapter 288. 1,338 words. If it was a devil fruit, it would at least be somewhat useful. It was at least better than drawing some inexplicable things. Ding dong. The system's reward continued. Slightly larger ants. Eliminate all Chimera Ant squad leaders. Reward, 1 lottery draw opportunity. If it was a draw, there was still something for Loki to look forward to. At least it wouldn't be too bad of a situation. Congratulations to the host for drawing an A-level character item, Kazan's Devil Fruit from the One Piece world, the Hi no Mi. Extracting. Extraction successful. Another devil fruit. Loki wasn't disappointed that he had drawn Kazan's Devil Fruit. The Hi no Mi was also a very strong ability. It seemed that the abilities of ice and fire had both been obtained by him. But the problem was, could he eat them? Would he explode? As of now, Loki already had the Buki no Mi, the Yuki no Mi, the Nico no Mi, and the Hi no Mi, adding the Mera no Mi that he had already eaten. He had 5 devil fruits in hand. But Loki didn't dare to eat them casually. What if he died? What would he do? I have to find someone to experiment on. Loki thought with a frown. It shouldn't be a problem to find someone to experiment on now. For devil fruits. It wouldn't matter if he picked 2 to experiment with. But the problem was, who should he find to experiment on? Of course, he could just find someone casually, but what if nothing happened after eating them? Wouldn't he have wasted 2 devil fruits for nothing? At the very least, he had to make sure that the other party was loyal to him. After thinking it over, Loki looked at the fire spirit beneath his feet. I wonder if the fire spirit can eat them. After thinking about it, Loki felt somewhat tempted to try. But what if the fire spirit exploded if he used it as a test subject? He shook his head and decided against it. After flying for a while, Loki suddenly stopped. Zenki, Goki. Boom boom. Zenki and Goki, who hadn't come out for a long time, appeared before Loki. As soon as they appeared, Zenki and Goki saw their master holding a strange thing, and handing it to them. Zenki, you eat this. Zenki took Loki's thing, and opened his mouth, eating that strange thing without hesitation. While Loki was busy completing the last 2 missions regarding the Chimera Ants, Morel, who had finally managed to contact Nobunaga, was taken to his dimensional mansion by Nobunaga. As soon as he entered Nobunaga's dimensional mansion, before Nobunaga could ask anything, Chris, who was still in the mansion, walked up. Asking with 2 very eager people. How was the battle? Did we win? Or did we lose? Morel glanced at Chris. If it weren't for this guy, the operation plan would have proceeded smoothly. And it would have ended long ago. And Gon wouldn't have died. Out of a desire not to say anything more to him, Morel just nodded lightly. We won. Confirming this news from Morel's mouth still shocked Chris. They actually really won. The Chimera Ant King had been defeated. That powerful monster had actually been defeated. Morel stopped paying attention to this guy, and turned his head to look at Nobunaga. Where are Knuckle and Shoot? They're both fine. After transferring them several times, I used my coordinates to send them directly out of East Gorto. Knuckle and Palm took Shoot, and have already boarded a flying ship to the association, to receive the best treatment. Nobunaga adjusted his glasses. I had Palm contact the association. They will prepare all the best medical means before they arrive. Hearing this, Morel felt relieved. Shoot had been very outstanding this time. Although he hadn't had too many brilliant performances, when facing a powerful enemy, Shoot had finally not chosen to escape, but had instead responded to the challenge. This change would be of great help to Shoot, whether it was now or in the future. It could be considered that Shoot's shackles had been broken. After breaking through this barrier, the road ahead would be infinitely bright. Morel looked at Chris and the others to the side. What's going on with them? Why are they still here? Nobunaga sighed helplessly. He's here to get first-hand news. What about the others? They've all been sent away, but some people seem to be preparing new filming equipment, and seem to be planning to enter East Gorto as soon as the battle ends to film all the destruction caused by the battle. Hiss. Morel didn't quite understand. What was the point of doing this? Seeing Morel's expression, Nobunaga smiled and explained, "You probably don't know yet. That guy Chris had originally made a lot of preparations in order to become the chairman of the Hunter Association. As a result, he can be considered to have failed, but he unexpectedly allowed the hunters of the association to see the battle between Loki and the Chimera Ant King." Saying this, Nobunaga smiled. At this moment, hundreds of hunters from the association are paying attention to the information on the Hunter Information website regarding the battle between the extermination team and the Chimera Ants. Even Nobunaga took out his phone, opening some underground information networks. The entire world is paying attention to this battle. Morel glanced at it. His expression was very solemn, because battles between NIN users were usually absolutely not allowed to be filmed. And Chris had actually prepared special cameras that could also film NIN aura. Wouldn't that expose Loki's abilities in front of the whole world? Would Loki be displeased because of this? However, Morel was overthinking it. Was Loki afraid that his abilities would be known by others? What if they were known? The outside is probably shaking the heavens and the earth, Morel said, changing into a comfortable sitting posture. Nobunaga also sat next to him. This battle is a world-class shock to the entire association, and even all NIN users. An unprecedented battle between NIN users. The way that Loki and the Chimera Ant King used aura has exceeded the understanding of most of us. Take a look at this. Nobunaga clicked on a video that was hung at the very top of all the information websites. The title was "The World's Strongest NIN User." Loki. The scenes inside were the terrifying turmoil produced by Loki's Yasaka Magatama. The power that had changed the colors of the sky and earth in an instant. Even watching it through a video was still incredibly shocking. Morel was naturally even clearer about this scene. He had witnessed it with his own eyes. Thinking about it now, if it hadn't been for Jing, he would have died. Even just enduring the shockwave of the explosion, Morel still felt as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. And that was still in the case that he had used all of his aura to protect his body. If he hadn't used aura to protect his body, one could imagine what the outcome would have been. He shook his head. He didn't want to try that kind of power again in his life. Help me notify the association. Although the Chimera Ant King has been dealt with, there are still many things that need to be handled by the association. Have them come as soon as possible. After saying this, Morel lay down. Nobunaga nodded and went to the side to contact Cheadle. And after the call connected, what Nobunaga first heard was an incredibly noisy sound. What's going on? When did the Hunter Association turn into a vegetable market? Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule: Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 289, HHES, Chapter 289. 1,439 words. At the Hunter Association headquarters building, the Zodiacs were speaking to the hunters who were arriving one after another. Everyone, please rest assured. We will immediately notify everyone as soon as we have any results. How was the battle? What about the Chimera Ant King? What about Loki? Is he dead or alive? Was that battle real? Did they really fight in East Gorto? In order to answer Nobunaga's call, Cheadle even had to hide under the table. The Chimera Ant King was dealt with by Loki. The association should send people to handle it as soon as possible. Even Nobunaga didn't want to continue listening to the noisy, headache-inducing voices. He quickly finished speaking and hung up the phone. Cheadle suddenly stood up, jumping onto the desk in one step. She spoke loudly to the hunters who were gathering at the door. "We won. The extermination team completed the mission. The Chimera Ant King." The originally noisy crowd quieted down. 2 seconds later, all the hunters' faces revealed surprised expressions. They really won. The Chimera Ant King had been dealt with. That powerful monster that had made them feel extremely afraid had really been eliminated. The Chimera Ant King is dead. Loki really took down the Chimera Ant King. Even Jing freaks couldn't do it, but a kid did it. At this time, everyone couldn't help but think of one thing. That young, surprising guy seemed to have already become the world's strongest nin user. Was uploaded to the Hunter Association's information website within minutes. The words spoken by Cheadle herself couldn't be fake. There was no point in faking such a thing. If the Chimera Ant King wasn't dead, he would enslave humans, and it couldn't be hidden at all. Therefore, the world was shaken. Just a few hours ago, the Chimera Ant King had been incredibly arrogant. And he had also displayed the strength that matched his arrogant attitude. He could be called invincible. Especially after his ability, King's Feast, was exposed. That ability to continuously enhance Nin aura, just by devouring, made it seem like there wasn't a glimmer of hope. When people were still shrouded in the shadow of the Chimera and King's powerful strength, Loki stood up. And with an even more tyrannical attitude, he defeated the Chimera and King. Invincible. Now, Loki was a monster in the eyes of all the hunters in the Hunter Association, a monster whose strength made them feel cold all over just thinking about it. And it was such a monster who had solved the biggest problem. The Chimera Ant King Maruam. The hunters, who were excited, joyful, and also a little uneasy, didn't know whether they should celebrate or feel afraid. It was good that the Chimera Ant King had been dealt with. But the one who had dealt with the Chimera Ant King was a hunter who had been ordered to be wanted by a former chairman. In order to deal with Loki, the Hunter Association had also lifted the prohibition. They could use any means to deal with Loki. It was somewhat ironic for the Hunter Association that such a person had become a savior. But faced with such a problem, the hunters gave an explanation. That was that once a hunter's identity was confirmed, no matter what the reason, it wouldn't be revoked. In other words, Loki had always been a hunter, a member of the association. Whether he was wanted or not wouldn't change this fact. And Loki's final strike, the power of the Yasaka Magatama, still made many hunters unable to calm down from that strong visual shock for a long time. There's no way there could be a second person in the world who could do such an attack. An attack comparable to the power of a nuclear bomb. Of course there couldn't be a second person who could do it. It was a strike that fused tailed beast chakra with Loki's own power. Just from the Nen aura used to condense the Yasaka Magatama, it was Loki's most amazing burst of Nen aura. Someone stared at a recording of the scene that had been uploaded to the Hunter Association's information website. And couldn't help but say, the world's strongest was actually achieved by a kid who had only been training for a little over a year. Was achieved. All of Loki's information was found and hung on the information website for people to view for free. And all the news that hadn't been known to most people before was also exposed. That kid was actually accidentally hit by the chairman with Nin during the hunter exam, and directly awakened Nin. Some of the hunters who were flipping through Loki's information felt that their breathing was somewhat rapid. They needed to analyze the information themselves. First of all, the reason why the chairman would accidentally use Nin. Just thinking about it carefully was enough to make people feel amazed. What reason could have forced the chairman to use Nin? It was evident that Loki was a monster even before he had awakened Nin. And awakening Nin had almost damaged a flying ship, not to mention that the chairman had directly made an exception and given Loki the hunter license after passing the exam. He learned all the Nin ability application techniques in 1 month. I remember that it took me 2 years just to awaken Nen. This person, comparing himself to Loki, felt as if he didn't have any talent at all in the training of Nen. The point is that it was also under Chairman Netero's guidance. What does that mean? His companion said even more excitedly. That means that in 1 month, he not only learned all the techniques, but also reached the chairman's standards. What were Chairman Netero's standards? He had been the world's strongest Nen user. Were his standards so easy to reach? Even geniuses probably couldn't easily reach Netero's standards. Not to mention that it was within a month. The hunters who were looking at Loki's information fell silent. However, the information below was more and more jaw-dropping. Challenged the Zoldyck family. Eliminated the Phantom Troop. I've heard of this, but I didn't expect him to destroy the Zoldyck building with 1 strike. He single-handedly defeated the entire Phantom Troop. This was still when that kid had been training Nen for less than half a year. Most of the hunters in the association knew about the things that happened later. Loki attacked the Zodiac meeting. Killed 2 Zodiac members and even had a head-on confrontation with the chairman, injuring him. He still hadn't woken up even now. Ordinary hunters didn't know about the news of Netero's death. Summarizing this series of information about Loki. A freak. He's so strong that he's practically not human. The speed at which he becomes stronger is completely as terrifying as riding a rocket. There's no one who can restrain that kid anymore. While the outside world was being violently shaken by the Chimera and incident, Pariston walked into Cheadle's office. Have those people finally left? Cheadle was sitting on the sofa, thinking about a problem, and hadn't noticed that Pariston had already walked in. It was only when Pariston patted her shoulder that she reacted. Cheadle had a bad feeling the first time she saw Pariston. What are you doing here? Am I not allowed to come? Pariston asked back. Looking at Cheadle, who was silent, Pariston smiled. How boring. Then I'll just get straight to the point. The point? Looking at Cheadle, who had a puzzled expression. Pariston smiled sheepishly. Don't look at me like that. No matter what, I'm also the vice chairman of the association. Am I not allowed to have something to talk to you about? Fine. What is it? The chairman election. Pariston said, a cold gaze flashing in his eyes as he stared at Cheadle. But before that, shouldn't we replenish the members of the Zodiacs? If they were to elect the next chairman, the Zodiacs definitely couldn't start with the current personnel. They couldn't even gather all the members of the Zodiacs, so what kind of chairman could they elect? Cheadle didn't think anything of the chairman election, but hearing about replenishing the members of the Zodiacs, she immediately frowned. To propose replenishing the members of the Zodiacs at this time is really your style, Pariston. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 290, HHES, Chapter 290. 1,450 words. Could it be that, according to the process, we shouldn't first replenish the missing members of the Zodiacs? Pariston, with a beaming smile, gave people an even more dangerous feeling. Cheadle focused all her attention on thinking about the purpose of Pariston proposing these 2 things at this time. Since you've said it, then we should indeed replenish the members of the Zodiacs. You have recommended candidates, right? Is he testing me? Pariston smiled. How about we let Mr. Loki join the Zodiacs? Loki joining the Zodiacs. Was that possible? Cheadle's expression changed. If it had been before, this proposal wouldn't have been able to pass, but now it really might be able to pass. Because Loki had resolved the Chimera and incident. and had shown all the hunters in the world his unparalleled power. The current Loki had almost taken over Chairman Netero's position among Nin users. If they announced to the outside world that Loki had joined the Zodiacs, she believed that the hunters would be very supportive. Even though Loki had committed many crimes, just the chimera and incident was enough to offset his crimes. Thinking of this, Cheadle was somewhat tempted. Being able to have Loki join the Zodiacs would, on the one hand, allow Jing to continue to guide Loki onto the right path. At the same time, it could also greatly strengthen the prestige of the Hunter Association. But just as Cheadle was about to open her mouth to express her agreement, she suddenly noticed a problem. That was that after the Zodiac members were replenished, the next step would be the election of the new chairman. If Loki joined the Zodiacs at this time, wouldn't that mean that he wouldn't have the opportunity to become the chairman? It wasn't that Loki had to become the chairman. But Loki would lose the qualifications to run for chairman. If Loki became a Zodiac, then the credit for exterminating the Chimera ants would make up for the crimes he had committed before. The chairman election wouldn't have his share. Credit was something that would be offset as long as a reward was given, no matter if the reward was worthy or not. If Loki couldn't participate in the chairman election, then Parry Ston would be very likely to become the next chairman. So that's how it is. Parry Ston, you're after the position of chairman. Raising her head, Cheadle looked at Parry Ston faintly. Loki can't join the Zodiacs. Oh. Why? There are many reasons. The association hasn't decided how to handle his affairs yet. How can we let him easily join the Zodiacs? What a pity. Then does Cheadle have any good candidates? Cheadle only thought for a moment before raising her head and looking at Parry Ston. Morel is very good. He also shone brightly in this chimera and extermination operation. It's enough for him to join the Zodiacs. Morel. From an objective and fair point of view, Morel did have the qualifications to be a member of the Zodiacs. Parry Ston's eyes were full of smiles. He didn't think that Morel would agree to become a member of the Zodiacs. But that wasn't important. What was important was that the power in the association was now divided into two, with one half in his hands as the vice chairman, and the other half in Cheadle's hands. And because the Zodiacs supported Cheadle, Parry Ston was even a step below Cheadle. Now there were two vacant members in the Zodiacs. Cheadle had recommended one person, so Parry Ston could naturally recommend one person as well. Morel is good, then let Morel join the Zodiacs too. Parry Ston actually agreed directly, making Cheadle feel very strange. Then I'll recommend another person too. Parry Ston narrowed his eyes. This person is also very good. Chris. Cheadle asked loudly. Wasn't that the guy who was self-righteous, almost died as a result, and caused Jing and the others' plans to be completely disrupted? Based on these points alone, Cheadle instinctively wanted to reject Parry Ston's proposal. But once she refuted Parry Ston, then Parry Ston would definitely refute Morel's joining as well. If they continued to stalemate like this, it wouldn't be good for anyone. Compared to Parry Ston, Cheadle would have to bear much more pressure at that time. After the Chimera Ant incident, the election of the new chairman was imminent. It couldn't be delayed. Biting her teeth, fine. Cheadle agreed to Parry Ston's proposal. The candidates for replenishing the Zodiac members were determined just like that. Leaving Cheadle's office, Parry Ston shook his head boredly. How boring. His purpose had been achieved. This time, he wasn't trying to get Loki to join the Zodiacs from beginning to end. He was trying to get Chris to join the Zodiacs. Parry Ston also understood that he wouldn't be able to stay in the association for long. He needed someone to take over his position. Someone who was too smart wouldn't do. Instead, someone who was obedient would be enough. A jumping clown. He should have been discredited this time. His clown-like behavior had been seen by all the hunters. From now on, he would probably only be able to withdraw from everyone's sight and live quietly. But Parry Ston had a way to make Chris, who looked like a clown, transform into another image. For example, courageous and fearless, even if his strength was weak, he dared to launch a challenge against unknown, powerful creatures. A leader of the new generation of hunters. As for the candidate for chairman, Pariston actually hoped that Loki would take this position. Because even though he had only contacted him a few times, Pariston knew very well. He was definitely not the kind of person who was good at managing a large organization. In terms of combat power, in terms of the training of Nen, Loki's talent was uniquely blessed. Even Pariston had to admit that. Loki was an out-and-out freak. But managing a large organization wasn't something that anyone with strong combat power was suitable to be a leader. Returning to his room, Pariston sent out a short message. Soon, a new message appeared on the information website. Making the world, which had already been shaken by the century war between Loki and the Chimera and King, tremble again. Loki grabbed Morel's phone. Looking at the text displayed on it, he read it word by word. But before long, Loki felt incredibly ashamed. He had never felt so ashamed before. The article on the phone was information posted by a hunter who claimed to be proficient in analytical abilities. Starting from Loki being valued by Netero and personally taught the training of Nen abilities. It analyzed the hidden truth behind every sensation that Loki had caused. From the first time that Loki had been wanted by the association, the person analyzing it pointed out that this was completely unreasonable. Was Loki really wanted just because he had destroyed a building and caused too much impact on society? There must be an unknown secret hidden behind it, a secret that even the chairman had to compromise with. The people who saw this felt that it made a lot of sense. Loki solved the Phantom Troop, this gang of thieves who had been rampant and unscrupulous all along, but instead of receiving any credit, he was wanted. Thinking about it now, there are indeed a lot of problems. After that, bounty hunters and criminal hunters were dispatched to exterminate Loki. Loki had killed so many people, but it was actually said to be self-defense. The things that happened later were even more outrageous. Attacking the Hunter Association, Loki just wanted to ask Chairman Netero about the truth in person. Killing the Zodiac members was an act of anger after learning the truth. It could be forgiven. Seeing this, Loki was speechless. This could also be forgiven? This was a completely thorough article that helped Loki whitewash his image. This article, which had no clues, shouldn't have attracted people's attention. But in this special period, at this special time, it actually made most of the hunters feel that it was true. They believed that the truth of the matter was like this. As for why people would rather believe in something that couldn't provide any real evidence, the fundamental reason was still because of Loki. The strength that Loki had shown, the terrifying power, made the hunters feel worried. They were afraid. However, if the situation was different, if Loki was a good person, a kind person, worthy of trust, underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 291, HHES, Chapter 291. 1,420 words. Then they wouldn't be afraid. Emotions were a strange thing. In reality, no one cared about the truth. People would only believe in the results that they wanted to see. Jing didn't pay too much attention to Loki's reaction. After reading it, he nodded very seriously. Even he felt that perhaps the truth of the matter was indeed like this. Looking at Jing's gaze, which was like a loving father, Loki felt even more ashamed. When had he, Loki, actually become a cold-faced Sundara with a kind heart? What a joke. Loki didn't consider himself to be a good person, or a bad person. Turning his head, even Morel's gaze had changed. It had become less fearful of him. Looking coldly at that hunter who wanted an autograph. Get lost. Hearing Loki's cold voice, that person didn't seem too afraid. Instead, he nodded very seriously. Sorry for disturbing you. If I meet you next time, I must get one of your autographs. After saying this, the other party left, turning back every few steps. Loki shook his head helplessly. Jing and Morel smiled at each other. Regardless of whether the matter was true or false, sometimes when people believed that a person was a good person, even if he was a bad person, he would become a good person. And when people weren't willing to believe that a good person was a good person, then even the best good person might eventually become a bad person. Let's go, Jing. Jing wasn't repulsed by Loki addressing him by name. Instead, Jing liked Loki's way of treating him as an ordinary companion. When leaving, Jing asked Morel to take care of Killua temporarily. Morel agreed very readily. Morel also wanted to know whether the things that Jing and Loki were doing would succeed. That was reviving a dead person. If such a thing was really done, then it would be too terrifying. At that time, Morel would believe that there was a god in this world. Loki and Jing pushed open the doors of the hospital, preparing to walk out. However, a group of people at the door looked at Loki for a few moments and surrounded him. It really is you. Mr. Loki, you defeated the Chimera and King. Is there anything you want to say to all the hunters in the association? The Hunter Association also had specialized reporters. Their reports wouldn't be shown to ordinary people. They would only be circulated among hunters. This could be considered one of the ways that hunters who were carrying out missions alone could learn about major events in the association for a long time. However, faced with the surging crowd, Loki's expression immediately became even more unsightly. Loki had never thought about such a scene being so popular. Compared to this, he preferred to be alone, not to be disturbed. Don't bother me. But no matter what kind of words Loki said, these people weren't moved at all. Instead, they wanted to ask Loki even more. Whether it was about past events or the Chimera and extermination operation this time, there were too many questions waiting for Loki. Helplessly, Loki had to rush out of the crowd with Jing and disappear without a trace. At the ruins of the palace in East Gorto, near the palace that had been directly destroyed by the Great Flame Emperor, 3 people appeared. One step too late. Looking at the scene before them, the 3 stood around the palace, looking down at the deep pit below. The aura of flames. I'll never forget this aura in my life. Taking off his hood, what was revealed was Sphinx's half of his face. The other 2 were Nobunaga and Shizuku. They had come for the Chimera ants, but they were still one step too late. The battle between Loki and the Chimera ants had obviously ended. After looking at the traces left behind by the battle for a long time, the 3 suddenly heard a voice in the distance. This is too amazing. Such a wide range of destruction. Was this really caused by a Nen attack? Hearing the voice coming from the distance, the 3 quickly streaked towards the distance. In the distance was the team organized by Chris, who had returned to film the terrifying destruction scene caused by the battle as soon as Loki and the others had left East Gorto. These scenes could sell for a lot of money. Shizuku didn't know when she had appeared in the crowd. Looking at the instruments in the hands of those people, which were playing the battle scenes. That kid is so amazing. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, this group of people raised their heads and glanced at Shizuku. He's simply inhumanly strong. By the way, do you know where he is now? He should be at the Hunter Association now. Didn't the news just say that he's in the hospital near the association headquarters? In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. In the sky, a flying ship was slowly advancing. While driving the flying ship, Jing turned his head and smiled at Loki. You really have some enthusiastic fans, Loki. Loki, who was sitting in the chair, ignored Jing, tilting his head and looking out the window. You're now a hot and obvious figure in the association. Even I have never enjoyed this kind of treatment. Loki rolled his eyes. Do you really think this matter is that simple? Hearing this, Jing's movements paused slightly. With Jing's swift thinking, he quickly understood what Loki meant. This article that had suddenly appeared had appeared at just the right time. It was using more than just Loki. It was also using the hunter's fear of Loki. Using this to reverse the terrifying influence that Loki had always left on people. Turning Loki in the blink of an eye from a monster kid that everyone feared into a great hero, a savior. The change in roles was too fast. Why could that article, which had no evidence, attract the approval of a large number of people? The fundamental reason was that the Loki described above was the Loki that people hoped to see in their hearts. So what they believed in wasn't that nonsensical article. What they believed in was the situation that they wanted to see in their hearts. Jing's eyes flickered slightly a few times. I thought you hadn't noticed. I indeed didn't notice, but my feeling tells me that something's not right. That strange feeling again. This ability was really perverted. He could even rely on feeling to make a judgment about this kind of thing. Speechless. Jing was even somewhat envious. If he had such an ability, perhaps the things he wanted to do would be even simpler. The flying ship was advancing towards Kukura Mountain. At this time, the Hunter Association was in a chaotic mess. The replenishment of the Zodiac members, because Morel had rejected it without hesitation, had left Cheadle at a loss. In addition, Jing had also disappeared with Loki, and hadn't even returned to the association headquarters. The hunters outside were also noisy and quarrelsome to see Loki. They wanted Loki to give a speech, talking about the process of the Chimera and extermination operation this time. Because of a strange article, Loki had actually become a popular figure in the Hunter Association in the blink of an eye. There were also people who proposed to revoke Loki's wanted order. Regarding this, Cheadle tested Five's attitude, but she hadn't expected Five to directly say that he would let the association handle it themselves. It seemed that Five was also somewhat afraid of Loki's attack, which was comparable to a nuclear bomb. Five wasn't afraid of real nuclear bombs. What he was afraid of was a humanoid nuclear bomb like Loki. Loki could go anywhere and destroy what he wanted to destroy. Even Five wouldn't be taken seriously by Loki. On the other hand, it was almost impossible for Five to deal with Loki. Loki's speed seemed like even the fastest missiles couldn't catch up. Adding Loki's powerful strength, Five didn't want to get too entangled in this matter anymore. It was best to push it onto Netero, push it onto the Hunter Association, and have it be unrelated to them. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 292, HHES, Chapter 292. 1,253 words. There were a lot of things that needed to be handled, and Cheadle was about to collapse herself. On the second day after the Chimera and King's death, the Hunter Association was constantly handling one problem after another in the midst of chaos. And at this time, Cheadle had no time to care about the aftermath. Perry Ston took over the handling of the aftermath of the East Gorto incident, and took the opportunity to use his position to obtain many Chimera and corpses. The soldier eggs that had been created by Poof had all been destroyed by Loki's strike. Now Perry Ston could only target those Chimera and corpses. Kukura Mountain. Outside the testing gate. Loki and Jing got off the bus together. Coincidentally, the tour guide was still the one that Loki had seen last time. However, the other party obviously didn't remember him. You're wasting time, Jing. Loki looked at the testing gate before him and said to Jing. But Jing turned a deaf ear to Loki's words. In the end, we're asking for a favor. Seizing it by force is no different from being a robber. It's best to pay a polite visit. Loki found these words amusing. Did that mean that if the other party didn't agree to help, the two would leave? Once they didn't agree, wouldn't they still end up resorting to force? Was there a difference? There wasn't any essential difference. However, since Jing insisted on doing this, Loki didn't stop him. Loki had originally planned to fly directly into Kukura Mountain, then snatch away a Luka, and he would block the others, letting Jing go try to save Gon. But Jing insisted on visiting the Zoldyks first. Loki could only watch Jing do these meaningless things. Here is the Zoldyks testing gate. It also has another name, the Gate of Hell, and everything behind the gate is the Zoldyks' private territory. While the tour guide was introducing it, Jing prepared to walk towards the testing gate. Sir, you'd better not go over there. This is the Zoldyk, the place of an assassination family. You'll be in danger if you do that. Oh. It's okay. Don't worry about me. Jing smiled at the tour guide. Taking 2 or 3 steps, he walked to the front of the testing gate. Gatekeeper Zebro glanced at Jing. He actually knows the rules of the testing gate. He turned his head and looked at Loki behind Jing. Zebro stared at Loki for a few seconds. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out. That kid isn't. The scene of Loki pushing open the testing gate last time was still vivid in Zebro's mind. He had come again this time. And he had brought someone. What were they planning to do? Out of the duty of a gatekeeper, Zebro still stepped forward and asked carefully. Sirs, what business do you have coming to the Zoldyks? Loki ignored him, but Jing spoke. We want to meet the head of the Zoldyk family. The head of the family? This was the first time in all these years that Zebro had heard such a request. Are you guests invited by the master? Jing shook his head. Sorry, we came on our own. Then this is... Zebro revealed a troubled expression. Loki, who was to the side, sighed helplessly. Let's just go in directly. All this fussing is really troublesome. Loki stepped towards the testing gate. The tourists on the bus were silently watching Loki. What is that kid going to do? Aren't the adults going to do anything? This is the Zoldyk family. This is too dangerous. Clang. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a person looked up at the testing gate. The gate is open. The light behind the gate shone out, making Loki's figure very long, very long. One by one, they opened their mouths wide, staring with their eyes. Looking at Loki's thin body. Then looking at the incomparably tall giant gate. Such a kid had actually pushed it open casually. The Gate of Hell had been opened by that kid. The Gate of Hell has been opened by that kid. The tour guide's pretty face turned pale with fright. She rushed back to the bus as quickly as possible. At the same time, she was also yelling at the other tourists to leave quickly. And Loki and Jing were abandoned here just like that. Zebro swallowed. The 7th gate had been opened. Thinking about it carefully, Zebro had only seen Loki be able to push open the 4th gate last time. He hadn't expected that he would actually directly open the last gate this time. How long had it been? Was it even a year? He had actually become so terrifying. And what made Zebro feel the most terrified was Loki's casual attitude. It seemed as if this 7th gate, with its weight of 25 tons, didn't exist at all. Zebro, whose legs were somewhat weak, didn't know what to do now. Let's go, Jing. Okay. Jing nodded. He had also understood a little about the Zoldyks' information before coming. This 7th gate of the testing gate weighed over 200 tons. Even he couldn't do it as easily as Loki. Helplessly, Jing nodded at Zebro. Sorry. Zebro didn't dare to say anything to Jing's apology. He could only watch the two step into the Zoldyks gate. Turning around, he could only fulfill his duty and report it to the higher-ups. As soon as they entered the Zoldyks gate, a cold wind blew over. This wasn't an ordinary cold wind. It felt like it made even the soul feel cold. Something was strange. Jing muttered to himself in his heart. And Loki had also discovered the difference. Loki hadn't felt anything the first time he had stepped into the Zoldyx, but now, with the spiritual vision ability and the ultra instinct ability, Loki's senses were extremely sharp. Strange energy fluctuations are floating in the air. Interesting. I actually didn't notice it at all the first time I came. Raising his head, Loki's Byakugan directly unfolded. Under the Byakugan's insight, the source of those traces of black aura in the air was that huge volcano of the Zoldyx. However, it seemed that this volcano had entered a dormant period. This was different from what Loki had originally thought. A dead volcano and a volcano in a dormant period were completely two different concepts. A volcano in a dormant period. Living at the foot of a volcano that could erupt at any time. What secrets are you hiding? Loki strode forward. However, before he could take 2 steps, Jing raised his head, looking at the huge monster that was suddenly blocking their path. When Jing saw its eyes, even Jing was somewhat shaken. Jing had never seen those dark eyes before. There was completely no trace of the aura that a living being should have. Those eyes were completely devoid of spirit. The Zoldyck's pet, Mike. Loki raised his eyes. Do you still recognize me? As soon as Loki's voice came out, the calm Mike began to show some fear, suddenly turning its head and running away quickly. In the instant that Mike turned around, Loki felt a trace of abnormality. That creature isn't afraid of me. It's afraid of some kind of power on my body. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 293, HHES, Chapter 293. 1,372 words. Loki, that creature is very strange. Jing said very seriously. Being able to make Jing say the word strange made Loki even more confident that his judgment was correct. A volcano in a dormant period, a strange creature, Mike, plus an even stranger unidentified object. The Zoldyx seemed to be hiding even bigger secrets. The two continued to advance. Zebro had already passed on the message of the two entering the mountain to Silva. Silva was very surprised to receive the message. He had also watched that video on the Hunter Information website not long ago. The power that Loki had displayed had also greatly surprised him. In such a short time, Loki had already grown to this extent, but Silva hadn't expected that. 2 days later, Loki and Jing, one of the 5 major Nin users, freaks, would actually come to his door. Let Goto go. Bring them up. Butler Goto, who had received the order, soon received Loki and Jing. On the way up the mountain, Loki looked at the tall volcano in a dormant period. Loki had been very strange before. Why was the Zoldyck's house built on the mountainside instead of on the top of the mountain? Was the top of the mountain too cold? But now it seemed that it wasn't because of the climate. Instead, the black aura on the mountainside was already terrifying enough. The black aura was even stronger further up. If ordinary people lived there, they might be affected by the black aura. Being sick would be the lightest consequence. If it was more serious, they might die directly. Loki, wait for me to talk to them later. Jing was worried that Loki's arrogant attitude would make the Zoldyx feel dissatisfied. As it concerned Gon, Jing still seemed very concerned about some details. Loki understood Jing's feelings and nodded casually. However, Loki didn't think highly of Jing's actions. No matter what, Loki believed that a battle would be inevitable in the end. Since the end result was a battle anyway, why waste time? But it didn't matter. Loki could also take the opportunity to see what the secret of Kukuru Mountain was. Byakugan fully opened, carefully observing every subtle change in the surroundings. Not to mention, Loki really discovered a strange phenomenon. These black auras seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally avoiding him. Instead, they preferred to gather on Jing's body more. What is it that makes these auras completely want to avoid me? Loki possessed too many powers. Now he couldn't figure out what exactly was causing these black auras to not want to approach him at all. Master Silva is waiting for the two of you inside. Please come in. Goto slowly pushed open the door. The road in the darkness was illuminated by the candlelight hanging on both sides. The swaying flames seemed like they could go out at any time. As soon as the door opened, an even stronger black aura scattered out. However, at this moment, Loki's Zanpakuto moved slightly, and the fire spirit also seemed to become very excited. Passing through the dim corridor, going around a screen with a redwood and golden dragon pattern, in a spacious room, on a chair carved with dragon patterns, Silva sat cross-legged on a soft cushion. His elbows were resting on his knees, and his fists were propping up his chin. He looked down at the two with lowered eyes. Freaks, it's rare for a hunter to visit the Zoldycks. It's really a rare thing. Saying this, Silva turned his eyes and looked at Loki. Loki, long time no see. Your changes in just over a year are really staggering. In terms of talent, you're the most terrifying person I've ever seen in my life. In the dim shadows, someone brought over 2 chairs. Loki secretly glanced at the person hiding in the darkness and plopped down on the chair. Leaning back casually, he had no intention of speaking at all. Seeing this, Silva also understood that Loki wasn't the main character this time. It should be Jing. What did Freaks want to say, or what did he have to ask of Silva and the Zoldycks? It wasn't difficult to guess the purpose of the two coming. After all, the Zoldycks didn't have any conflicts with the Hunter Association, including the Hunters. It couldn't be to cause trouble. Then it should be something that they needed. Something that they wanted to ask for. Freaks, what can I do for you? Jing nodded at Silva and also sat down, speaking very politely. First of all, thank you, Mr. Silva, for being willing to see us. Secondly, I wanted to tell Mr. Silva that Killua participated in the Chimera Ant-extermination operation. Hearing these words, Silva was somewhat surprised. After all, Killua's figure hadn't been seen in the filmed videos. He smiled. That child actually had such courage. Very good. After giving a light and airy praise, Silva continued to stare intently at Jing. Faced with Silva's strong gaze, Jing's gaze seemed much gentler. Because Jing was about to ask someone for something, and secondly, Silva's strength made Jing feel that he wasn't weaker than himself. If they fought, just dealing with Silva alone would be a very headache-inducing thing. Not to mention that the Zoldyck family was a family of assassins. Even a child like Killua wasn't a target that could be easily dealt with. Not to mention Silva and his father, Zeno. Zoldyck, that old man was still a friend of Chairman Netero. His strength was also absolutely formidable. Killua was injured, Jing said with a smile, but the light flashing in his eyes was secretly observing Silva's expression and movements for any subtle changes. Unfortunately, after hearing these words, Silva didn't have any changes. He's restraining any movements and expressions that could reveal his inner fluctuations. As expected of a Zoldyck. He's seriously injured and still unconscious. Silva was silent for a long time. So this is the purpose of your trip? To tell me about Killua's news. He hadn't expected Silva to say this. Jing had originally wanted to take advantage of this to try to get the Zoldyck family to agree to let them borrow Aluka's power. But now it seemed that Silva wasn't the kind of person who would take a loss. His own son was injured and unconscious, but he didn't seem to want to ask about it at all. This messed up all of Jing's plans. He didn't know what to say in the next sentence. Because once he took the initiative to say the request, he would fall into a passive situation. If Silva showed even a little gratitude, he would be able to say the following words smoothly. Now, Jing could only grit his teeth and continue to say, if it hadn't been for us treating Killua in time, he might have already died. How lucky that child is. After saying this, Silva even looked very fortunate. The words of gratitude had been naturally omitted by Silva. Seeing the two clashing in words, with neither willing to fall behind, Loki couldn't help but start thinking that the interaction between two fathers, compared to the interaction between two sons, had too much of a contrast. Jing was helpless. Killua was impacted by the aftershock of the explosion into a stone crevice. Fortunately, I discovered him in time. Is that so? Jing's eyesight is really good. I saved Killua, but my child, Gon, was unable to. Very regrettable. At this point, Jing almost wanted to vomit blood. This guy Silva wasn't taking the bait at all. Gon can still be saved, but I want to borrow the Zoldic's power. Hearing this, Silva rarely stopped talking. Turning his head, he said to the butler standing in the shadows. Transfer 10 billion Jenny to the Hunter Association's account. After saying this, Silva turned back and looked at Jing. If you're here to ask for a reward for saving Killua, the Zoldycks can only give this much. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 294, HHES, Chapter 294. 1,384 words. He smiled. Killua should also be a professional hunter, right? A member of the Hunter Association, participating in the association's extermination mission. You saved him, but I didn't expect you to ask for a reward. Jing's face turned completely ugly. He finally understood why Loki had said that he was wasting time. The Zoldycks couldn't be seen with the thinking of ordinary people at all. Seeing that Jing still had something to say, Silva directly spoke first. If there's nothing else, please go back. Of course, you're welcome to visit next time. Killua is also a hunter, so I'm entrusting him to you. He had finished talking about Jing's hard work of saving Killua so simply. Loki couldn't help but give Silva a thumbs up. As expected of the head of the Zoldyck family. He was truly someone who wouldn't take a loss at all. His own son's life had been hanging by a thread, and had been pulled back, but he didn't even say a word of thanks, and was even able to make the savior speechless. Jing suddenly stood up from the chair. I beg you, Mr. Silva, to let the Zoldycks help me save my child. Loki didn't see Jing's expression when he said these words. But from the shocked look on Silva's face, Loki could roughly imagine what a painful expression Jing had when he said these words. Silva would definitely not agree. He slowly shook his head. Apart from money, the Zoldycks can't help in any way. I'm sorry, Mr. Jing. Aluka. Silva's eyebrows suddenly furrowed. His gaze pierced at Jing like knives. Freaks. Jing lowered his head and coldly said the 3 words Aluka. I need that child's power, just this once. As long as I can save Gon, I can pay any price. Where did you learn that name from, Jing? The first strike. The two were evenly matched. Jing's aura was slightly stronger than Silva's. But Silva's combat skills actually faintly suppressed Jing. After all, they were an assassination family who lived for killing all day long. Silva's combat skills could be summed up as fast, and every move was deadly. After the exchange, the two pushed away from each other at the first moment. Jing looked at the faint scratches on the clothes on his chest. How dangerous. I was almost hit. And Silva also frowned, looking at the abrasions in the palm of his hand. This kind of aura seems like an enhancement type ability user. Boom. The two paused for just a second. And then attacked again. For a time, only two figures could be seen colliding continuously, constantly exchanging blows. The fluctuations formed by the gathered Nin aura spread wildly in all directions. Loki narrowed his eyes. Loki found this kind of battle uninteresting, because neither of them was fighting with the determination to kill the other. Even if they attacked, it was just a probing attack. Loki could understand Jing not going all out, but why didn't Silva seem to want to kill Jing either? Given the Zoldyck's situation, it should be impossible to not have the intention to kill once they attacked. Silva doing this couldn't be out of fear of something. There must be another purpose. In reality, Silva not going all out wasn't because he didn't want to deal with Jing, but because he was waiting. Waiting for the moment when Jing revealed a flaw. Because even if Silva went all out, he didn't have the confidence to kill with one strike. So he could only choose to wait. This kind of probing attack was a competition of patience. Whoever revealed a flaw first would suffer the other party's crazy attack. Even if they didn't die, they would definitely lose their combat power. At the same time, Silva had to conserve enough stamina to deal with Loki, who was very likely to attack. So he had to hold back, fighting with Jing, as if they were having a friendly spar. After the battle continued for a few minutes, Alumi, who was watching the battle in the control room, rubbed his eyes. Father's spirit is really good. After such a long battle, he hasn't revealed any flaws at all. Humph. Of course. That Jing Freaks isn't an easy guy to deal with. He could be defeated if he's not careful. Zeno slowly shook his head. Silva is waiting for a chance to kill with one strike. At the same time, he's also guarding against Loki. Is that kid really that strong? Zeno opened his mouth. That kid is a monster. Compared to him, you guys are just the difference between normal people and monsters. Do you understand? Boom. Suddenly, Maluki walked in. Grandpa, big brother, I heard that Dad is fighting. Looking at Maluki, who had suddenly barged in, Zeno nodded. Maluki is watching the surveillance. Impressive. Someone can fight with old men to this extent. Alumi said, the other party is one of the world's 5 major nin users. If he didn't even have this level, then he wouldn't be worthy of being called one of the world's 5 major nin users. Are we just going to watch here? Glancing at Maluki, who was somewhat anxious, Zeno nodded faintly. The other party's purpose is Aluka, and the person who's fighting with your father isn't much of a threat. What's important is that kid. Ha! Kid? Maluki stared at Loki for a few moments. He had been somewhat dismissive, but he suddenly froze. Grandpa, could this be? It seems that you recognize him. Recognize? It was more than just recognizing him. Maluki was different from Alumi. He had many channels for collecting information. How could he not know about the major events that had happened in the past 2 days? This is that monster who has the power comparable to a nuclear bomb with one strike, right? Zeno nodded. That's right. It's him. A nuclear bomb? Alumi looked at the two with some confusion. Maluki didn't have time to explain much. For such a person to come to the Zoldycks is indeed very dangerous. So now you understand, right? That Jing Freaks isn't the main threat. As long as Silva can deal with him, the remaining monster kid should be able to be blocked with our Zoldyck's power. But if the two join forces, it will be very difficult. Zeno said slowly. His eyes also became solemn. Maluki suddenly spoke. If we just want to deal with that Jing, I have a way. Alumi and Zeno were both somewhat disbelieving. Maluki scratched his head embarrassedly. I did a small experiment before in that training ground. I installed a mechanism. If it's just to trap that guy, it shouldn't be a problem. The two looked at Maluki. They hadn't expected Maluki to be secretly manufacturing those strange things again. Even Zeno sometimes felt a headache for the things that Maluki manufactured. Since you have a way, then you contact your father. Silva, who was in the middle of the battle, suddenly had a cold light flash in his eyes. Seeing the subtle change in Silva's gaze, Jing was somewhat surprised. Are you planning to get serious? This time, Silva opened his mouth to answer him. It's time to get serious after playing for so long. Jing smiled. What arrogant words. Jing suddenly raised his head. Then let's see your true ability. Boom. Jing went all out. That powerful Nen aura surged out wildly. In an instant, a sharp wind swept over, howling past. At the same time, the aura on Silva's body also became agitated. The aura that jumped like lightning gathered on his hands. He's using a special move. Seeing this, Jing was somewhat strange. With Silva's speed, directly unleashing a strong attack wouldn't be able to hit him. It was completely wasting his aura. However, Silva didn't seem to think so. The two auras were rapidly gathering in his hands, and in an instant, they formed a terrifying Nen aura fluctuation. His figure flashed, and he went straight for Jing. Jing jumped away in the instant that Silva attacked. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 295, HHES, Chapter 295. 1,325 words. Boom. A violent roar rang out. Jing, you're underestimating me too much. After jumping away, Jing landed and had just finished saying a sentence. Clang clang. Suddenly, a glass wall appeared before him. A mechanism. Trying to trap me with this kind of thing. Suddenly, a large pile of green mucus appeared above. Jing activated aura to protect his body at the first moment. Hiss hiss. What terrifying corrosiveness. The spraying mucus made Jing frown slightly. He raised his hand, preparing to break the glass and rush out. But his heart suddenly started beating rapidly. Jing's eyes trembled slightly. Poison. What kind of poison is this? It can actually penetrate the protection of Nen aura. Jing looked at Silva with a horrified expression. He knew his own body very well. Although he wouldn't say that he was completely immune to toxins, ordinary non-lethal poisons shouldn't have too much of an impact on Jing's physique. But this poison actually penetrated into his body even with his Nen aura defense. And it took effect quickly in such a short time. Even Jing had never seen such a terrifying poison. The blood vessels on Jing's arm were actually emitting black light at an extremely fast speed. Jing felt that his aura was no longer able to function normally. Jing rushed out of the glass. His eyes were covered in bloodshot as he looked at Silva. But before he could speak, Jing felt that he was starting to feel dizzy. What a powerful poison. Jing, who was squatting on the ground and panting heavily, didn't dare to speak at all. The deadly thing about this toxin was that it would accelerate the target's heartbeat. And with an accelerated heartbeat, the blood flow would be even faster. The toxin would then be able to spread to every corner of the body in a very short time. Jing's condition made Zeno and Alumi, who were in the control room, somewhat surprised. Maluki, is this what you meant by just controlling him? Zeno looked at Jing's appearance. He looked like he was about to die. Alumi frowned. Where did you get that thing from? Maluki himself didn't seem to have expected it to have such great power. He smiled sheepishly. I made some things and fortunately brought a little bit of something out from there. I thought it only had corrosiveness, but I didn't expect it to actually be a deadly poison. That place. Illumi shook his head. That place was a forbidden area. Old Man had said that they must never step foot there. But now wasn't the time to punish Maluki. Even Silva hadn't expected Maluki to have such a terrifying thing. However, judging from Jing's appearance, he wouldn't be a threat. He might even die soon. A swift wind suddenly swept past Silva's side. At that instant, Silva's forehead instantly broke out in layers of cold sweat. Loki swept past him at an extremely fast speed. And he had been distracted and hadn't paid attention to Loki at all. It shouldn't be said that even if he hadn't been affected by Jing's appearance and been distracted, he wouldn't have been able to defend against that fleeting figure just now. Experiencing it in person and watching it through the screen are completely two different feelings. Silva hadn't thought that Loki's speed was that terrifying when he was fighting the Chimera and King. But after feeling it firsthand now, he understood. The conclusion he had drawn at that time was too hasty. Raising his eyes, a series of cracking sounds rang out continuously. Silva's eyes narrowed sharply. This is... Before his eyes, Loki's hand gently patted Jing's shoulder. The next second, ice that was visible to the naked eye instantly appeared on Jing's body, freezing him into an ice sculpture in an instant. Jing, who was emitting a cold aura, didn't even have time to react before he was frozen into an ice sculpture by Loki. Terrifying. Terrifying power. Terrifying low temperature. Silva's gaze was locked tightly on Loki. What was even more terrifying was that this seemed to be Loki's new ability. An ability that he had never displayed before. Doesn't Loki possess the power of flames? How can he also use the power of ice? Flames and ice, two powers that were opposed to each other, were actually mastered by Loki alone. Is this the talent of a freak? This is completely unlike a normal person. Even Silva had a guess at this moment. Could it be that Loki also had an unidentified object like a Luca on his body? That was why Loki was so terrifying. It should be fine, right? He probably won't die for the time being like this. Loki raised his head and clapped his hands. The arm that had turned into ice was slowly returning to normal. A pair of calm eyes looked directly at Silva. Silva stabilized his emotions and looked at Loki with a calm expression. Take him away. He should still be able to be saved. Okay, hand Aluka over to me. Hearing the three words Aluka, even though Silva was extremely wary of Loki, he still revealed an angry gaze as he looked at Loki. No one has ever succeeded in snatching something from the Zoldyx. Hearing this, Loki took a light step forward. Lowering his head, he said faintly, have you thought it over? If you don't agree, then I'll just take it myself. The corners of Silva's eyes twitched slightly. His expression became somewhat angry. But before he could speak, a dragon's roar rang out. Dragon head picture play Fong thrust. In the instant that the dragon's roar came, ice block pheasant beak. The cold air instantly erupted in Loki's hand. In an instant, a huge ice bird spread its wings and crashed fiercely into the dragon head picture play Fong thrust that was flying in the air. A violent explosion rang out. The white cold air rushed towards Silva's back. Preposterous. Don't underestimate the Zoldyx too much. You're just a kid who still smells of milk. Zeno carried his hands on his back and walked out of the cold air step by step. Standing next to Silva. He can even casually block Grandpa's attack. So strong. Illumi also appeared, standing on Silva's other side. Zeno, Silva, and Illumi all stared directly at Loki. Be careful, Illumi. Don't act rashly. Wait for my orders. Silva said faintly. Illumi nodded. Loki, there's absolutely no way Aluka will be handed over to you. There's still time now. Zeno was advising Loki. Glancing at the three. The Zoldyx power, let me see it today. Consider it a warm-up. Loki's attitude was also very firm, and he wouldn't have any changes at all. Seeing this, Zeno could only sigh. It seems that these old bones of mine are going to have to be tossed around again today. Old man, I'll be responsible for the frontal attack. You help me distract him. Illumi, stand by at any time. Silva took a step forward, and his aura was instantly activated. The power of ice. Old man, Illumi, be careful. He glanced at Jing. Don't be enveloped by that terrifying cold air. Otherwise, you'll be frozen into an ice sculpture in an instant. Flames and ice. To master these two powers at the same time is really terrifying. Zeno said this, but his eyes were full of fighting intent. Loki's left hand was emitting bone-chilling cold air, while his right hand was burning with raging flames. The white cloak fluttered recklessly. Two different feelings alternated. The temperature around him was completely presenting two extreme states. Loki narrowed his eyes, smiling lightly as he looked at the three generations of Zoldyks before him. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 296, HHES, Chapter 296. 1,381 words. The fair face was glowing red on one side and exuding cold air on the other. The power of the high Nomi was indeed very good. Loki even preferred ice to flames. There was no high or low distinction between the two powers. They were both Logia-type devil fruits, and how much power they could unleash completely depended on how strong Loki's Nen aura was. And after eating the high Nomi, Loki discovered that the Nen aura required for elementalization had actually been reduced by half. With Loki's current Nen aura, he didn't have to care too much about the Nen aura consumed by elementalization. With the power of elementalization, Loki wouldn't be in any danger in this world anymore. Unless he just happened to encounter a Nen user with a rule-type ability. Loki could completely not avoid or dodge ordinary Nen user attacks. I'll just use you to test their new abilities. Raising his hand, he lightly snapped his fingers. Accompanying the sound of the snap, 2 balls of white Nen light flew out from Loki's body. The three stared at the 2 balls of white Nen light at the first moment. Nen beasts. Silva and the others were naturally very clear about how Nen beasts appeared at the same time. In the instant that they appeared, a strong tide of Nen aura surged. Silva stared intently at the 2 Nen beasts that had suddenly appeared. Feeling the aura that was erupting from the 2 Nen beasts, his eyes trembled slightly. Just Nen beasts actually possess such powerful Nen aura fluctuations. How much Nen has that kid Loki injected into the 2 Nen beasts? While Silva was feeling shocked, Loki smiled. 3 against 3. Now it's fair. Hearing this, the corners of Zeno's face twitched slightly. It was indeed fair in terms of numbers, but in reality, it was still Loki's power alone that was fighting against the 3 of them at the same time. The 2 Nen beasts were only condensed from Loki's own aura. Cultivating Nen beasts like this required making trade-offs. Nen beasts could generally play a supporting role in battle, strengthening the Nen user's combat ability. But correspondingly, Nen beasts were like weakening the aura that a Nen user could control. Comparing the aura in a person's body to what was contained in a bucket, then Nen beasts weren't just consuming aura. They were equivalent to shrinking the bucket. And not just simply consuming the water in the bucket. So how to make trade-offs between the advantages and disadvantages of developing Nen beasts, like this was what Nen users who cultivated this type of ability needed to pay attention to. But that was just for ordinary people who needed to make trade-offs. Zeno looked at the aura that was still so powerful that it could give him great pressure, lingering on Loki's body. The appearance of the Nen beasts didn't seem to have too much of an impact on Loki. It didn't disperse much of Loki's aura. But the Nen aura fluctuations emitted by the Nen beasts were quite strong. What's going on? Zeno had questions in his heart, but he couldn't figure it out. With his rich combat experience, he would actually not be able to see through the ability of even a Nen beast one day. It wasn't that he was old. It was that Loki was too freakish, too perverted. I'll just use you to test the new abilities of the Nen beasts. Loki grinned. Be careful not to die too easily. Zenki's figure suddenly moved. The movement of a mere Nen beast actually dragged out a long phantom behind it. Silva's eyebrows twitched. This is a Nen beast. Although he was very suspicious that this was a human with the appearance of a Nen beast, Silva didn't have time to think about this question. Zenki's attack had already descended. He needed to block Zenki's attack. Nen aura gathered, and in an instant a dazzling white light bloomed. Silva's hands violently bombarded towards Zenki's body. Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing rang out. The shockwave made Illumi, who was relatively close to Silva, couldn't help but cover his ears. The oncoming wind made it somewhat difficult for him to open his eyes. Zeno, who was to the side, stood steadily in place, staring wide-eyed at the Nen beast that could compete with Silva. Silva's power can't even knock a Nen beast away. How is that possible? Even though he had imagined that Loki's Nen beasts wouldn't be simple. It definitely shouldn't be like this. The long axe in Zenki's hand was blocked. However, Zenki suddenly opened his mouth. Silva was wondering what this Nen beast was going to do. Was it going to bite him? A huge cannon barrel appeared before Silva. Thick black smoke rose in front of Silva's chest. Its head has turned into a weapon to attack. Zeno was stunned for a moment first and then frowned tightly. The power isn't great. It's just the power of an ordinary weapon. Are you okay, Silva? Zeno asked. Silva waved his hand to disperse the black smoke. I'm fine. It's just an ordinary cannonball attack. It doesn't have much power. Boom, 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 boom. Zenki stood in place, and suddenly a series of vibrations rang out from behind him. In an instant, a blue figure suddenly came out. Everyone looked up at the figure that had came out from behind Zenki. The moment they clearly saw the other party's appearance, they were instantly stunned. Goki's arms had turned into two huge hammers, directly slamming down on Silva. The speed was so fast that people could faintly hear the sound of the wind scraping past the hammers. Silva jumped away extremely quickly. Boom thump. In an instant, Goki's attack landed, and the ground directly shook. A thick cloud of dust rose. Illumi opened his mouth slightly, and that calm face of his finally changed. What strong attack power! This attack power seems to be even more terrifying than my full-strength attack. Looking at the cracks that had been cracking on the ground, Illumi couldn't help but swallow. Is this really just a Nen beast? Why do even Nen beasts have special Nen abilities? Looking at Goki's hands gradually returning to their original form from the weapon form. Not only was Illumi very surprised, but even Zeno and Silva had never seen a Nen beast have such a unique Nen ability. Loki was very satisfied with the power that Zenki and Goki had displayed. It seemed that those two devil fruits hadn't been wasted. Suddenly, Illumi heard a familiar roar. This voice was his grandfather Zeno. In a trance, Illumi saw his grandfather frantically calling out to him. However, a sharp wind rang out behind his back. He slowly turned his head. Before he could turn his head back to see what was attacking him, suddenly, the agitated aura suddenly burst open, instantly sweeping over Illumi's entire body. Are you crazy? Illumi. Silva's voice also came. A mouthful of black blood suddenly spurted out of Illumi's mouth. Silva stood in the distance, covering his chest. A long bloody gash had been slashed out on his chest by Goki's sword. But he also immediately launched a counterattack. A huge Nen bullet formed in an instant, and was thrown towards Zenki. He wanted to eliminate Zenki and weaken Loki's power. But Silva hadn't expected that just as his attack was about to hit Zenki, Illumi would jump out as if he had gone crazy, blocking in front of Zenki, bearing his attack for Zenki. The neon light suddenly spread out. Traces of bright red blood appeared in Silva's eyes. Illumi, who had fallen to the ground, was full of wounds. Wounds that were so deep that the bone could be seen. Blood flowed out continuously. Until the end, Illumi didn't even know why he had clearly felt the danger. Loki should have attacked him. But why had he suddenly jumped in front of Zenki and blocked the attack? Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 297, HHES, Chapter 297. 1,192 words. Illumi, who had fallen to the ground, could only open his eyes, staring fiercely at Loki one last time. However, his consciousness began to blur and he fainted. Silva saw Illumi close his eyes, and his hand trembled slightly. A black shadow appeared from behind him, completely enveloping his entire body. An icy chill instantly rose from the soles of Silva's feet, spreading throughout his entire body in an instant. A huge spiked club appeared behind Silva. It was flashing with neon light. And it slammed down on Silva. Neon aura vibrated. Silva's back felt waves of stinging pain. He slowly turned his head. That spiked club slammed into his body. At this moment, Silva wanted to raise his hand. Even if he exhausted his last bit of strength, he had to eliminate one of Loki's neon beasts. But just as he raised his hand, Zenki in front of him turned his hands into longswords and stabbed into Silva's throat. Silva's throat tasted sweet. The sweet and bloody blood overflowed. A mouthful of blood sprayed onto Zenki's body. Silva's eyes gradually began to lose their spirit. He stubbornly held onto the blades of Zenki's sword that had pierced into his body, refusing to let go. But he didn't last long. Silva also fainted. It had only been 3 seconds from beginning to end. Illumi and Silva had been dealt with. Everything had happened too suddenly. Zeno, who was constantly being forced back by Loki, saw this scene, and the veins on his face suddenly bulged. Damn kid, this old man will definitely not. Tsukuyomi. The rotating Manjikyu Sharingan, like a huge vortex, instantly sucked Zeno in. In this short instant, Loki endured the backlash after using Tsukuyomi and quickly approached Zeno, punching him straight in the body. Zeno, who had just come out of the Tsukuyomi space, hadn't even fully regained consciousness. His entire body flew out like a cannonball. Zeno in the air. His mental power had been ravaged by Tsukuyomi, and it was already because his mental power was relatively strong that he hadn't fainted immediately. And he had been hit by Loki's full-strength attack. Even though the aura in his body was very strong, that was Loki. Some people said that Loki was the world's strongest nin user. Although Zeno felt that it was an exaggeration, it also proved that Loki's power couldn't be underestimated. With this strike, Zeno felt as if his bones had fallen apart. And that was still with him having aura defense. He crashed heavily to the ground. Zeno's aura also almost disappeared instantly. All 3 had been dealt with. Maluki, who was in the control room, had cold sweat breaking out on his face one wave after another. Impossible. Am I hallucinating? Big brother, dad, grandpa have all been defeated. They were knocked down, all 3 of them in the blink of an eye. That kid isn't human. How can a person be so strong? That nin beast was actually able to. Maluki covered his head, looking at the figure of only Loki standing on the surveillance screen. He didn't know what to do at all. Although he was also an user, compared to Loki, he was probably not even as good as one of Loki's fingers. Are the Zoldyks finished? It's a lie, right? How can there be such a strong kid? I must have seen it wrong. Closing his eyes and reopening them, Maluki blinked. There was no one on the screen. Maluki was stunned for a moment. Rubbing his eyes. It was indeed a hallucination. How could Grandpa and the others? Loki was gone. But Zeno, Silva, and Illumi were still lying on the ground. Maluki fell to the ground, looking up at the figures of the three lying on the surveillance screen. Where did he run off to? However, at this moment, Loki had already come outside. To someone who was about the same height as him. And the reason why Loki would use Tsukuyomi without hesitation to quickly deal with Zeno was because of the person before him. An old man with a short stature. The wrinkles on his face were even more than Netero's. His hands were in his pockets. Looking at him with a calm expression. Loki looked at him. Maha Zoldyk. The other party was stunned for a moment. And slowly opened his mouth. You kid knows this old man. Hearing the other party's hoarse voice that was almost unrecognizable. Loki was somewhat surprised. Even from this kind of voice, he could hear that the other party was an old monster who had lived for who knows how long. An incomparably ancient feeling. It even seemed that because he had survived for too long. Even his vocal cords had degenerated. Loki carefully sized up Maha from head to toe. The old man before him could really be considered a living fossil. Maha's son was named Zig, and Zig was Zeno's father. Silva was his great-grandson, and the people of Killua's generation were his great-great-grandchildren. Like Netero, he was an old antique. Unlike Netero, Maha gave Loki a very sinister feeling. While Loki was sizing him up, Maha was also observing Loki. Not bad. Very strong. To be able to get to this point at your age, you're strong, kid. Maha seemed to rarely speak. It felt like he always spoke strangely. That old, hoarse voice also made Loki feel very uncomfortable. Loki narrowed his eyes. He discovered that a strong black aura was gathering on Maha's body. Controlling his nen to its best state, preparing to fight at any time. Maha felt Loki's change, and smiled on his face that was full of wrinkles. You want to fight with this old man? Since we've met, it would be a pity to leave without exchanging blows. Flames rampaged. Surrounding Loki, streaks of fire constantly spread out. Maha smiled. His face, which was already full of wrinkles, looked even more terrifying when he smiled. Loki didn't plan to continue observing Maha. There was no need to worry too much. Raising his hand and throwing a punch. The movements were fast and the attack was strong. However, in the instant that the firelight flashed, Maha Zoldyk just moved his feet lightly, dodging Loki's attack with a sidestep. His hands were still in his pockets. The flow of aura is very smooth. What's your name? While Maha was asking Loki, Loki wouldn't stop. Continuing to turn around and raise his hand, the flames burned wildly on his fist. He quickly swung a punch towards Maha. However, he was dodged again. Loki's movements, who had his attack dodged, didn't stop at all. Continuing to pursue. Loki, who had flames flashing on his hands, had a very terrifying speed. But Maha still looked like he had plenty of energy to spare. As if he didn't put Loki in his eyes at all. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 298, HHES, Chapter 298. 1,269 words. Loki continued to attack without answering Maha's question, making Maha's expression gradually darken. Impatient kid. With this strength, it's normal for that kid Xeno to lose to you, but don't underestimate the Zoldycks too much. Boom. Suddenly, aura exploded violently. Like a bomb exploding, it set off a terrifying gust of wind. Maha actually used his fist to clash head-on with him. At Maha's age, he could still clash head-on with him. The two's powers were deadlocked with each other. And finally, they simultaneously withdrew their hands and jumped away. Strong power. Maha lowered his body slightly. Seeing the other party's movement, Loki immediately knew that Maha was preparing to attack actively. As expected, a violent explosion of aura appeared out of thin air. Maha's body rushed over directly like a cannonball. Loki grinned and smiled lightly. Fire fist. In the instant that he swung his fist, the swirling sparks suddenly exploded, rushing directly towards Maha, who was charging head-on. In an instant, the tide of flames completely engulfed Maha. Until the end, Loki's eyes didn't capture Maha's figure. He actually didn't dodge and rushed straight into the flames. Loki continued to release flames. However, the next moment, Maha directly rushed out of the flames. His body suddenly soared into the air, and he smashed a fist fiercely towards Loki's head. The aura swirling on his fist wasn't too much, but the aura that was emitted was incomparably powerful. Looking at Maha's terrifying aura, Loki couldn't help but admire him. To hone his aura to this state, it's completely as hard as steel. As expected of an old monster. Hiss hiss. The flames suddenly stopped spraying, and white cold air appeared on Loki's hands. Raising his eyes. Sharingan, open. 3 black tomo began to appear and rotate rapidly. Maha, who was attacking Loki, was slightly puzzled. But the attack had already been launched, and it was impossible to take it back. With the Sharingan open, Loki instantly captured Maha Zoldyck's attack trajectory. His head moved slightly, dodging Maha's attack with incomparable ease. At the same time, his hands, which were exuding cold air, grabbed towards Maha Zoldyck's body. Maha kicked away Loki's probing hand with one foot. His figure quickly retreated, jumping to a distance and looking up at Loki again. Ice and fire. He actually possesses 2 powers at the same time. Even the old monster Maha Zoldyck was very surprised by Loki possessing 2 different Nin abilities at the same time. The training time required to transform aura into either flames or ice was definitely not something that Loki could have done at this age. Maha slowly circled around Loki. He felt that he had been staying in the Zoldyck family for too long. He should go out more. When did such a powerful guy like Loki appear in the world? He didn't know at all. Fire has a powerful attack. It can unleash powerful combat power whether it's at close range or long range. The power of ice has slightly insufficient lethality, but its control is very strong. Is it to defend against the enemy's close combat? Maha analyzed Loki in his heart, making a judgment that Loki's close combat ability shouldn't be strong. He could see it from Loki's attack just now. Loki's attack posture was full of flaws. It was too casual. For ordinary people, Loki's speed would make him have no flaws at all, but for an old monster like Maha Zoldyck, he could see a lot of problems even with an ordinary punch. While Maha was quickly thinking about how to deal with Loki, Loki launched an attack without hesitation. One hand exuded icy cold air. One hand had flames burning fiercely. Both hands were simultaneously gathering powerful Nin aura fluctuations. The aura flowing on Loki's body flowed extremely quickly. Ice block pheasant beak. A huge ice bird spread its wings and charged over. The moment it howled over, it carried a bone-chilling cold air. Firefly fire dharma. Accompanied by the fireflies all over the sky, the ice bird spread its wings and soared in the air. The scene was so beautiful. But Maha frowned deeply. What a terrifying aura. Under that gorgeous appearance, Maha could see the terrifying killing intent hidden. Neither the ice bird nor the strange fireflies were definitely simple things. The ice bird crashed into him at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Maha clenched his fist, and Nen aura gathered in an instant. He punched towards the ice bird in the air. At the same time, the fireflies around him had surrounded Maha Zoldik's side. Seeing the fireflies approaching the target, Loki smiled slightly. Boom, boom, boom. The fireflies, which had seemed so beautiful just a second ago, suddenly exploded the next second. The flames with terrifying power instantly devoured Maha's body. And the ice bird fell from the sky and instantly extinguished the flames. The biting cold air instantly froze the area within dozens of meters around Maha. A white expanse of ice crystals appeared. The cold air overflowed. Maha's body was frozen in the ice. But things didn't end like this. Crack, crack, crack. The ice began to crack. Maha, who had come out of the ice, moved his hands and feet, which were somewhat unresponsive due to the low temperature. Wonderful attack. The explosion of the fireflies consumed the aura that Maha used to defend. With his defense weakened, the ice bird launched an attack, instantly freezing his body. If he hadn't covered his body with Nen when he was being frozen, it wouldn't have been easy to break through Loki's ice. Maha coughed a few times. His body temperature quickly returned to normal. He frowned as he looked at Loki. It's only this level of battle, and I'm already not adapting well. Maha felt very helpless about the decline in his strength. In his eyes, Loki wasn't anything, but with his current physical condition. Maha shook his head. There's no way around it. In the instant that Maha looked at Loki again, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. The black aura on Maha's body erupted. An incomparably pure killing intent erupted. Loki looked at Maha. His expression and demeanor seemed to have undergone some strange changes. But he couldn't tell what was different. Loki instinctively felt strange. But before he could think too much, suddenly, like a shocking wave of Nen aura suddenly surged. A terrifying roar that was in the sky. The strong wind blew up the white cloak on Loki's body. The wine-red long hair fluttered. At this moment, this powerful Nen aura fluctuation, the terrifying sonic boom that erupted, almost spread throughout Kukuru Mountain. That Nen aura fluctuation that swept in all directions made Loki seem to see a strange giant head in a trance. A black head that appeared behind Maha Zoldik. Loki didn't see clearly what that head hidden in the darkness was. No matter what, you're over 100 years old, right? Really? Loki said slowly. To be able to unleash this kind of power at this age. Even Chairman Netero's aura wasn't as terrifying as Maha's. Maha didn't speak. He just stared at Loki with a pair of eyes. That gaze seemed to desperately want to kill Loki. The roar that echoed in the sky was transmitted down the mountain. Godo, who was in the butler's room, stood outside, looking at the mountain. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 299, HHES, Chapter 299. 1,150 words. This aura. Could it be? Among all the butlers here, perhaps only Godo understood what this aura represented. When he was young, he had been fortunate enough to see Maha Zoldik once. That most mysterious master of the Zoldik family had actually taken action. That meant that the opponent could only be Loki. To actually force the mysterious old master to take action, Godo swallowed. Looking at the residential area of the Zoldyck family members down the mountain, a terrifying ball of flames suddenly exploded. The soaring flames were like a small mushroom cloud, shooting straight into the sky. Half a second later, the violent shaking sound was transmitted down the mountain. The tremors coming from the ground were incomparably strong. On the mountain, Loki's white cloak was hanging on a branch to the side. The rampaging flames on his body had almost turned the area within dozens of meters into a terrifying sea of fire. With his aura churning, Loki wasn't any weaker than Maha. Walking in the flames, a flame appeared between Loki's eyebrows, slowly burning. Maha, standing like a beast, stood in a place that Loki's flames couldn't cover. His eyes seemed to have never left Loki's body. Entering Super Dying Will mode, Loki could now see Maha very clearly. This old monster before him seemed to have entered some strange state. His body was no longer acting based on his own consciousness. So this is the secret of the Zoldicks. Interesting. The other party's figure suddenly flashed. The flames suddenly exploded. Maha's completely beast-like movement was extremely fast. Bang bang bang. After blocking Maha's attack, Loki thrust out his left hand in the instant that he forced Maha back. Ice Age Capsule. The cold air that erupted from his palm instantly rushed towards the direction that Maha was retreating. In the blink of an eye, Maha suddenly lay on the ground, running like an animal. After an accelerating turn, he dodged Loki's attack, turning around and rushing straight towards Loki. Looking at Maha's appearance, Loki was stunned for a moment. That was completely like when a beast was preying. Maha's target was his neck, and he was even planning to use his mouth to bite open his neck. If he was dealing with Maha, who had self-awareness before, Loki would still have some trouble. But dealing with this Maha, who was only acting on instinct and only wanted to kill Loki, was too simple. Loki faintly closed his eyes and gently turned his body. The next second he raised his hand. His right hand clenched into a fist. Nun aura gathered in an instant. A whirlwind of flames appeared on Loki's right arm. In the instant that he punched out, having already predicted Maha's movements through Ultra Instinct, Loki punched him hard in the chest. Nun aura exploded. Maha flew out like a cannonball. This punch had solidly hit Maha's body. Loki estimated that he probably wouldn't be able to stand up. However, in the instant that Loki turned around, Maha's figure rushed out again. Loki's eyes flickered slightly, and he quickly jumped to the right. Maha's fist slammed into the ground. A huge pit was directly smashed out of the place where Loki had been standing just now. Countless cracks spread out. He actually came out unscathed. Chapter 478, The Real Monster Maha. The unscathed Maha made Loki somewhat strange. It wasn't that Loki was too confident, but he knew his own attacks. Although he didn't expect to be able to deal with this old monster, who was on the same level as Netero, or even stronger, with one punch, he definitely wouldn't be unscathed. And the current Maha was at least over 100 years old. Even if he had been powerful before, his strength would definitely decline with the passage of time. Just like Netero. But Loki's attack just now, Loki was confident that even Netero in his prime wouldn't be able to come out unscathed. But Maha had done it. Something's wrong. Loki narrowed his eyes, carefully sizing up the changes on Maha's body. The strange black aura in the air was frantically gathering on Maha's body. At this moment, Maha suddenly rushed up. His figure wasn't too tall to begin with. He had the same build as Loki. His movements were very agile. Looking at Maha, who was pouncing towards him, Loki just took half a step back. This position just barely dodged the attack. In the blink of an eye, Loki raised his hand and grabbed Maha's leg. Freezing time. The cold air spread out in an instant. The temperature around him suddenly dropped. Frost condensed on Maha's body. In almost the blink of an eye, Loki had completely frozen Maha's entire leg. Maha, who was in the air, quickly rotated his body, borrowing strength from Loki's hand to turn around and kick fiercely towards Loki's head with his other foot. Nin aura erupted. Loki's body suddenly sank a distance. A huge pit caved out of the ground. In the instant that dust flew up, Maha tore his hands directly towards Loki's waist. Loki punched Maha in the body, knocking him away again. And Loki himself was also pushed back quickly by the huge force. Retreating from the dust. Lowering his head, Loki looked at the dead black aura that was stained on his fist. Loki frowned. It seems that this battle won't end too quickly. Boom. A storm erupted, dispersing the unsightly dust. Maha walked towards Loki step by step. In the Nen aura rising on his body, Loki actually saw the black aura flowing in the air. It's actually able to fuse with Nen. Looking again at Maha's leg that had just been grabbed, the ice had been shattered and disappeared. Loki wanted to grab Maha and take a good look at what was going on with him, but now it seemed that it wasn't so easy. The place where he had attacked before also didn't leave any scars. It seemed that this mysterious black aura was mostly the one playing tricks. Perhaps this power had the effect of healing wounds and enhancing strength. But looking at Maha's eyes, which were completely filled with only killing intent, it was clear that the price of such power wasn't small. It might be the loss of self-awareness. To put it in more ancient terms, it was entering a demonic state. But Loki didn't think that it was just entering a demonic state. Maha's power was getting stronger. The black aura was frantically pouring into Maha's body. As more and more black aura gathered, his power was increasing madly in a state that was visible to the naked eye. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 300, HHES, Chapter 300. 1,310 words. Loki blinked. It seems I have to deal with you as soon as possible. Whoosh. Loki's figure suddenly disappeared. This time, Loki took the initiative to attack. Raising his hand, a ball of fire went straight for Maha. In the tide of flames, Maha seemed to be completely unaffected, his gaze still locked tightly on Loki. It's ignoring my flames. Loki was stunned for a moment. The power instantly switched, and the power of the High Nomi was activated. Cold air suddenly surged. Ice blocked twin thorn spears. Lances made of ice, flying towards Maha. Crack crack. 2 consecutive sounds. The flying lances were crushed by Maha with a casual wave of his hand. The power of the High Nomi isn't working either. What exactly is this strange black aura? Since the power of the devil fruit was ineffective, Loki no longer used this kind of attack. He directly attacked in close combat. And at the same time, Maha also charged towards Loki. The two engaged in a fierce exchange. 2 terrifying auras collided with each other. The violent shaking sounds and the raging gusts of wind erupted one after another, becoming more and more intense. In the residential area of the Zoldyck family members, 2 figures streaked past at high speed, constantly moving forward and fiercely exchanging blows. The butlers who had rushed over from the bottom of the mountain, when they arrived here, the scene that poured into their eyes made all the butlers widen their eyes and open their mouths, unable to close them for a long time. Those houses that should have been solemn and magnificent had all turned into dilapidated ruins. They had only spent a few minutes rushing over from the bottom of the mountain. To cause so much destruction in just a few minutes. What kind of terrifying enemy could cause such terrifying destruction? Godo waved his hand. Quickly find the head of the family and all the masters. Looking at the destroyed houses, Godo adjusted his glasses. Did that kid and that man bring such a terrifying disaster to the Zoldycks? Don't be too anxious, little Godo. Hearing this voice, Godo suddenly turned his head. Grandma son, weren't you with Madam and Master Kaluto when you went out? Grandma son didn't pay attention to Godo. She looked up at the distance and pointed in that direction with her finger. There's the sound of fighting coming from over there. Let's go take a look. However, just as Godo turned around, preparing to follow Grandma son, and walk towards the distance, a butler suddenly appeared at this time. We've found the head of the family, the old master, and Master Illumi. What? How are they? However, when the butlers brought the three out, Godo couldn't imagine it at all. Silva, Zeno, and Illumi's strength was definitely not weak. But the three of them had actually been defeated. Although they hadn't died, they were all in a seriously injured state. Counting the time, how long had it been since Loki and Jing had come up the mountain? In such a short time, they had dealt with the three powerful members of the Zoldyck family. Looking at the three who were seriously injured, Grandma son clenched her fists tightly. How many years had it been? No one had ever dared to run wild in the Zoldycks like this. There's also a person here who's been frozen into an ice block, and someone touched him. Their fingers have been frozen off. Jing, who had been frozen into an ice block, was carried out by the butlers. Looking at Jing, Godo felt even more confused. Wasn't this man the one who came up the mountain with Loki? Grandma son and Godo, who were preparing to run away, quickly turned around. Godo was just about to run away at full speed, but Grandma son suddenly called out to him. It's too slow to walk on the ground. Quickly jump on my back. As she spoke, Grandma son had already turned into some kind of flying vehicle. Godo didn't hesitate at all. The surging Nin aura fluctuations behind him were getting more and more terrifying. A terrifying power was gathering. Just feeling this terrifying fluctuation made people's bodies tremble involuntarily. Staying here for even a second longer was extremely dangerous. Jumping onto Grandma son, who had turned into a flying vehicle, the flying vehicle instantly took off, streaking straight towards the distance. The Nin light that was gathering in Maha's mouth was already quite terrifying. The tide of Nin aura was getting stronger and stronger, constantly impacting Loki. And that strange black aura was constantly gathering, emitting an extremely dangerous signal. Loki, who had transformed into a tailed beast, had tailed beast chakra overflowing, which wasn't any weaker than that mysterious black aura. The black and red intertwined energies were constantly colliding. The next second, Maha stopped gathering Nin aura. His gaze locked tightly on Loki, seeming to be planning to launch an attack. And at this instant, Loki also bit the tailed beast ball, which had been reduced to the size of a tennis ball, in one bite. Suddenly, the dim black light erupted. Maha's attack was launched. A black Nin bullet that made people feel incomparably suppressed suddenly emitted an invisible fluctuation and exploded before Maha. The black Nin bullet was launched, shooting straight towards Loki's direction. The sharp sound of the wind breaking rang out. The power seems to be not bad. I wonder who's stronger compared to my tailed beast ball. Clang! Loki, who had transformed into a tailed beast, opened his mouth. The tailed beast ball was squirted out. A red light streaked straight out. The terrifying fluctuations produced in that instant even seemed to push the air in that instant. The tailed beast ball, which streaked out like a meteor, carried an incomparably domineering Nin aura fluctuation. Endless destruction enveloped Maha in an instant. Maha, who was emitting a black aura, finally had some different changes in his expression. His eyes opened slightly. In his eyes, which had no spirit at all, a look of astonishment appeared. He saw it. The black Nin that his attack had released was actually bounced away in the instant that it collided with the tailed beast ball. The monstrous Nin aura was surging and soaring. The tailed beast ball, which had bounced away his Nin bullet, streaked straight towards Maha. In an instant, the energy of the tailed beast ball erupted. An incomparably terrifying destructive force was rampaging, and a light as dazzling as the scorching sun suddenly exploded. At this moment, the sky was illuminated by a reddish light. A loud noise. The light from the explosion of the tailed beast ball spread wildly, setting off an endless storm that was rampaging in all directions. Grandma Sun and Godo, who were escaping at high speed in the sky, buzz. A surging wave of aura pushed the two violently, allowing them to escape at an even faster speed. The fluctuations of the explosion were transmitted to the distance. The butlers who were transporting Silva, and the others down the mountain, covered their ears at almost the same time. The deafening explosion was unbearable. Then, the fluctuations of the explosion spread over. Waves of fierce wind blew, making it impossible for people to open their eyes at all. After the terrifying explosion had passed, the shaking of the ground gradually subsided. All the butlers were looking at the direction from which such a terrifying movement had come. Their faces were all filled with horror. After a long time, they silently swallowed. Just then, underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 301, HHES, Chapter 301. 1,393 words. A cold wind blew. Buzz buzz buzz. Kookaru Mountain began to shake. A faint sound rang out. The strange movement made all the butlers somewhat unable to understand what was going on. Is it my imagination? Why do I feel like the mountain is shaking? A butler asked somewhat uncertainly. The person next to him shook his head. It should be an illusion, right? It feels like something is shaking, but it also seems like it isn't. Was it an illusion? Everyone was secretly thinking. Suddenly, a large group of birds in the forest took flight. They were screaming in terror, as if they had encountered something terrifying. Flying out of the mountain regardless of everything. Looking at the flock of birds flying out, all the butlers' faces darkened. Animals' senses were much more sensitive than humans. No matter how you looked at it, such an omen wasn't a good thing. Was the explosion just now caused by the enemy who invaded the Zoldycks? Compared to the birds scattering in panic, most of the butlers were more concerned about the terrifying explosion just now. Was it caused by the enemy who invaded the Zoldycks? If so, how terrifying was the enemy's power to be able to cause such a terrifying movement? With Grandma Sun and Chief Butler Godo, there shouldn't be any problems, right? The butler who said this had a trembling voice. After all, even Silva, Zeno, and Alumi had been beaten into a seriously injured state. Grandma Sun and Godo were very strong, but no matter how strong they were, they couldn't be stronger than those three, right? In the air, Godo stared wide-eyed at the place where the explosion had occurred just now. There had originally been a large, dense forest. It was a bare patch, with not a blade of grass growing, leaving only a huge pit formed after the explosion. Such a terrifying explosion made Godo feel for the first time that he needed a lot more training. In the face of such power, how insignificant was his original pride. Even Grandma Sun now believed it. That kid might really be able to unleash an attack with the power comparable to a nuclear bomb. Strictly speaking, the power of this attack wasn't much worse than the explosion of a nuclear bomb. That forest, which had existed just a second ago, but had disappeared the next second, was the best proof. The mountainside of Kookaru Mountain. A forest that spanned more than half the mountain had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Below, the tailed beast chakra gradually faded. Loki ignored Matatabi, who was constantly nagging in his body, and walked step by step towards the front, towards Maha, who was being pressed under a boulder. Having directly suffered the impact of the tailed beast ball, he hadn't died. He hadn't even shed a drop of blood. But the aura on Maha's body had become incomparably weak. Maha tried hard to push the boulder that was pressing on him. But he didn't seem to have the strength to push it away. On his face, which was full of wrinkles, the areas around his eyes were deeply sunken, in stark contrast to his previous fullness. The power that he had unleashed just now was probably all of Maha's means. Although he had been very strong, he was old after all. It was inevitable that his strength would decline from what it had been before. And Maha, whose strength had declined, probably had a strength that was only on par with Jing. But dealing with Loki was clearly not enough. So he had no choice but to use that unconventional method. Using some special method to allow himself to obtain powerful strength. But the price was that after this state ended, Maha's lifespan had almost been exhausted. Lying on the ground, Maha gave up struggling, letting the boulder press on him. Looking at the clouds that had dispersed in the sky, revealing the blue sky, suddenly, a black shadow blocked his vision. It was Loki. Loki looked at Maha, who was lying on the ground, with a calm expression. It finally worked. I thought you would be unscathed like before. It seems that any power has its limits. Hearing this, Maha seemed to be unable to speak anymore. He just silently looked at Loki. The two stared at each other for a long time. Even Maha had to admire Loki. A child who was barely half-grown actually had such terrifying power at this age. Even his last resort had been useless. Looking at Loki's body, which didn't have a single scar, Maha also sighed. He was indeed old. Not only had a new generation of Nen users appeared, but they had also completely surpassed their generation of old people. Loki squatted down and looked at Maha. Can you tell me what power you were using just now? He hadn't expected that Loki would actually ask this question as soon as he opened his mouth. Maha's eyes, which had been dimming, emitted a bright light again. You saw it. Loki nodded. The black aura spread down from the top of the mountain, and you seem to have used this black aura to fight me just now, right? Maha widened his eyes, looking at Loki in disbelief. He hadn't expected that Loki would actually be able to see that power. Even he had only gradually discovered that strange power, after researching it for many years. And Loki had actually seen through it at a glance. This wasn't something that could be done just by relying on strong power. Unless Loki also had the same power on his body. You also obtained this power through them, right? Kid. Them? Loki didn't know who Maha was referring to by them. But judging from his appearance, there was indeed something existing. That was why Maha could use that black aura. Loki's eyes flickered slightly. That thing is hidden on the top of the mountain, right? These words made the smile on Maha's face disappear in an instant. After a long time, he looked at Loki with great horror. How do you know? How did Loki know? He was relying on feeling. When Loki asked the question, Loki couldn't help but feel Maha's consciousness. Although it wasn't a completely similar ability to mind reading, his feeling told Loki that the reason why Maha could use that black aura was on the top of the mountain. Standing up, Loki looked up at the top of the mountain. After staring for 2 seconds, Loki lowered his head and looked at Maha. Another question. What's going on with Aluka? Hearing the name Aluka, Maha suddenly understood. You know Aluka. You came for Aluka's power. He had never understood why a guy as powerful as Loki would come to the Zoldyx. But Maha hadn't planned to ask. Because no matter what the reason was, if he couldn't defeat the enemy in the end and eliminate them, knowing the reason wouldn't have any effect. But now that he knew, Maha instead felt very regretful. He should have used Aluka to threaten Loki. It was a pity that it was too late to regret. What's going on with Aluka? Loki narrowed his eyes as he looked at Maha. Maha smiled. What do you want to do, kid? You'd better not touch that monster's power. The stronger the power, the heavier the price you pay. Even you can't bear the price. Hearing this, Loki smiled faintly, not saying anything. Maha wasn't lying with these words. Loki could feel it. But Maha still didn't tell him what was going on with Aluka. It seems I can't ask anything. Loki was somewhat helpless. For someone like Maha Zoldyck, if he didn't take the initiative to say it, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to ask any information from his mouth. So there was no need to waste any more time. You look like you're in a lot of pain. I'll help you relieve it. Boom. The body of the fire spirit suddenly stood erect behind Loki. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 302, HHES, Chapter 302. 1,243 words. Seeing the fire spirit, Maha was stunned. That pure energy aggregate exuded a noble aura. Maha stared at the fire spirit, as if his eyes were about to pop out. So that's it. This is a natural product, so that kid can see it. Pfft. The fire spirit's arm pierced through Maha's body. Then, with a wide opening of its mouth, it directly devoured Maha's soul. In the instant of death, Maha's gaze towards Loki became very odd. But in the instant that the fire spirit appeared, the faint tremors became incomparably strong. Buzz buzz buzz. The entire mountain seemed to be shaking. Crack crack crack. The ground was constantly collapsing. From the bottom of the mountain to the top, wide cracks appeared almost instantly. The sky began to darken. A faint burnt smell came from the air. Gently smelling the burnt smell in the air, Loki suddenly looked up. Looking up at the sky, the ice and snow on the top of the mountain seemed to be melting. This phenomenon was quite bad. Loki's eyes narrowed. With Loki's eyesight, he could even see the ice and snow that were rapidly receding. This Kukuru mountain probably had its peak covered in ice and snow from the day the world knew about it. And today, Kukuru mountain had finally changed. The burnt smell in the air was getting stronger and stronger. And gray gas was gradually spilling out of the crater, shooting straight into the sky. Buzz buzz buzz. Continuous roars were ringing out. That roar, which echoed in the sky, like the roar of an angry god, spread in all directions. The butlers who had just arrived at the foot of the mountain hadn't had time to arrange for Silva and the others to receive treatment. The sky, which had originally been clear, became incomparably dark. And the smoke that was gradually rising from the peak of Kukuru mountain made all the Zoldyck butlers, whether they were formal butlers or apprentice butlers, gatekeepers, servants, and maids, all walk out of their houses. Everyone's gaze was towards the top of the mountain. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The cracks that split open before people's eyes were bottomless. Those cracks that spread even swallowed many unlucky people. Could this be? A butler fell to the ground with a thud. Leaning back with his hands supporting the ground, he looked at Kukuru mountain, which was rising with thick smoke, with a pale face. More and more people in the surrounding crowd gradually reacted to what was happening. How many years has it been? Didn't they say that this mountain was a dead volcano? How could it turn into this? With the volume of Kukuru mountain, if it really erupts, then. Some people had already imagined the scene that would appear next. With the terrifyingly huge mountain body of Kukuru mountain, the energy contained within it would definitely be terrifying. And once it erupted, the human settlements around it wouldn't just be the Zoldyck family. Even the human town at the foot of the mountain would be destroyed in an instant. The scorching lava could devour not only humans and animals, but also all plants. Anything on the ground would be completely destroyed. Such a vast area around it would probably disappear in an instant. At the foot of the mountain, a tourist sightseeing bus was driving towards Kukuru mountain. The next scenic spot is the very famous Kukura Mountain. This is the residence of the assassin family, the Zoldycks. All tourists must be very careful, or you will die. The tour guide said in a bluffing manner. Because the last time she brought people to the Zoldycks, someone had actually pushed open the gate directly. Although she didn't know if those two people were still alive, the tour guide didn't want this kind of thing to happen again. That was why she would say this kind of scary thing to make these sightseeing tourists safer. But after she finished speaking, she discovered that the tourists' expressions were all surprised. Their eyes were filled with bewildered looks. This effect was very good. It was the state she wanted. Maintaining this state and visiting the Gate of Hell on the Zoldyck Mountain would definitely be very safe. Suddenly, a sharp break. The tour guide almost didn't stand steady and fell to the ground. She turned around, wanting to scold the driver. Suddenly she looked up. Looking out the window. At Kukura Mountain, which was emitting billowing smoke. Everyone on the bus widened their eyes, looking at this shocking scene before them. After a long time. Just as the tour guide and the tourists were stunned, the car suddenly reversed rapidly. Everyone suddenly looked at the driver. It was impossible to turn around on such a narrow mountain road, so the driver had actually chosen to reverse directly. The high-speed reversing vehicle made everyone involuntarily grab the handrails tightly. Under the driver's frantic operations, the vehicle was driving backwards in an orderly manner, retreating quickly towards the bottom of the mountain. The town at the foot of the mountain. People were coming and going. The streets were still extremely lively with couples, tourists, passers-by, shops, and restaurants. Suddenly, a terrifying roar rang out. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. An old man, with his back to Kukura Mountain, looked at the dark sky. Is it going to rain? After he lowered his head, he saw the people in front of him turning around one after another. All looking behind him. What's wrong? The old man turned around. The entire incomparably noisy street quieted down. Different faces, all looking in the same direction. Looking at Kukura Mountain. Billowing black smoke was spreading towards the town. The clear sky suddenly became incomparably dark. The old man staggered forward a few steps. Dense sweat instantly covered his entire face. A volcanic eruption that only happens once in 100 years, no, 1,000 years, has actually appeared. Is that still Kukura Mountain? The billowing black smoke represented a terrible disaster. The black smoke leaped over the town and drifted into the distance. Spreading. Constantly spreading. At this moment, Cheadle, who was at the Hunter Association headquarters, was looking at Morel before her. No matter what the conditions, you're not willing to join the Zodiacs. Morel shook his head firmly. Sorry, I'm not interested in this kind of thing. You. This guy. Cheadle felt a headache for Morel's stubborn personality. Are you really not going to consider it? Morel smiled. If you really can't find a candidate, I recommend someone. Boom. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. It was Bean, the main Bin. Bean, who was usually refined, actually kicked open the door. Without waiting for Cheadle to ask, Bean rushed forward and opened the projection screen before Cheadle. Cheadle, take a look at this. The screen lit up. The image on it was footage taken by a flying ship. 2 hours ago. Kukura Mountain, the volcano that had been sleeping all along, has awakened. Bean didn't need to say the words below. Cheadle already understood the seriousness of the matter. The information about Kukura Mountain was already displayed on the interface to the side. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 303, HHES, Chapter 303. 1,439 words. The width of the mountain, the altitude. All the information was clear at a glance. Cheadle plopped down on the sofa. Cheadle was still very good at calculating numbers. Just by glancing at the data of Kukuru Mountain, she could roughly calculate how terrible the destruction would be if the volcano erupted. This is a disaster. Once it erupts, hundreds of thousands of people, or even more, will die. Moreover, the land and ecosystem near Kukuru Mountain will suffer a devastating blow. There are countless plants and animals that depend on the environment of Kukuru Mountain, and there are as many as nearly 100 unique plants and animals. Bean said rapidly. He looked at Cheadle. What should we do now? What should they do? Cheadle didn't know how to answer Bean's question at all. What could humans do in the face of natural disasters? Especially disasters of this level. Humans were good at destruction, but not good at protection. Did they want to stop a disaster of this level from erupting? Even if you wanted to, could you do it? Was it possible? Cheadle sighed dejectedly. What else can we do? The Hunter Association's power can't do anything in the face of this level of disaster. Bean wanted to say something. Morel stepped forward and looked at Bean. There's no way around this. In the face of this level of natural disaster, all humans can do is try to get out of the way as much as possible. I know, but... This time, Bean's words were still interrupted. Cheadle waved her hand. No need to say anything. I can't do anything about those people who might lose their lives in this disaster. Listening to the two's words, Bean smiled helplessly. It wasn't that he didn't know that the Hunter Association was powerless in the face of this level of disaster. The consequences of this matter may be borne by the association. Bean slowly said after the two stopped speaking. Cheadle suddenly stood up. Why? Why should the Hunter Association be responsible for this? What a joke. Why should the Hunter Association be responsible? The natural disaster wasn't caused by the Hunter Association. Bean raised his head and looked at Cheadle, who had an extremely angry expression. I'm afraid it's to suppress the Hunter Association. Suppress. Cheadle was stunned for a moment, listening to Bean continuing to say, although the chimera and incident wasn't known by ordinary people, almost all NOVEL users knew about it, and some ordinary people also learned about this information through various channels. The Hunter Association's reputation has soared. I'm afraid that the next Hunter exam will have more than 3 times as many examinees as in the past. If this continues, the number of hunters in the Hunter Association will usher in an explosive increase. This makes those people very uneasy. Bang! Cheadle suddenly slammed the table in front of her. Those people want to suppress the association. That's right. To bear the responsibility for this disaster. With the chimera and incident in front of us, the association won't have too many changes, but some hunters' privileges may be reduced. What's the reason? Cheadle said coldly. Bean scratched his head. The reason is that the Hunter Association didn't discover this level of disaster lurking in time. This reason wasn't sufficient, but at least there was an excuse. After all, the purpose of the Hunter Association was to explore unknown things, and it had the obligation to block potential threats and protect humans. Actually, it was only initially aimed at exploring the Dark Continent. Later, after Netero banned the exploration of the Dark Continent, the Hunter Association gradually became free. Hunters also acted according to their own will. This was a situation that Five didn't want to see. Providing hunters with privileges wasn't to let them wantonly indulge in the human world. So there was enough reason to put the blame for this disaster on the Hunter Association's head. Those guys, do they have to target the association? Cheadle was very angry, but there was nothing she could do. Bean's eyes flickered a few times, and he said in a low voice, "It seems that the news of the chairman's death has already been leaked." After saying this, Bean left Cheadle's office. Someone had leaked the news of the chairman's death. The first person that Cheadle thought of was Pariston. But after thinking about it, even if Pariston did it, he wouldn't leave any evidence. Otherwise, he wouldn't be Pariston. Why are there so many people who want something to happen to the association? Looking up, Cheadle looked at the flying ships that were constantly filming the scene of Kookaroo Mountain in the sky, letting the world admire the disaster of Kookaroo Mountain erupting, and then letting people hate the Hunter Association. Looking at Kookaroo Mountain, which was constantly erupting with black smoke, Morel also revealed a solemn expression. This isn't good. Judging from this, the scale of this eruption is probably not small. Counting the time, several hours had passed since the volcano began to awaken, and it hadn't completely erupted yet. This also meant that it was still accumulating energy. Once it erupted, it would be a world-destroying level. People all over the world were now basically watching this terrifying disaster erupt. I've never seen such a big volcanic eruption. If this continues, the people nearby will probably. Why wasn't such a large-scale volcanic eruption discovered beforehand? That's right. Such a large volcano, wasn't there any preventive measures all along? The scene changed to the town at the foot of Kookaroo Mountain. The originally prosperous and lively street was now a mess. The wind blew, making it seem incomparably desolate. People were fleeing at the fastest speed. Almost all the flying ships were overloaded. All kinds of transportation were blocking all the roads, escaping for their lives. The people who were escaping for their lives were the most terrifying. Killing, violence. There were even people who had fallen into madness, constantly stopping people from escaping. All order had been lost. Seeing this, everyone silently closed their mouths, quietly watching the scene in the picture. Their hands were clenched tightly together. Cheadle didn't say a word and even couldn't bear to continue watching. Morel sighed to the side. Suddenly, Morel thought of something. Kookaroo Mountain. Isn't that the residence of the Zoldyck family? Cheadle nodded. Did you just remember now? The Zoldyck's residence was Kookaroo Mountain, so that meant Jing and Loki might be on Kookaroo Mountain right now. Cheadle was stunned for a moment, and the two suddenly turned their heads and looked at the screen. The flying ship was filming the crater. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed past, standing in midair. Did a figure just appear in the crater? Cheadle nodded. It seems so. While the two were uncertain, the smoke was blown away by the wind, revealing a figure standing quietly in midair. Standing in the very center of the crater. There's someone in the crater. Who is that person standing in midair? The ordinary people who saw this scene, at the same time were stunned. For them, how could a person stand in the air without relying on anything? Could it be that I saw it wrong? How can a person stand in midair? A person? Why is there someone there? Loki's figure stunned countless people. At the time of the volcanic eruption, there was actually a human standing in the crater. Wasn't this courting death? Why is the crater frozen? Ordinary people didn't understand at all. Only the hunters knew what terrifying things had happened in those short 10 seconds. The crater that was just about to erupt was suddenly frozen. This wasn't some accidental phenomenon. At least this time, it couldn't be such a coincidence. It was Loki in the picture, using individual power to freeze the volcano that was about to erupt. This action was no different from using the small power of an individual to fight against nature. Such an act was no different from courting death. But Loki had succeeded. The frozen crater proved that Loki's individual power had actually overcome the power of nature. Who is this? To actually be able to freeze even a volcano. After being surprised, what the hunters wanted to know even more was who had done such a heaven-defying thing. The power of ice seems to be exactly the opposite of that monster kid Loki's flames. After being told this, someone suddenly reacted. This was too coincidental. Chapter 304, HHES, Chapter 304. 1294 words. There wasn't enough of a monster kid who used fire. A monster who used ice had also appeared out of nowhere. Sealing the volcano that was about to erupt, the two had fire and ice powers that were exactly the opposite. The crater was sealed with ice. It seemed that the volcanic eruption had ended just like that. But at this time, Loki, who was in the crater, frowned even more deeply. I have an even worse premonition. Loki was checking all around the crater. His figure also drew everyone's attention. What is Loki doing? Cheadle had just been happy that Loki had actually stopped the eruption of the disaster, but looking at Loki staying here without leaving, she felt that something was wrong. Morel, who was to the side, also nodded. Things won't be that simple. This volcano, which is so huge, can't be sealed so easily. Although Loki had frozen the entire crater in 10 seconds, that shocking strength was indeed terrifying. But it always felt too simple. A volcanic eruption like this, which only happened once in 100 years, shouldn't be stopped so easily. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, an ear-piercing roar came from the screen. The crater was shaking. Loki steadied his steps, staring intently at the crater. The ice that he had condensed with a large amount of Nen-Ora didn't have any changes. Where is this tremor coming from? The violent roar was getting more and more intense. Loki stared intently at the crater. But as time passed second by second, the crater didn't seem to have any fluctuations. But that strange roar never diminished, getting even stronger. Loki's eyebrows twitched slightly. Boom boom boom. Black smoke suddenly surged, rushing towards the sky from the frozen crater. The billowing black smoke turned into a black pillar of smoke, shooting into the sky. Not spreading out at the first moment, but rushing towards the sky at a terrifying speed. This meant how powerful the force pushing this smoke was. At this instant, a heat wave surged from behind Loki. Boom 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 boom. Scorching lava surged like a tide. The red light illuminated half the sky. The green sea of trees was swallowed in the blink of an eye. The burning flames rose with wisps of green smoke. The burning trees burst open, emitting crackling sounds. Connected into one piece, forming a sea of fire that stretched for thousands of meters. The unceasing flames, accompanied by the lava surging like a tide, spread in all directions. At the foot of Kukura Mountain, the town, which had almost no people, would soon be swallowed. The people who didn't have time to escape stopped and looked back. What entered their eyes was an endless tide of flames. The lava, which already symbolized death and destruction, why did such a disaster appear in this kind of place? The flying ship in the sky was pushed by the suddenly erupting air wave, directly shifting a considerable distance horizontally. The scene changed, having already moved away from the crater. In a fleeting scene, what the world saw was the terrifying lava erupting from the mountainside of Kukura Mountain, surging madly towards the foot of the mountain, devouring everything. Destroying everything. A doomsday-like scene formed in a few seconds. And Loki, who was on the top of the mountain, still had the surrounding ice emitting terrifying cold air. Emitting white smoke. But none of this mattered anymore. It was true that the crater had been frozen. But the crater wasn't the only place where lava erupted. Standing on the top of the mountain, with the cold wind whistling, the ice on Loki's body gradually faded. The hair that had been covered in frost returned to its wine-red color. Looking at the lava that was erupting from the mountainside, Loki suddenly understood. The mountainside was the residence of the Zoldyck family. They not only built houses on the ground, but also carved out many spaces underground. Perhaps they had already dug to the core of the mountain. So the lava eruption was also coming out through the underground tunnels that they had dug. Miscalculation. Loki clenched his fists tightly. At the association headquarters, Cheadle slammed her fist on the wall. Why is the lava erupting from this kind of place? Morel also felt somewhat regretful. No one would have expected that the place where the lava erupted would be the mountainside. Loki had sealed the crater, but there must be a gap on the mountainside, and it was a channel that went straight to the core of the mountain. Otherwise, lava would never have been able to erupt from this kind of place. The eruption of lava wasn't just surging towards the foot of the mountain like a tide. The lava that erupted was transforming into huge meteorites in the air, falling towards the foot of the mountain. It was just erupting now. If this continued, the gap would get bigger and bigger. There would be more and more lava erupting. The place that was destroyed would be an incomparably terrifying area. This situation exceeded everyone's expectations. The situation changed too quickly, making it impossible for them to keep up. Just a second ago, they had been happy that such a terrible disaster had been stopped. But the next second, nature had told them with a terrifying scene that the power of nature wouldn't be stopped so easily. As expected, human power still can't fight against the power of nature. It's over. This huge disaster will completely devour the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. Not only that, but for the next 10 or decades, that land will no longer be suitable for humans to live in. Giving hope and then breaking it was what made people feel even more painful. The crater had clearly been frozen by that strange ice before. This disaster should have ended. He hadn't expected it to erupt again now. And it seemed that it had erupted even more terrifyingly, with even greater destructive power. Everything was because of that suddenly appearing ice. If it hadn't been for that inexplicable ice freezing the crater, perhaps the power and scope of the eruption wouldn't have been this great. The hunters, who had been admiring Loki for using ice to seal the crater before, were now cursing Loki. I said that it was absolutely impossible to stop this level of disaster with human power. This isn't some biological invasion. Even Nin users shouldn't mess around. That's right. If it wasn't for that guy who used ice, perhaps the power and scope of the eruption wouldn't have been this great. Compared to that monster kid Loki, this guy who used ice is far inferior. He actually also wanted to fight against the power of nature. They didn't know that Loki, who they were talking about, was the guy who used ice. This natural disaster was giving people an even deeper sense of despair than the Chimera ant invasion last time. Because the Chimera ants were at least living things. They could still find a way to kill them. But humans had no way to deal with this kind of natural disaster at all. Human weapons couldn't play any role at all. Instead, they would make the disaster even more terrible. At a loss, they were really at a loss. They could only watch the scorching lava constantly advance. Anything that dared to block it would be swallowed, destroyed, and turned into a part of the lava. Incomparable despair. This day. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 305, HHES, Chapter 305. 1,655 words. In the face of natural disasters, humans understood once again at this moment how small human power was in the face of nature. Even the 5, who were planning to use this opportunity to weaken the Hunter Association, had their faces turn incomparably pale when they saw this scene. Although they wouldn't be in any danger, they couldn't help but start to worry when they saw this kind of scene. The place that humans occupied in this world was really too small. Compared to the boundless sea, and the vast and boundless dark continent on the other side of the sea, the land that the human world occupied now was really too small. It seemed that because of this disaster on Kukura Mountain, the 5 had instead become even more determined to explore the dark continent. In the end, it's still an unchangeable ending. In his office, Pariston's expression relaxed slightly, and he stood up from his chair. Just now, in the instant that he saw the crater being frozen, Pariston had thought that it would really end just like that. Fighting against nature with individual power, such power made people not even have the confidence to resist. But now, it instead made him feel relieved. As expected, there were still things that Loki couldn't do. Although he was very strong, he was still just a person, not a god. Turning around, he prepared to walk out of the office to carry out his next plan. At this time, the scene on the screen flashed, making Pariston's footsteps stop. Having arrived at the door, Pariston turned his head back with some doubt, looking back at his computer. However, what he saw was that above each of the human cities, there were flying ships playing news, dragging huge screens, flying in the sky above the cities. At this time, the people who didn't have the courage to continue watching lowered their heads silently. I hope that this kind of disaster won't happen again. Was there really no sign of this kind of disaster before it erupted? Only now did we discover it. If we had discovered it sooner, even if it was just a day earlier, perhaps. While people were in despair, suddenly, someone opened their mouth, wanting to speak but seeming unable to make a sound. They could only pat their companion's shoulder, signaling them to look up. "What are you doing? I don't want to see that terrible scene again." "No. No, you look quickly." "Look at what?" "Look at those people who didn't have time to escape being swallowed by the sea of fire." Saying this, he still looked up. One by one, the people who had been urged by their companions to look up again were also stunned in place in an instant. Cheadle and Morel at the Hunter headquarters looked at each other. The two looked at each other with incredible looks. What had they seen? That guy. He actually. Cheadle had once thought that a person running to attack the Zodiac's meeting, and facing Chairman Netero head-on, was already a very crazy decision. But now, she had a new definition of the word crazy. Facing this kind of natural power, that Kid Loki actually doesn't want to give up yet. Ice was spreading, forming a long ice wall outside the town that was about to be swallowed at the foot of the mountain. Loki stood on the tall bell tower. The pendulum was chiming, making a dong-dong-dong sound. The oncoming heat wave lifted Loki's wine-red hair, swinging rapidly in the wind. Loki's eyes were staring intently at the front. If there was water, and combining it with the power of the High No Mi, perhaps I could block it. But where was Loki going to find so much water? If he wanted to block the lava that was overwhelming him, he would need more than just an ordinary amount of water. If he was just relying on the High No Mi, Loki could only protect this town from being swallowed by the lava. But he definitely couldn't block it. Without water, the power of the Ice Age would be greatly reduced. Loki could also do what Akiji did, freezing the sea area between several islands and maintaining it for a week. But the prerequisite was that there had to be a large amount of seawater. It wasn't easy for Loki to create so much ice out of thin air. How was it possible to create so much ice with just the small amount of water in the air? Can Ryujin Jaka block it? With the power of Ryujin Jaka, blocking mere lava wouldn't be a problem. But the problem was that Loki didn't know if he could withstand the aura that was needed to take out Ryujin Jaka. Not to mention Shirkai. Even if he succeeded in Shirkai, the temperature that was comparable to the surface of the sun might be enough to destroy this town without the lava. The High No Mi is the only one that's more reliable to fight against this power. Other things like Zanpakuto, Gungnir, and Ryujin Jaka were useless. The Mara no Mi was also useless. Zenki and Goki were even more useless. Super Dying Will mode could enhance power, which was useful. Can I use the High no Mi in Super Dying Will mode? The lava was approaching quickly, and Loki didn't have much time to think. Facing the impending lava surge, when Loki was at a loss, the fire spirit jumped out on its own accord. The fire spirit, which was as brilliant as a gem, appeared before Loki, winking and blinking as if it wanted to express something. Loki glanced at the fire spirit. "Thank you, fire spirit, but you can't help. If you were a water spirit, that would be great." After saying this, Loki was stunned for a moment. If the fire spirit was a water spirit, spirit of rain, The 5 great spirits in Shaman King. They were the spirit of fire, the strongest attack, the spirit of rain, the spirit of earth, the spirit of thunder, and the spirit of wind. The spirits with 5 different attributes had the ultimate power of their respective attributes. If Loki had the spirit of rain, then a large amount of water wouldn't be a problem. He wouldn't even need the power of the High no Mi. Just relying on the power of the spirit of rain would be enough to deal with the disaster before him. Unfortunately, the fire spirit wasn't the spirit of rain. But compared to that, Loki still preferred the fire spirit. The fire spirit had the strongest attack, while the earth spirit had the strongest defense. It seems that it's necessary to collect the 5 great spirits in the future. But the chances of this were very slim, unless Loki got for more chances to draw with a designation, plus for secondary draw chances. Only then could he collect all 5 great spirits. At that time, Loki could really be considered omnipotent. Controlling the 5 elements, what a wonderful ability that is. However, his smile slowly disappeared. Controlling the 5 elements. Wait, it seems that I already have it. Loki suddenly looked up. It had been too long. He had also somewhat forgotten how Asakura hadn't long ago mastered the 5 elements technique. The so-called 5 elements were the relationship between the 5 energies that made up the earth, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The first relationship was the 5 elements generating each other, which represented the relationship between the powers of the energies in the struggle. The other was called the 5 elements restraining each other, which, on the contrary, represented the state in which the energies occurred in sequence. That was to say, a person who had completely mastered the 5 elements could unlock everything and freely manipulate and change the energies. Loki suddenly grabbed the fire spirit that was floating before him. Come out. Fire spirit. Let it see your power. Boom. Nin aura was injected into the fire spirit's body. In an instant, a huge figure appeared behind Loki. The fire spirit's huge body was once again displayed before the world. This time, the fire spirit's size was even larger than when it had appeared last time. A veritable behemoth. The fire spirit, which was tens of meters tall, could cause terrifying destruction with every move. The angular body, which looked like a Gundam, seemed majestic and full of destructive power. It was impossible for the huge fire spirit not to attract people's attention. Even though the flying ship was filming from a very far distance, it could still clearly film the fire spirit's body. What is that monster? What is that huge monster going to do? Pariston was lie down the screen, looking at the fire spirit that had reappeared. Loki's Nin beast. What special intention is there to expend a large amount of aura and summon a Nin beast at this time? Cheadle also asked Morel, what is he going to do? Can his Nin beast block that terrifying magma? Morel shook his head. I don't know, but I think that Nin beast should be controlling the power of fire, using fire to fight against magma. This sounded somewhat impossible. Wouldn't that be indirectly increasing the power of the magma? Before people could think too much, the fire spirit's color was changing. Gorgeous 5 colors were changing on the fire spirit's body. Loki put his hands together, closed his eyes, and gritted his teeth, trying to use the power that he had never used before. The 5 elements technique, using the attribute transformation. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 306, HHES, Chapter 306. 1,299 words. Attribute transformation was a super spirit body technique that combined the fire spirit with how Asakura's Yin-Yang arts. The fire spirit, which possessed the fire attribute, could be transformed into one of the attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth depending on the situation. Loki was a little unskilled in using it for the first time. In the end, blue light recovered the fire spirit's body. And at this instant, the lava had already crashed into the ice wall that Loki had created before. Hiss hiss hiss. A piercing sound rang out. The ice wall, which had originally looked incredibly amazing, was melting at an extremely fast speed under the impact of the lava. White water mist rose. At this time, Loki had finally completed the attribute transformation. The fire spirit, which possessed the water attribute, had appeared. Although it couldn't compare to the spirit of rain, which was a true water attribute, what the fire spirit was releasing now wouldn't be flames. The ice wall has been broken. It's over. That town is still going to be swallowed. It's useless. In the face of this kind of natural power, humans can't resist at all. Was it really impossible to resist? Suddenly, boom boom boom. The same terrifying roar was ringing out. The fire spirit, which was standing in the void, suddenly descended from the sky. That blue giant shadow flashed and rushed in front of the lava. Raising its hand. Two huge arms were waving. Towering waves surged out of thin air. A shocking scene came. Making everyone dumbfounded, they looked in disbelief at the flood that had suddenly erupted in the picture. Rushing towards the lava that was surging over. Two opposing forces collided. In an instant, countless water vapors were produced. Was this useful? The flood, which had originally been imposing, slowed down after crashing into the lava. It was even constantly being forced back by the lava. The flame of hope seemed to be about to be extinguished before it had even been ignited in the hearts of the people. A voice like a clear spring in the mountains appeared in everyone's ears. Ice Age. Buzz. Violent aura fluctuations vibrated the air currents, setting off a terrifying storm. Crack crack crack. In an instant. The surging flood was frozen in an instant. Ice, which was dazzling under the red light, appeared. The ice blocks were constantly impacting the terrifying lava. The water flowed and was frozen in an instant. But even so, the two forces cooperated with each other. Every time the water flowed forward one step, it would be frozen in an instant. A competition of temperature began. The scorching high-temperature lava and the gloomy low-temperature ice crystals fought against each other. White mist was constantly rising. In the blink of an eye, the entire town was completely shrouded. Only a white expanse was left in the picture. When the picture was completely filled with white mist, everyone couldn't help but twitch the corners of their eyes. Ordinary people didn't understand. What was that monster that had suddenly appeared? Why was it fighting against the terrifying volcanic eruption? What was the ice that had suddenly appeared? All the questions made people unable to figure it out. But the hunters knew. How could there be a monster? That was definitely not a monster. That was a nin beast. It was just that nin beast's size was too unacceptable. How much aura would it take to turn a nin beast into such a large size? What was even more terrifying was the ice that had frozen such a large amount of water in an instant. This power was even more shocking. That voice that echoed in everyone's hearts, the four words that it said, Ice Age, was it referring to the current situation? Could it be that a pro hunter has taken action? Ordinary people didn't understand what the monster was, and didn't understand what the suddenly appearing ice was. But they were very clear about the voice they had heard at the end. That was the voice of a human. Ordinary people could only imagine that the person who had such power was a pro hunter. In the eyes of ordinary people, hunters were an incomparably mysterious profession. They came and went mysteriously, and they possessed the privileges that ordinary people dreamed of. They had a supernatural status. Their strength was also very strong. But there had never been a clear concept of how strong hunters were. If this scene was really caused by a hunter, then for ordinary people, how strong were hunters? This question could be answered. However, what ordinary people didn't know was that even the Hunter Association only had one such powerful hunter. If it's a pro hunter, then there shouldn't be any problems. Ordinary people discussed. In their view, it was impossible for hunters to fail when they took action. So this is a hunter. Facing the terrifying power of nature, they still dared to take action and challenge it. So this is what a hunter is. A young kid looked at the screen with admiration in his eyes. Not only young kids, but even many adults made the decision to participate in next year's hunter exam after seeing this scene. White mist rose, constantly spreading and permeating. The entire Kukuru mountain area seemed to be completely shrouded in this white mist. The alternating hot and cold winds that came from time to time in the air made the people who were filming this disaster on the flying ship stare blankly at the bottom. Can it succeed? Impossible. But what if it really blocks it? The lives of hundreds of thousands of people, and a region that was extremely suitable for humans to live in, whether or not they could be preserved all depended on that mysterious person below. And Loki at this moment had activated Super Dying Will mode, while controlling the fire spirit to transform its attribute to water, while urging the power of the High no Mi unleashing the power of ice to the limit. His face was ferocious. His mental power had already been overloaded. But it wasn't enough. Loki had already blocked the tide of lava. But for some reason, the lava didn't seem to be getting weaker and weaker. Instead, it was erupting continuously. Not weakening in the slightest. Loki looked up, opened his Byakugan, and looked up at Kukuru Mountain, which was constantly erupting lava. The Byakugan could clearly see the flow of energy. So that's what it is. This volcanic eruption wasn't just a one-time eruption. Kukuru Mountain had awakened. The lava wouldn't stop, it would keep erupting. Maintaining this power and constantly erupting lava. Completely changing the nearby area into another form. If this continues, my power will definitely be exhausted first. It wasn't a one-time eruption, but a volcano that was continuously erupting lava without stopping. Was it possible to block this kind of volcanic eruption? Loki turned his head and looked at the town behind him. It seems that this is the only way. Raising his hand, the Zanpakuto Gungnir appeared in Loki's hand. The fire spirit in front of Loki also suddenly shrunk, being held by Loki in his other hand. Fire spirit possession fusion. Bankai. Gungnir. Boom. An unprecedentedly powerful Nen aura suddenly erupted. Almost all the veins on Loki's body bulged at the same time. Loki's appearance now looked very terrifying. The amplification of Bankai's power, plus Super Dying Will mode, plus Spirit Possession Fusion, and finally the power of the tailed beast. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 307, HHES, Chapter 307. 1,404 words. Loki's eyes were gradually filled with bloodshot. But this power wasn't enough now. Loki mobilized the power of the tailed beast. Red chakra surged on Loki's body. Now chakra should probably be called Nen aura. Loki used all the ways that could amplify Nen aura. If Loki in this state were to encounter the Chimera Ant King, he would probably only need one move to kill the Chimera Ant King. However, Loki couldn't hold on for too long. The burden on his mental power far exceeded Loki's imagination. There's only one chance. Loki said in his heart. He was praying now that the special reward given by the system would be worthy of the state that he had used with all his strength. Taking out a senzu bean, he put it in his mouth. Ready to swallow it at any time. Loki wasn't risking his life for unrelated people. He was only doing it for the special reward. If things couldn't be done, saving his life was Loki's most important thing. Loki raised his hand, and a terrifying aura slowly gathered in Loki's hand, madly sucking in the surrounding air currents. In almost a short instant, all the white mist followed the air currents that were being sucked in madly, gathering in Loki's palm. Ice Age. This time, the target of Loki's high Nomi ability wasn't the ground. It was released out of thin air. A piercing roar rang out. In an instant, a dazzling white light flashed past. It was only for a short instant. Then it disappeared. Loki's figure fell from the air. The lava was still surging, trying to melt the ice that Loki had frozen before. The hissing sound of the magma melting the ice rang out. It was continuing to advance. Seeing this scene, Cheadle, did he fail? Morel, he has tried his best to be able to do this much. Pariston gradually showed a smile. At this time, the speed of the advancing lava slowed down. Pariston's smile froze. The lava began to freeze. Its dazzling red light began to go out. A cold wind blew on the flying ship. A swaying snowflake appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone's gaze was fixed on this snowflake that had suddenly appeared. The next second, snowflakes fell all over the sky. The sharp cold wind blew, cutting on people's skin like a knife. Whoosh! Everyone couldn't help but shrink their necks, and the breath they exhaled actually turned into white mist. Cheadle was very troubled. There was also another person whose state was similar to Cheadle's. That was Pariston. When he also learned through his hunters that the changed natural climate would always exist, Pariston showed a flustered look for the first time. Because even the person he had always recognized couldn't do this kind of thing. Being enemies with this kind of person didn't seem like a wise move. Reason told him not to be enemies with such a terrifying person anymore. Because when strength was powerful to a certain extent, any conspiracies and tricks seemed pale and powerless. Loki's power, which could even fight against nature, made Pariston feel fear for Loki for the first time in his heart. Before, no matter how strong Loki was, Pariston wasn't afraid of Loki. Until now, Loki's powerful strength had given people surprises and accidents again and again. Who knew how much power he still had that he hadn't used? First it was fire, then the Nin beast fire spirit, and then ice, the fire spirit that had turned blue. There was also the conjuration type Zanpakuto, Gungnir. Loki's information was always being updated. Whenever he thought that Loki's trump cards had been exhausted, Loki would always use new power. Just then, a long line of vehicles came to the entrance of the Hunter Association headquarters. The people who got out of the cars poured into the association headquarters. Pariston stood by the window. This time, did five instead lift a stone to smash their own feet. Loki's terrifying power had let ordinary people see the power of pro-hunters, making the Hunter Association's reputation even more resounding. Thinking about it, it wasn't just that. Loki had even invisibly helped the Hunter Association solve a problem. That was Chairman Netero's death. The news of Netero's death, which might have caused a sensation, wouldn't be a problem to release at this time. First there was Loki, who had single-handedly defeated the terrifying Chimera and King. Then there was the perverted power to change the climate of nature with the power of one person. The current Hunter Association no longer needed Netero to protect it at all. It had the strength to challenge five. And all of this was only because of Loki. That kid who had mastered perverted power. Pariston closed the curtains, withdrawing his gaze from outside the window. Turning his head to look at the character for Heart hanging on the wall. This character was written by Chairman Netero. Was this situation also within Chairman Netero's expectations? At this time, Cheadle was frowning and looking at the constantly ringing phone. Morel smiled to the side. What's there to worry about? There can't be anyone other than Loki who has this kind of power. You also saw that fire spirit. It's definitely Loki. Since that's the case, what are you afraid of? Just admit that this action was an arrangement that the association had predicted. Take advantage of it and reap a wave of fame. The news of the chairman's death hasn't been announced yet. First, let the hunters of the association understand that even without the chairman, the association still has someone stronger than the chairman. Cheadle nodded. I understand this principle, but Loki and Jing are both guys who love to mess around and don't listen to the association's orders at all. Don't worry about this. No matter how much they don't listen to orders, they are still hunters in the end. Morel smiled. I'm leaving too. Cheadle glanced at Morel, who was leaving. It seemed that the other party really had no intention of joining the Zodiacs. Then she could only try to contact Nobu, who Morel had recommended. The news reporters who had been placed in a large conference room were waiting for Cheadle of the Zodiacs. Arriving at the entrance of the conference room, Cheadle glanced at the staff member to the side. The other party nodded towards her. All the reporters who had come to the association had been placed inside. Cheadle lightly exhaled, preparing to push open the folding door. The Hunter Association had never appeared in the public's view like this before. Being known by the public in this way. Perhaps after today, the Hunter Association would become a place that even ordinary people would pay attention to. And at the same time, the Hunter Association's development would be rapidly improved. I might as well take this opportunity to announce the election of the new chairman of the Hunter Association. Creak. Pushing open the door. Cheadle was hit by a sudden flash of light, making her unable to see anything at all. Everything before her was a white expanse, like the terrifying ability to change the climate of nature that Loki had released before. Time flew by like a white horse passing through a crack. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Loki, who was walking on the crater of Kukura Mountain, stood on the crater with a smile on his face, holding a communication phone and talking. It's useless no matter how much you hide. Wait for me at the hospital, and also tell people not to touch Jing, who's been frozen into an ice block. After saying this, Loki hung up the phone. The target of his call just now was Maluki. When the volcano on Kukura Mountain erupted, Godo and Grandma Sun had taken a large group of butlers and taken Silva and the others away. After ending the call, Loki opened the system interface. The reward displayed on it was the reward for the mission to prevent the disaster. It was a reward that Loki had never received before. Reward: 1 chance to upgrade the draw level. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule: Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 308, HHES, Chapter 308. 1,581 words. Can upgrade the A-level draw to an S-level draw. Can upgrade the B-level draw to an A-level draw. Loki didn't know if the S-level draw could be upgraded, but perhaps he could try it. This reward wasn't any worse than the designated draw. Not to mention whether the S-level draw could be upgraded or not. It was extremely difficult for Loki to trigger an S-level reward mission now. But with this reward, after triggering an S-level reward mission and completing it, he could upgrade it to an SS-level draw, and then obtain the ability he wanted through the designated draw. It was simply too perfect. As for what Loki was doing in the crater now, he was naturally exploring what that black aura was before. Arriving at the crater, he leaned his head out and looked down. Loki opened his Byakugan. His vision constantly penetrated through layers of mist. In the end, something that made Loki feel extremely incredible appeared in Loki's vision. Kukura Mountain wasn't really a big mountain. Was a wreckage, a big mountain that had been formed after being covered by rocks and soil for many years. This was a huge root wreckage of a tree. That root, which was about to rot, actually went deep into the ground, spreading into the lava. Loki was stunned. Remains of the World Tree. So that's what it is. The mission given by the system, the ruins of the World Tree, refers to the remains of the World Tree hidden in Kukura Mountain. Such a huge wreckage of the World Tree could only be considered a stump in the strict sense. But even just a stump could make up such a huge mountain body as Kukura Mountain. Trying to imagine how tall this World Tree would be if it still existed. Piercing through the clouds. Going straight into the stars. Loki couldn't imagine that kind of scene. However, what was even more surprising was that Loki's Byakugan seemed to see a sapling growing out of the wreckage of the World Tree that was about to rot. Even if it was just a sapling, it contained terrifying energy fluctuations. The flow of life energy couldn't be hidden from Loki's Byakugan. And the black aura had almost been absorbed by this newborn sapling, seeming to be turning into its nutrients, strengthening itself little by little. The black aura seemed to be something that was emitted from the wreckage of the World Tree. After the World Tree died, it would actually emit such a strange aura. Strictly speaking, this black aura should also be some kind of life energy, in other words, it was aura. It was just that it had undergone some changes. At least from Loki's feelings, he could feel the terrifying aura of destruction contained in that black aura. Could it be that because the wreckage of the World Tree has never been able to be reborn, the World Tree, like a nin-user who is about to die, has produced some kind of resentment? So the aura it emits has turned into that appearance. The World Tree took root in the volcano, absorbed the volcano's energy, and kept growing. It could even absorb the energy of the volcano. If the World Tree had produced some kind of resentful emotion, causing the life energy it emitted to change, it didn't seem unacceptable. At first, Loki had thought that the black aura was caused by some kind of unknown. It turned out that it was only caused by the wreckage of the World Tree that was about to rot. Loki smiled and looked up. The sapling of the World Tree was dispelling those black auras, absorbing them and turning them into its own nutrients. Now that he knew the reason, there was no need to continue staying here. Neither the wreckage of the World Tree nor the sapling of the World Tree were useful to Loki. Turning around, he had just taken a step. The World Tree will produce resentment, thereby causing its own vast life energy, which hasn't completely dissipated, to change. Loki suddenly thought of a possibility. If there hadn't been his battle with Maha, the volcano on Kukura Mountain would have always been dormant. The volcano's energy couldn't erupt, and the World Tree couldn't produce a new sapling. The resentment originating from the World Tree, accumulating over time, before it had completely died, would it give birth to some kind of terrible conscious being? Something like an unknown. Thinking about it now, it was very likely. That black aura had clearly controlled Maha when it was being used by Maha before. Moreover, after Maha had withdrawn from that state, his body had also become weaker. This weakness was still permanent. Fortunately, Loki judged that the black aura emitted from the wreckage of the World Tree was an unknown that hadn't completely formed yet. A state similar to a semi-finished product. But now, because of the volcanic energy erupting, the sapling of the World Tree had grown out. Dispelling that black aura, an unknown that was still being conceived, an unknown that could very likely become a terrible disaster to the world, had been eliminated. The Dark Continent is indeed a place that people yearn for. However, Loki shook his head faintly. It was better to go see Aluka's condition now. Kikyo and Kaluto had already met up with Maluki. However, after learning that Silva, Zeno, and Illumi had been defeated by one person, Kikyo was very surprised. Originally, Kikyo hadn't planned to compromise with Loki. But Maluki had told her that Killua seemed to be in Loki's hands. Kikyo was also helpless. Moreover, Aluka wasn't treated as family in the Zoldyx to begin with. If the other party only wanted Aluka, then of course she could hand her over. At the border between the newly formed Ice and Snow City and the lava Kukura Mountain, the phenomenon of alternating hot and cold climates was very peculiar. An incomparably obvious dividing line. The left side was cold and the right side was scorching. Loki sat cross-legged in the snowy area. Raising his eyes, he looked at the crowd that was walking towards him step by step. The Zoldyck's butlers, Maluki, Kikyo, and Kaluto, these Zoldyck people, didn't show up at all. Goto came before Loki, wiped the hot sweat from his forehead, bowed, and seemed very respectful. Not daring to offend Loki in the slightest. The person that Mr. Loki wants has been brought. Jing, who had been frozen into an ice block, wasn't in danger for the time being. And on the other side was Aluka, who had been knocked unconscious. If he handed the two over to Loki, then this transaction would be completed. Taking the two to the nearest town, he rented a flying ship. Loki was preparing to return to the association. Aluka woke up on the flying ship. She looked at Loki. "Who are you?" Loki was also very clear about some of the rules regarding Nanika in Aluka's body. As long as he didn't let Aluka, or rather Nanika, know his name, the demands for pampering wouldn't be triggered. "Do you want to see Killua?" "I'll take you to see him." "Can I see Big Brother?" "That's great." Aluka looked at Loki. "Thank you so much. I don't know what your name is." "Sit down. Don't move." It was absolutely impossible to say his name. Aluka was frightened by Loki's cold tone, and didn't dare to speak. But her eyes were still secretly sizing up Loki. And Loki was also observing Aluka. A very strange energy was in Aluka's body. And the fire spirit in Loki's body seemed to be very excited, constantly conveying a thought to Loki. It wanted to come out. After setting the course of the flying ship, Loki also sat down to rest. The sequelae of overusing his mental power was that Loki was very sleepy now. Whenever he had time, he would feel a continuous stream of fatigue coming over him. Loki suppressed the fire spirit's thought of wanting to come out. There was no hurry to deal with Aluka's problem now. The person was already in his hands. Could she still escape from his palm? Sitting down, Loki opened the system interface. Turning to the list of missions. The final hunt. Defeat 3 S-level characters. Loki had thought that this mission would be completed after defeating Maha Zoldyck. But now, this mission hadn't ended yet. Proving that Maha didn't count as S-level in the system's evaluation. Of course, only the current Maha didn't count. The Maha in his youth should be an S-level character, no doubt. After all, a guy who could be compared to Netero couldn't not be. But Maha at this age had clearly declined in strength, and the decline was very serious. He could fight against Loki only because of the unknown that was born on the world tree, and hadn't been completely conceived yet. So it wasn't surprising that the system evaluated Maha as not being an S-level character. But even Maha didn't count as an S-level character. Loki didn't know who he should look for this last S-level character. Sighing, he closed the system. Loki began to rest. The flying ship was very fast. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 309, HHES, Chapter 309. 1,601 words. Although it was only a small flying ship, it only took less than half a day to arrive at the Hunter Association headquarters. The first thing Loki did upon returning to headquarters was to lock Aluka up, letting Zenki and Goki guard her. Aluka actually liked Zenki and Goki, who had turned into 2 cats, one red and one blue. Loki took the frozen Jing to an empty room. Then he contacted Morel. Morel notified Cheadle. Soon, a group of people directly broke in. Almost all of the Zodiacs had arrived, of course, Pariston hadn't come. Cheadle stood at the front, looking at Loki and Jing. Why did you two leave without saying a word? What did you do at the Zoldyck's? Loki faintly raised his head and looked at her. Am I your subordinate? Being lightly looked at by the current Loki, Cheadle felt an incomparably powerful force. Even though Loki's face had a trace of fatigue, as if he was very tired, it didn't affect the pressure that Loki brought to everyone in the slightest. As powerful as ever. Just this slender body, sitting there quietly, gave people the feeling of being a mountain. Impossible to shake no matter what. All right, Cheadle. Pion, one of the Zodiacs, came out, diffusing the tense atmosphere. Let's talk about what's going on with Jing first. Loki opened his mouth. It's very simple. He should have been poisoned by some kind of poison. It was very terrible. If I hadn't frozen him, he would probably be dead. Can it be undone? Loki nodded. Of course it can, but unfreezing Jing would probably only allow him to survive for 5 minutes. In other words, do you have any way to save Jing within 5 minutes? Jel, one of the Zodiacs, a poison hunter. She walked out and looked at Loki. Is there a sample of the poison? Loki took out a small bottle containing a dark green liquid from his arms, and threw it to her casually. He said that he didn't understand what kind of poison it was and couldn't detoxify it. Jel caught the small bottle, opened it and gently sniffed it. After being silent for several seconds, her face turned somewhat pale. Where did he get this thing from? Looking at Jel's appearance, Loki thought for a moment. In Kookaroo Mountain, in a very deep cave. Kookaroo Mountain. The Zoldyck's territory. Of course, it had now turned into an extremely terrible volcano. Jel looked at everyone. This thing isn't really a poison in the strict sense. It's just the world tree's sap. It's rumored that when the world tree dies, it will secrete a liquid that contains vast life energy. It looks very corrosive, but it's actually just a manifestation caused by the life energy being too vast. Can Jing be saved? Cheadle asked. Jel was somewhat silent. Judging from her appearance, it seemed that Jing was bound to die. Loki listened and finally understood somewhat. No wonder he had always felt a strange energy fluctuation on his body these past few days. At first, he had thought it was a phenomenon caused by his own mental power being overused. After all, the more vast the aura, the stronger the mental power required to control it. It was normal for Loki's mental power to be somewhat damaged and unable to completely control his own power. Now it seemed that it wasn't Loki's own problem. It was this small bottle of world tree sap. Just the sap secreted by a world tree was so magical. He didn't know how many wonderful creatures and strange phenomena there were on the Dark Continent. So Jing can't be saved? Botobai said in a deep voice. Jel put down the glass bottle in her hand and shook her head somewhat regretfully. The world tree sap contains an incomparably vast amount of energy. Unless Jing can possess aura of the same level and resist the invasion of this vast life energy. Doesn't that mean that the world tree sap is something that can enhance aura? Kanzai asked. However, Jel shook her head. It's not something that can enhance human aura. Even if you block the impact of the world tree's vast life energy, the effect might just be to make your aura change slightly, equivalent to the increase in aura from training. Strictly speaking, there was no elixir that could directly enhance an individual's aura. Jel found Kanzai's idea amusing. Of course, if you can drink it and also have super digestive ability, you can probably enhance your own aura. Saying this, Jel's expression became serious. But the prerequisite is that your stomach needs to have sufficiently powerful aura protecting it. Otherwise, it will enter your body and instantly erupt with amazing power, corroding your internal organs. You will completely disappear from this world in a few seconds. Hearing this, Kanzai was also somewhat afraid. Fortunately, there was someone who knew the situation here. Otherwise, if he had inexplicably treated it as a good thing and eaten it, he wouldn't even have any scum left after he died. Hearing this, Loki suddenly understood. No wonder the wreckage of the world tree still retains such a vast amount of life energy, giving birth to a semi-finished unknown. It was probably this world tree sap that provided the energy. The world tree sap, which was poison to humans or living things, was really a good thing that could enhance power for formless conscious beings. Formless conscious beings. Then could the fire spirit be considered a formless conscious being? Loki thought about it. Strictly speaking, the fire spirit's full name was Spirit of Fire. It was a spirit that was naturally born. It just happened to be a spirit that controlled the power of fire. Belonging to the basic 5 elements, even among the same spirit creatures, the fire spirit was a unique existence, having a status that was far higher than ordinary spirits. So this kind of thing is useless to humans, right? Mizaistum came to this conclusion. Gel also nodded. That's indeed right. This kind of thing shouldn't exist. The world tree has already become extinct. The only place where the world tree might exist is the Dark Continent. Cheetle turned her head and looked at Loki. Loki smiled. The mountain body of Kukuru Mountain was formed from the wreckage of the world tree. As expected. Hearing this answer, it wasn't strange that the world tree sap had appeared. Everyone silently glanced at it. Such a good thing, a liquid condensed from life energy. It was easy to imagine how much terrible energy this kind of thing contained. It would have been great if it was useful to humans. But unfortunately, it was impossible for humans to absorb this kind of thing. Moreover, no living thing could absorb it. Cheetle didn't pay attention to the useless world tree sap anymore, but instead turned her head and looked at Jing. Jing, he isn't bound to die. Gel silently closed her mouth, remaining silent. Although she wanted to say that Jing could still be saved, no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't think of a way. The world tree's vast life energy had already invaded Jing's body. It was just that Loki's freezing had stopped the flow of Jing's life energy. So even though that terrible energy was about to erupt, Jing was still temporarily safe after the flow had stopped. Everyone was sighing silently. At this time, Loki stretched out his hand, taking the world tree sap from Gel's hand. Everyone suddenly turned their heads and looked at Loki, wanting to ask what Loki was doing, but before they could say the words, Loki raised a hand, and the fire spirit appeared in Loki's hand. Twisting open the bottle cap, Loki directly poured the world tree sap into the fire spirit's mouth without hesitation. And the fire spirit also greedily devoured it in big gulps. A small bottle of world tree sap was swallowed clean by the fire spirit in an instant. Everyone was stunned. Kanzai, what are you doing? Pion, hey, Nin beast. Won't something happen? Gel was also stunned for a moment, but after thinking carefully, it was useless. Although Nin beasts didn't have an actual form, they were basically just a collection of Nin aura. So there was only one result for a Nin beast drinking world tree sap. It was equivalent to an enemy's attack erupting inside the Nin beast, and then the Nin beast being destroyed. But if the Nin beast was eliminated, it would only consume the Nin ability user's own aura. It wouldn't cause any harm. However, just as Gel made this judgment, Loki's fire spirit was directly taken back by Loki. Nothing had happened. And Loki still had a calm and clear look. Instead, he turned and walked towards Jing. The members of the Zodiacs were staring blankly at Loki. Is everything all right? Loki stood in front of Jing, turning his head back to look at Cheetle, who had asked the question. What could happen? Gel widened her eyes. Why is nothing happening to you? Nin beasts. Even Nin beasts can't swallow world tree sap unscathed. In theory, your Nin beast should have been directly destroyed by that vast life energy. The others all had this idea as well. It was basically just a collection of Nin aura. underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule: Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 310, HHES, Chapter 310. 1673 words. Letting the world tree sap enter the body is equivalent to letting the enemy's attack erupt within oneself. In such a situation, it's impossible for a human to be unscathed. Even a nen beast should be instantly destroyed, with something like a body explosion occurring. Loki lightly glanced at everyone. My nen beast is quite special. After saying this, Loki turned to look at Jing. Since it was an eruption of life energy, then Loki would have to try that one move to see if it worked. And the Zodiacs were silently watching Loki. Did it just end with that one sentence? His nen beast was special. It goes without saying, if it wasn't special, would it be able to drink the world tree sap and be completely fine? But this was Loki's privacy, and if Loki didn't want to talk about it, who could ask more? The secrets of abilities, even if it's someone close to you, you can't actively ask if they don't take the initiative to tell you. The more mysterious Loki was, the more people feared him. To be able to swallow even the world tree sap, Loki's fire spirit seems to be more than just a nen beast. All along, the Zodiacs had been judging the fire spirit from the perspective of a nen beast, but now it seemed that the fire spirit was definitely not simple. While everyone was still thinking about why the fire spirit was able to do such a thing, Loki had already released Jing from his frozen state. Jing, who was instantly restored, had an extremely ugly expression. He felt as if there was a terrifying power rioting within his body, forcing back his own aura like crazy. Dying will 0-point breakthrough. Revised. Loki grabbed Jing's shoulder with one hand, trying to absorb the aura from Jing's body. Loki's assistance made Jing's expression not so ugly anymore. Jing opened his eyes, seeing each of the members of the Zodiacs. But there wasn't time to ask how these people had appeared here. Jing tried to cooperate with Loki, guiding the rioting aura within his body towards Loki's direction. Soon, the nen aura that had found an outlet flowed into Loki's body, endlessly. Loki raised his other hand, facing the direction of the glass window. Get out of the way. The members of the Zodiacs quickly pushed away. A terrifying flame instantly shot out from Loki's palm. Outside the Hunter Association headquarters building, a series of fire waves suddenly surged. The hunters who had been rushing to the Hunter Association these past few days because of some news, one after another, all felt this terrifying movement. The hunters near the association headquarters all raised their heads, looking at the flames that had suddenly appeared outside the association building. The wildly erupting flames. That's that monster kid Loki's ability. He's finally back at the association. The monster has appeared. I really want to see that monster with my own eyes. And the guy who stopped that disaster, both of them are terrifyingly strong. What are you laughing at? Mizaistum asked. Loki suddenly stopped laughing. Looking at him very calmly, there are many magical things in this world that you don't even know about. Don't jump to conclusions too quickly. Mizaistum faintly snorted. Then tell me, what method do you have? Resurrection from the dead isn't a fairy tale. This kind of thing is absolutely impossible. For the crime hunter Mizaistum, it was best to bring out evidence before talking about anything. Empty talk was what he hated the most, and especially for something that was fundamentally impossible to do. Cheadle was somewhat interested when she heard Loki say that he could revive Gon, but it was only somewhat interested. She also didn't believe that this kind of thing could really be done. Loki, Mizaistum, you two stop arguing. Cheadle looked at Loki. Loki, think carefully. I don't care what you brought back from the Zoldyks, but if there really is an ability that can revive gone, then why didn't the Zoldyks use it themselves? If it's enough to revive a person, then its power must also be able to make people stronger, right? Then why didn't the Zoldyck people use this power to make themselves stronger? This question was also one of the things that Loki was worried about. Nanika's power was indeed very terrible, but it also followed a principle. Equivalent exchange. If you made a wish to revive Gon, you didn't know what kind of price you would have to pay. Perhaps it was the lives of millions of people, or even tens of millions of people. Or perhaps a terrible disaster would erupt and so on. Even whether the people who needed to die included himself. This was the problem that Loki was most worried about. Which was also why Cheadle said that the Zoldyks didn't use this power to make themselves stronger. Because the Zoldyks might not be able to withstand those terrible consequences. Seeing that Loki was somewhat silent, Mizaestum sneered again. Since you yourself understand, then don't mess around with Jing anymore. Reviving a dead person is impossible just by hearing it. Jing. Although I'm very sorry, please accept reality. Hearing this, Jing's eyes clearly gradually dimmed. Back then, Loki had just defeated the Chimera Ant King, and had also completed something that was absolutely impossible to complete. That was why Jing had confidence in Loki. But now, the words of the other Zodiacs had shaken Jing. Perhaps we are really too fanciful. Jing sighed for a long time. It seemed that even he wanted to give up. At this time, Loki spoke, saying coldly, "Don't use your way of thinking to judge me." Hearing these words, Kanzai also felt that Loki was stubbornly clinging to his own ideas. You were very strong, and Kanzai was ashamed to be inferior. But reviving the dead wasn't something that could be solved by, even Chairman Netero wouldn't have any way to deal with this kind of thing. Kanzai looked at Loki. Then tell me, what did you bring back from that? What can it rely on to revive a dead person? Hearing his voice, Loki slowly turned his head to look at him. Smiling faintly. Even if the thing I brought back from the Zoldyks doesn't work, I still have other methods. Other methods? Jing was very surprised. Originally, he had only thought that Loki had placed all his hopes on that child from the Zoldyks. He hadn't expected that Loki actually had other methods. This wasn't formulating a battle plan that could simultaneously formulate multiple combat methods. Loki's words didn't just make Jing surprised, even the Zodiacs were stunned for a moment. A way to revive people, there could be many ways. What a joke. Saying there was a way was already outrageous enough. There were also multiple ways. Who did you think you were? Of course, the Zodiacs were thinking this in their hearts, but no one dared to say it out loud. Did they really think that Loki's terrifying strength was just for show? Even if Loki wasn't as frightening as he had been before, no one dared to go too far. But even though they didn't say it, Loki had already felt it. What you're thinking is right. This kind of thing should only be done by gods, but who said that what gods can do, humans can't do? Suddenly, Loki opened his eyes. A pair of incomparably scarlet eyes appeared in everyone's eyes. That shuriken-like pattern appeared on Loki's eyes. The rotating black pattern was like a black hole, seeming to suck people in whole. Mizaestum swallowed his saliva. He was seeing this kind of terrifying gaze for the first time. From Loki's gaze, he could clearly feel a very gloomy killing intent. This terrifying killing intent seemed to not be something that Loki had intentionally released. Instead, these eyes were born with a chilling aura. What a terrifying gaze. What ability is this? What's going on with these eyes? They were clearly still. Not only did Mizaestum not understand, but neither did the others. What was going on with the sudden change in Loki's eyes? But Loki was smiling. This is called the Manjikyu Sharingan. It isn't a Nen ability. In words that you can understand, it's a strange bloodline like the Kuda clan. The Kuda clan? Although not every member of the Zodiacs knew the name of the Kuda clan, Cheadle knew. Are you talking about that minority ethnic group whose eyes turn red when they get angry? Loki nodded. It's the same as the Kuda clan's eyes turning red. Loki pointed to his own eyes. There are also conditions for the Sharingan to become like I am now. These are cursed eyes. The Sharingan can enhance dynamic vision, and can even, to a certain extent, see through the opponent's next action in advance based on the opponent's subtle movements. Hiss. The ability that Loki introduced made the members of the Zodiacs somewhat unable to believe it. There were actually such magical eyes. Seeing through the opponent's next action in advance, this kind of ability wasn't just a small help when fighting. You should have also seen it, right? In my battle with the Chimera Ant King, the Sharingan, besides having perverted insight, also has abilities unique to the Sharingan. It can release black flames. Once these flames are touched, they will never be extinguished unless the target is completely burned away. Speaking of this, everyone recalled that in Loki's battle with the Chimera Ants, those strange black flames had directly killed one of the 3 royal guards. The move I used to finally defeat the Chimera Ant King is called Susanoo. It's also an ability of the Sharingan. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 311, HHES, Chapter 311. 1,631 words. These abilities had all been used by Loki, so it didn't matter if he talked about them. The black flames and the giant skeletal giant. The Zodiacs had seen these 2 abilities in the recordings afterward. They had always thought that these were Loki's non-abilities. They hadn't expected that 2 such terrifying abilities actually originated from just a pair of eyes. This was the power of bloodlines. Loki's words made the Zodiacs feel as if a new world had opened up, realizing for the first time that besides non-abilities, there was actually such a special and powerful force in this world. And it was actually directly inherited through bloodlines. Unbelievable. Too unbelievable. Looking at you, you seem to be a little envious. Envious, of course, they were envious. Even the Zodiacs were very envious that Loki possessed such a powerful bloodline. After all, it didn't belong to non-abilities, it was an innate ability. Who wouldn't want to have such a powerful power out of nowhere? These are cursed eyes. For the Kuda clan to activate their scarlet eyes, they must enter a state of extreme anger. And these eyes are the same. Did that mean there were conditions for activation? Cheadle was very curious. What do you have to do to activate them? You must suffer great pain to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan. Loki looked at Cheadle with cold eyes. For example, a loved one dying tragically before your eyes. As soon as the words fell, everyone stood in place, unmoving, staring at Loki. A loved one dying tragically before their eyes. You had to endure such pain to awaken such a terrifying power. As expected of cursed eyes. In a daze, Cheadle recalled Chairman Netero's death. At that time, Morel had reported that Loki had suddenly erupted with powerful force in a near-death state, repelling the Chimera ants. Cheadle had guessed that Loki had entered a state of extreme anger, causing his nin to erupt with powerful force. Now it seemed that Loki was probably not just extremely angry but also in endless pain. So Loki had awakened the power of his cursed eyes. That giant skeletal monster should have appeared for the first time at that time, no doubt. And the black flames as well. Now Cheadle somewhat understood Loki and Jing's reckless behavior. She wasn't clear about the bond between Loki and Netero, but judging from all the signs, Loki actually cared about Chairman Netero in his heart. From the moment the chairman died, the terrifying power that erupted from his eyes showed that there was a bond between Loki and the chairman that ordinary people couldn't understand. But unfortunately, Cheadle didn't know that the Mangekyou was given by the system. It wasn't a power that he had awakened himself. I understand, but Loki, you wanting to revive Gon is impossible. Cheadle could understand Loki's feelings, but she still wasn't optimistic about reviving the dead. If my Mangekyou can evolve into the Rinnegan, I can revive Gon myself without anyone's power. The members of the Zodiacs were originally still immersed in how much pain Loki had experienced when awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan. But hearing Loki's words, the Mangekyou wasn't the final form. What was this Rinnegan? You guys, don't use your way of thinking to judge me. I will definitely find a way to revive Gon. No matter how difficult it is. The reward from the designated draw, I definitely won't give it up. There were too many powers that Loki wanted. Collecting all 5 great spirits would release the Rinnegan and the Tenseigan, the Zanpakuto Kyokusoujetsu, etc., etc. These powers were all full of limitless allure for Loki. Having the system and not getting these powers would be a waste. And then creating a world that belonged to him. Becoming a true god, immortal. To do these things, he had to constantly become stronger. Strong to the point of being omnipotent. Saying this, Loki turned and looked at Jing. Let's go. Saying so much to these guys just made me angry at these frogs in a well's views. Loki passed through the crowd of Zodiacs, walking towards the outside of the room. And Jing also hesitated for several seconds before sighing. I choose to believe him one more time, but rest assured, I'm very clear-headed and won't mess around anymore. Loki and Jing left. Cheadle and the others looked at each other. Loki's words and magical power indeed made them feel that their understanding of this world was too little. But to make them believe that Loki could really do it, just relying on these words wasn't enough. Unless Loki could really revive a dead person in front of everyone. Just thinking about that kind of thing made them feel that it was absolutely impossible. Cheadle sighed. In any case, it's good that they're staying at the association. As long as they don't go out and cause trouble. Now Cheadle had already investigated and understood what had caused the volcanic eruption on Kokoro Mountain. The biggest possibility was that it was caused by the commotion from the battle being too great. So it was best to keep a good eye on these 2 dangerous people, Loki and Jing, otherwise, they might cause some big commotion one day. What Cheadle was more concerned about now was how to find a way to make Loki become the next chairman of the Hunter Association. Judging from Loki's current attitude towards the Hunter Association, this possibility was also 0. But compared to reviving the dead, Cheadle believed that if she thought of a way, there was still a great possibility of success. Unlike what Loki and the others were doing, Cheadle didn't think there was the slightest possibility of success. Because of the election for the new chairman of the Hunter Association that had been announced 3 days ago, all hunters were required to attend. These past few days, the Hunter Association headquarters had welcomed many, many hunters. Such a large-scale gathering of NIN users was probably an extremely rare sight. In a hotel room, Hisoka stood by the window, gazing at the association headquarters building in the distance. It's the 2nd time I've come here. It seems that every time I come here, I'm bringing trouble to the Hunter Association. Hisoka said with a smile while drinking wine. Behind him, Nobunaga was wiping his long sword. Don't forget, you're my prisoner now. Don't act like nothing's wrong. Hee hee. I know, don't be so aggressive. No matter what, we were once comrades, right? In East Gorto. Nobunaga and the other 3 happened to meet Hisoka. How could they not fight when they met acquaintances? The result was naturally Hisoka's complete defeat. And then he was captured. Only because he was forced to, Hisoka could only become the prisoner of the 3, and also because Hisoka wanted to know why Nobunaga and the others had suddenly become so strong, that he had absolutely no power to resist. Hisoka looked at the wounds on his hand. At that time, the battle had just begun. That guy Nobunaga's sword was already on his neck. Extremely fast. There wasn't much powerful nen aura surging. Just that instant of speed, Hisoka hadn't imagined at all. Finks was also just as terrifying. Finks' Ripper Cyclotron's power had become unimaginably great, punching out a cave that was large enough to live in. This wasn't something that just any nin user could do. Why had the changes in the two been so great after being defeated by Loki? Looking at Nobunaga's face, which no longer belonged to a normal human, Hisoka was very interested in the power that had changed the three. That was why he was willing to provide the three with information about Loki in exchange for a chance to live. Only by living could he unlock this secret. That flame is definitely Loki. Aren't you going to take action now? The flames that had just shot out from the Hunter Association headquarters building were definitely Loki's ability, no doubt. Nobunaga coldly glanced at Hisoka. This matter is none of your concern. Do you really think you're our comrade? Don't get the wrong idea, you're just a prisoner. All right. I know, I'm just giving you a suggestion. At this time, Finks, who was sitting in the corner drinking wine, faintly smiled. Don't get the wrong idea, Hisoka. Our target isn't just Loki, but the entire Hunter Association. Those trash all have to go and be buried with the boss and the others. Shizuku, who was curled up in bed reading a book, put down the book in her hand. The boss should be very happy, having so many people accompanying them. Shizuku, I feel like you never understand what I mean. It's not about whether the boss and the others will be happy. I don't care about those trash at all. I know, Finks. You mean the hunter's strength is very weak? Shizuku said in all seriousness. Finks felt a headache. What I mean is, I'm very strong now. His own strength and others being weak were completely two different concepts. The four of them looked at the Hunter Association headquarters building outside the room. Nobunaga coldly smiled. Take a good look. You won't see it again later. Shizuku was stunned for a moment, put down the book, and jumped off the bed, carefully and meticulously looking at the Hunter Association headquarters building. As if she was very obedient, wanting to engrave the appearance of the Hunter Association headquarters building in her mind. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 312. HHES, Chapter 312. 1287 words. Nobunaga. Finks. Hisoka smiled faintly. Among the three, Shizuka didn't seem to have changed much, but Hisoka always felt that Shizuka gave him a more dangerous feeling. This scatterbrained girl might give him a big surprise, you never know. Loki took Jing to the room arranged for Aluka. Aluka, who was playing with Zenki and Goki in their cat forms, didn't notice Jing and Loki coming in at all. Of course, before coming in, Loki had told Jing not to reveal his name, and it was best not to answer any questions about it. Jing had also learned a part of the rules about Aluka's ability and usage from Loki. However, Loki didn't remember them very clearly, so it wasn't that he didn't want to tell Jing everything completely. It was because he himself didn't remember the rules of Nanaka's ability in much detail. The only information they had stopped at was 3 requests for pampering, and after satisfying them, you could make a wish. And the rule that if they didn't know the name, they wouldn't make requests for pampering. Jing looked at Aluka, who was playing with 2 strangely colored kittens in front of him. Is this the person you were talking about? It's a little girl. Hearing this, Loki was silent for a few seconds. It's her. It's a child, no doubt, but I don't know if it's a girl. Huh. What did he mean? No matter how you looked at it, she was a girl. Could she be a boy? For someone like Jing, it was a little difficult to accept a boy who looked like this. Jing had a constipated look on his face. Loki was slightly calmer, not understanding some old thief's bad taste. What do we do next? Have someone come and fulfill her requests? Jing asked. Loki nodded. We can, but before that, let her see Killua. Hearing Killua's name, Aluka, who was rolling on the ground, stood up abruptly with the red kitten on her head. I want to see Big Brother. Jing also felt that it was okay to satisfy Aluka's request. After all, Killua was unconscious. It was normal for siblings to see each other at this time. Moreover, they still needed to use the other party's ability. It was best to satisfy such small requests as much as possible. However, Loki had a premonition that letting Aluka see Killua might cause unexpected things to happen. In Killua's hospital room, Loki and Jing took Aluka inside. Aluka, who was holding Goki and had Zenki on her head, saw Killua, who was lying on the hospital bed with weak breathing. Suddenly, she started crying loudly. Rushing towards Killua's bed, she lay on Killua's body and cried. Goki was being held in her arms, and would have suffocated and died long ago if it wasn't because it was an beast. And Zenki was a little better, coiling on Aluka's head, not wanting to come down at all. Seeing this scene, Jing's eyes were a little teary. Powerful people like Jing wouldn't shed tears because of Gon's death, but they would shed tears because of other people's affairs. It was really strange. Loki quietly watched Aluka. Even without realizing it, Loki had even opened his Byakugan. There was no reason. Even Loki himself didn't know why he had suddenly opened his Byakugan. But the moment he opened his Byakugan, a terrifying energy erupted from Aluka's body. And the next second, a sky-high neon light erupted. Killua's body was emitting a dazzling white light. Jing suddenly froze. She's healing Killua. That's right. That's correct. Loki stared intently at Nanika within Aluka's body. So this is an unknown. The fire spirit was restless within Loki's body, seeming to want to rush out. Loki pressed down on his left hand, and the Zanpakuto Gungnir was vibrating faintly. Nin aura seemed to want to help Loki condense the Zanpakuto involuntarily. The sky-high white light gradually dissipated. The hospital room gradually became quiet. Killua, who was lying on the hospital bed, suddenly opened his eyes. Sitting up. Killua's voice, after lying down for so long, sounded a little hoarse. Where is this? Nanika. In a very comfortably decorated room. Killua was hugging Aluka. Aluka was hugging the two cats, Zenki and Goki, and the two of them were staring at Loki with 4 eyes. So that's the situation. Loki briefly explained his purpose for finding Aluka, and what had happened at the Zoldyx. When he heard that Loki had single-handedly defeated Zeno, Silva, and Illumi, Killua's fists were tightly clenched. He was very angry, but he wasn't very angry. Because Loki had only done this to save Gon. And in reality, Jing had shown enough politeness. He had saved his son, and wanted the Zoldyx to save his son Gon. This request wasn't excessive. It was very reasonable and fair. I saved your son, so please save my son. In this kind of situation, even if it was just a transaction, no one was taking advantage of anyone. The reason why Silva had refused was probably because he was afraid that letting Aluka save Gon would cause the Zoldyck family to bear the consequences. With Nanika's power, even Killua, who was unconscious on the hospital bed, might die. How terrible the price of reviving a person was, even Killua didn't dare to think about it. Jing looked at Killua. So I want to borrow Aluka's power, is that okay? Killua lowered his head. Nanika. Aluka is Aluka. It's Nanika within Aluka who can help you. Loki walked to the door, leaning against the door with his legs crossed. The white cloak completely shrouded his entire body. He just quietly watched Killua like that. Jing nodded. Nanika, then can I borrow Nanika's power? Nanika's power is very fair, equivalent exchange. Killua suddenly raised his head and spoke. The price of reviving gone, I think it might be the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people, or even millions of people. Based on past experience, after Nanika fulfilled someone's wish, the next request for pampering would change according to the previous wish. However, this wasn't a problem for Killua, because he could command Nanika. Hearing this, Jing's face also suddenly paled. To make him agree to use the lives of millions of innocent people to bring back Gon's life. He was melancholic. People were all selfish, so it was normal for Jing to hesitate. But soon, just as Jing was sighing, preparing to say his decision, Killua suddenly raised his head. But don't worry, there's another way to guarantee that you won't have to bear any consequences. You don't have to make a wish to Nanika. If it's a request that I make, Nanika will definitely not refuse. However, at this time, Nanika actually came out on her own. She raised her head and looked at Killua. Loki widened his eyes, looking at Nanika at this moment. His Byakugan opened without realizing it. If it's reviving a person, my power can't do it. Nanika came out and directly said this sentence, making the smile that had just been on Killua's face disappear. Is it really that difficult to revive a person? Killua was somewhat surprised. Nanika didn't continue speaking. And the light of hope on Jing's face also gradually dimmed. It still couldn't be done. Reviving a person out of thin air was indeed not such a simple thing. I'm sorry. Nanika apologized. This sudden apology made Killua feel somewhat caught off guard. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 313, HHES, Chapter 313. 1,561 words. It's okay, maybe I just thought too highly of it. It's normal even for you, Nanika, to not be able to revive people. Nanika also couldn't revive the dead. Although Jing and Killua didn't say it, they were somewhat disappointed in their hearts. It seemed that Nanika's abilities weren't omnipotent after all. At this time, Loki suddenly asked. Killua, ask her if she can help me awaken the Rinnegan. Rinnegan? What was the Rinnegan? Killua didn't understand, but Jing had heard Loki say this name for the second time. Loki's bloodline, is it really that terrifying? Even able to revive the dead? Jing thought Loki's previous statement was still quite possible. Just now, Loki's eyes had unimaginable terrifying power. If there really was a next stage, then the power to revive the dead didn't seem too exaggerated. Killua looked at Loki, opened his mouth, and conveyed Loki's words to Nanika. However, this time it was very strange. Nanika seemed to have fallen into some kind of daze. She only woke up after a full 10 minutes. I'm sorry. Killua, I can't do this either. Hearing this, Killua was even more surprised. Reviving Gon was impossible. Why was helping Loki awaken that Rinnegan also impossible? According to Loki's statement that Rinnegan was just the next stage of his own special bloodline. That was equivalent to helping someone develop their own potential. It shouldn't be that difficult. Killua didn't understand, and neither did Jing. Especially Killua. In the past Nanika could be said to be omnipotent, so how could she not be able to accomplish anything here? On the other hand, Loki was very calm. It was the same as Neon's fortune-telling before. She couldn't tell Loki's fortune. Neon might have been too weak to tell Loki's fortune. The unknown Nanika wouldn't be too weak, even Nanika couldn't influence him. Then the culprit for this problem might be the system. But it was impossible to get any answers from the system. Directly reviving Gon was impossible. Awakening the Rinnegan was also impossible. Loki didn't know what to do. The system gave the mission, so there's no way there wouldn't be a way to complete it. Could it be that I have to awaken the Rinnegan myself? But I don't have Hashirama. Or rather, I don't have Azura's power, so how could I awaken the Rinnegan? Loki didn't even have Indra's power, so it was absolutely impossible to awaken the Rinnegan. Loki got up and left the room without saying anything. There must be a way to complete the mission, I just haven't noticed it. Loki was thinking like this. However, Jing thought that Loki had no hope of reviving Gon, and was somewhat sad. He smiled. It was really good that Gon had such a friend. At this moment, Loki was standing in front of the glass window, gazing into the distance. Besides Nanika, what else in this world could revive Gon's power? The Dark Continent. Inside a large venue with every seat filled. The hunters who had already taken their seats were quietly talking to each other. Has Chairman Netero still not woken up? The association hadn't released the news of Netero's death, so the ordinary hunters still simply thought that Netero hadn't woken up from his coma. However, some clever hunters had probably guessed it. Chairman Netero's condition definitely wasn't too good. Perhaps he was already dead. Otherwise, they wouldn't be electing a new chairman in such a hurry. But no matter what, the hunters weren't worried. Because someone stronger than Chairman Netero had already appeared. And there were two of them. One was Loki, who had already been crowned with the name, Human-Shaped Nuclear Bomb. The other was the mysterious person, who had stopped the great disaster on Kukura Mountain. Cheadle had later said to the reporters that the person, who had stopped the disaster was a pro-hunter from the Hunter Association. As for who it was still unknown. Moreover, coincidentally, Loki used fire. And the other person used ice. The two's powers were exactly opposite. I don't think there's anything good to choose for the new chairman. That monster kid Loki is very good. Yeah. Although he's just a kid, it's precisely because he's young that he's worth cultivating, not to mention that he's so powerful. Some people thought Loki was good. The reason why these people thought this was because the chimera and subjugation was just the beginning. That article that inexplicably whitewashed Loki, leaving a good impression of Loki in the hunters' hearts, was the most important reason. At the same time, there was also a group of people who didn't support Loki. Although Loki is very worth cultivating, having surpassed everyone at just over 10 years old, he's ultimately too young. That's right. Compared to Loki, I want to know who that person who stopped the disaster on Kukura Mountain is. Facing a terrifying natural disaster and taking action decisively, that kind of person is truly worthy of becoming the chairman. Speaking of this, some people began to talk about the Ice City, which had had its climate permanently changed because of Loki's power. Have you guys seen it? A professional hunter team went to that Ice City to check it out the day before yesterday. He looked at the hunters around him. Within the next 100 years, unless it suffers a more terrifying natural climate impact, that place will have permanent snowy weather. It really completely changed the climate there. I thought it was just temporary. The hunters who hadn't heard this news widened their eyes. Changing the weather and climate of a region with one's own power. That kind of power was definitely monster level. Some people thought that the person who had stopped the disaster on Kukura Mountain was strong. But others also didn't think that Loki would be weak. It's just changing the weather and climate of a place. This kind of thing can't directly judge his power. Do you know what kind of scene that little monster Loki's final strike that defeated the Chimera and King caused? A huge pit nearly 100 meters in size, the aftershock of the explosion destroyed everything nearby, completely like a meteorite falling, only stronger than a nuclear bomb explosion. This person's words also caused a burst of amazement. A huge pit nearly 100 meters in size, just thinking about it felt unbelievable. Destructive power that wasn't inferior to a nuclear bomb. The name Monster Loki wasn't wrong at all. Coincidentally, one of them uses fire, and the other uses ice. Isn't it interesting, like two people who are naturally opposed to each other? No matter who it is, they are both qualified to become the next chairman. Some people also thought of a problem. If that little monster became the chairman, wouldn't he be the youngest chairman in history? As soon as these words came out, the hunters around them were stunned for a moment. Indeed, this would be something worthy of being recorded in history. The Hunter Association had never had such a young kid become the chairman before. There also hadn't been such a monstrous guy like Loki among the previous chairmen. Listening to the words of the people around him, Saditz glanced at Menchi beside him. Never thought, would you? A examinee who passed the trials under us just a year ago, now has a high chance of becoming our new chairman. Menchi closed her eyes and didn't say anything, but the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. She was also a little smug in her heart. If Loki sat in the chairman's seat, she, Menchi, could later say that this kid was the only one who truly passed my trials. What about my, Menchi's, vision? I saw Loki's talent a long time ago. That's a genius who was able to pass my super difficult trial. It's only natural that he becomes the chairman. Menchi, you're not thinking that it's your credit that that little monster can become the chairman, are you? Buhara asked blankly. Menchi suddenly opened her eyes. Shut up. Behind the three, Biscuit took her gaze away from the three of them. It's a pity that the old man can't see this scene. At this time, the noisy venue quickly quieted down. Because on the stage in front, a group of 12 people were walking out from the center. The Hunter Association's Zodiacs. Leading the way was Cheadle, followed by Paristan and Jing Freaks. The seats on the stage had already been arranged. The 12 people took their seats one after another. Cheadle stood up and looked at everyone. She skipped the opening remarks like introductions. Cheadle pointed to Nobunaga and Seridnich. These two are the new Zodiac members. Because the chairman election must be presided over by the Zodiacs, the issue of completing the Zodiac members is the candidates that we internally recommended. After introducing the current situation of the Zodiacs, Cheadle didn't waste any words. Then, after the Zodiacs discussion, the election method for the new chairman is very simple. Self-recommendation. Anyone who wants to become the chairman can come up and give a self-introduction. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 314, HHES, Chapter 314. 1,363 words. After everyone has introduced themselves, we will begin voting. This chairman election must wait until a chairman is elected before everyone can leave. Gathering all the hunters was an extremely difficult thing to do. If they didn't successfully elect a chairman, the next time they wanted to gather all the hunters again to hold an election, it would be a very difficult thing. The difficulty of completion should be S level. After speaking, Cheadle turned around and sat down. However, the scene was still quiet. Not a single person sitting below wanted to become the chairman. Even if they had the strength and reputation, it wasn't enough to compare to Loki, the hot topic of recent times. They were too far apart. However, after the venue had been quiet for several seconds, someone began to ask. Where's that little monster Loki? I came this time just to see that little monster with my own eyes. That's right. Isn't he at the Hunter Association? Cheadle, who is that? Hunter who stopped the disaster on Kukura Mountain. Are you still unwilling to tell us now? It was understandable for Cheadle to hide it from ordinary people. After all, hunters with that kind of strength might not want to attract too much attention. But couldn't the hunters of the Hunter Association know? It was clearly a meeting to elect a new chairman. With Loki not there, it seemed that no one cared about the chairman election. Seeing this situation, Cheadle smiled. The election rules proposed by Pariston had no effect at all. Loki's momentum had already been established. No one could stop it, unless some major event happened again, influencing the hunter's judgment. But was that possible? Cheadle smiled, and Pariston was also smiling. It seems that little monster becoming the chairman is a 100% thing. Deliberately saying that anyone who wanted to be the chairman should come on stage to recommend themselves. Pariston wasn't trying to stop Loki from taking that position. Instead, he wanted to see what level Loki's prestige had reached in the Hunter Association today. Whether it was high enough. NIN users ultimately still relied on strength to speak. Loki's strength had deeply rooted itself in people's hearts, and even if others didn't understand his personality, it didn't hinder the hunter's belief that the strongest should sit in the chairman's seat in the slightest. There was also another reason that couldn't be ignored. Loki was also Chairman Netero's disciple. And the most outstanding disciple. With such a relationship, the hunters were very at ease with Loki. Their vision might be wrong, but Chairman Netero wouldn't be wrong. What's there to elect for the chairman? I think the best choice for the chairman is that little monster Loki. That's right. I also cast my vote for Loki. Vote for Loki. Soon, over half of the hunters expressed their support for Loki. Such a support rate surprised even the Zodiacs. Especially Tseridnich. He deeply understood how difficult these pro-hunters were to deal with. Wanting to make them all agree with one person. The difficulty of the mission was S-level or higher. But soon, the other half of the people were asking Cheadle. Loki is a good candidate, but that hunter who resolved the Kukuru Mountain disaster is also good. Cheadle, tell us. Since we're all pro-hunters, who exactly is that person? I think he's also fully qualified to become the chairman. Cheadle, who was sitting on the stage, glanced sideways at Pariston. Since everyone wants to know, then I'll tell you. Hearing Cheadle's words, the hunters perked up. Who exactly is it? That's right. Such a powerful NIN user, and we've never heard of him before. Cheadle scanned the hunters in the venue. The hunter who single-handedly stopped the Kukuru Mountain disaster. Is. What? It's actually that little monster again. Fire and ice, two abilities, equally powerful, but opposed to each other. How did that little monster do it? As I thought, how could there be such a coincidence? One is fire and the other is ice, so it's definitely Loki. The person who resolved the Chimera ants and stopped the disaster was the same person. It was all done by Loki. Although this news was beyond most people's expectations, it wasn't too surprising. It didn't seem surprising to put this kind of thing on Loki. With that little monster's power, wasn't this a very normal thing? After Cheadle said this news, almost everyone in the venue was discussing Loki. Almost 90% of the people were talking about it. Cheadle turned her head and looked at Pariston. Given the current situation, although Loki himself hasn't come and said that he's giving up, it seems that everyone wants him to be the chairman. Hearing this, Pariston smiled. Well, there's no way around it. Since everyone supports Loki, then it seems that the next chairman will be. Why didn't Loki come? Tseridnich looked at Cheadle and asked. Tseridnich's sudden words made Pariston's expression suddenly change. He shouldn't be asking this kind of question at this time. If Cheadle didn't give a good reason for Loki, it might have a bad influence on the hunter's perception of Loki. Loki becoming the chairman was Pariston's goal. As long as it wasn't Jing or Cheadle becoming the chairman, it was fine. However, Tseridnich, looking at Cheadle's smug look, wanted to help Pariston, but he didn't notice that Pariston was staring at him fiercely. Tseridnich's voice was relatively loud. The hunters in the venue stopped discussing and turned to look at Cheadle. That's right. Why didn't that little monster come to such an important chairman election for the association? Many people wanted to see Loki with their own eyes. Cheadle's expression changed slightly. If she told the truth, it would be that Loki didn't care about the chairman election at all. Could she say these words to the hunters? Of course not. Cheadle opened her mouth. Because Loki he has something more important to do. Jing suddenly interrupted, taking over Cheadle's words. Others looked at Jing. Serednich smiled. May I ask, Mr. Jing, what important thing is more important than the chairman election? Saving people. Saving people. Saving people is something that should be left to professional healers. Does Loki have the ability to heal? Jing glanced at Serednich. But what if it's saving a dead person? Saving a dead person? Was he kidding him? Serednich thought this in his heart. What was the point of saving a dead person? How could he save them? The other hunters' expressions also began to change when they heard this reason. Cheadle began to get a little anxious. However, Jing didn't change his expression at all. That's right. You all think it's something impossible, right? But that little monster, he's just that stubborn. The person who died was my son, Gon. He and Loki were in the same hunter exam class, of the same age. Gon died in the Chimera and subjugation operation. Loki has been trying to find a way to revive Gon these days. Jing smiled wryly. Even I, as his father, am about to give up, but that kid never gives up. With just a few words, Jing turned Loki's lack of concern for the chairman election into Loki being a person who valued friendship and righteousness. Feeling guilty because of his friend's death, and thus unable to come out of this great pain, causing him to not attend the chairman election. Cheadle couldn't help but give Jing a silent thumbs up. As expected of the old fox Jing. However, in reality, that was what Jing thought. He wasn't simply trying to deceive people. In his eyes, Loki was just such a tsundere kid. Cold on the outside, warm on the inside, always being sharp-tongued but soft-hearted towards friends and companions. Otherwise, why would Loki care more about Gon's death than he, the father, did? To the point that Loki was still racking his brains on how to revive Gon. Stubbornness. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 315, HHES, Chapter 315. 1,218 words. Serednich looked at Jing. Any idiot knows that's impossible. If dead people could be revived, I wouldn't be a hunter. After saying that, Serednich looked down, but the hunters below were looking at him with somewhat angry gazes. Although the facts were indeed like this. Everyone knew that it was impossible to revive dead people. But Loki's age was just a kid, and it was understandable that he would think of such unrealistic things because he was in great pain because of his friend's death. But it also showed that Loki was a kind kid. However, Serednich saying this made the hunters even more disgusted with his views. It seemed that 80% of what Paristan had done to help Serednich before was useless now. Paristan also sighed helplessly. As expected, it was useless to help a stupid person no matter what. If Paristan couldn't find a suitable candidate, he would never have chosen Serednich. What a fanciful kid. Suddenly, a voice came from the corner of the venue. Everyone looked towards the direction the voice came from. In the corner, a person was sitting in the shadows. He had his hands on the left and right armrests. Lowering his head, with a hooded voice, he continued to speak coldly. The dead. Ha 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 ha. Only a stupid kid would think of such a thing. Saying this, a hunter who was closest to him suddenly stood up. Can't you be a little more considerate of Loki's feelings because his friend died? He's just a kid, after all. Because of his friend's death, Loki would be sad, would be in pain, and would do very stupid things. That kind of Loki was what the hunters hoped to see even more. Because it meant that Loki was also a normal person. He would be happy, he would be disappointed, and he would also do stupid things. Considerate. However, this person in the corner became even more angry after hearing these words. You want me to be considerate of that kid? Then who will be considerate of me? Suddenly, he raised his head. Looking at his face. The hunter who was closer to him suddenly froze. Your face, what are you? The hunter stared at his face and said in surprise. This person coldly smiled. A monster. That's right, I'm definitely a monster now, but all of this is thanks to that damn kid. It was him. That made me become what I am now. Chang. Suddenly, the sound of a sword being drawn rang out. An invisible fluctuation flashed past. This person's figure had instantly rushed out of the shadows, coming under the spotlight in the venue. What appeared in everyone's eyes was a face that looked like it had been pieced together with stitches. Those sewing marks, one after another, made people feel a burst of pain on their faces just by looking at them. At this time, the hunters in a row of seats behind him. At the same time, a conspicuous bloodstain appeared on their throats. Hiss, the blood that spurted out flew everywhere. The blood that spilled on the ground formed pools of blood. The hunters who fell to the ground didn't even realize when they were attacked until they died. Seeing this scene, all the other hunters jumped away, putting distance between themselves and him. Streams of neon light of different colors shot out from the hunters' bodies. When did this guy do it? What speed? I didn't see it clearly at all. Damn it, he killed more than a dozen hunters in an instant. Is this guy trying to provoke the entire Hunter Association by taking action here? The Zodiacs on the stage stood up at the same time. Serednich, however, took a step back. Cheadle glared fiercely at the other party. He's not a hunter from the association. To actually enter the Hunter Association at this time, this guy completely doesn't put the entire Hunter Association in his eyes. Kanzai stretched his arms. He hadn't moved in so long after being injured in bed. He could finally take action this time. You've considered the consequences of acting recklessly in the Hunter Association. Botobai crossed his arms, glaring at the other party with fierce eyes. Does anyone know who this guy is? Mizaistum narrowed his eyes. Looking at the other party's appearance, he remembered. As a crime hunter, Mizaistum understood all criminal nen users. This person seems to be a member of that phantom troupe. Judging from his intact half of his face, it seems that his name is Nobunaga. Hearing someone say his name, Nobunaga scratched his head. I didn't expect that someone would still recognize me in this state. Impressive. As expected of the Hunter Association. His eyes glanced towards the stage. The Zodiacs, huh? That makes sense. The Phantom Troop. Wasn't that already resolved? A hunter said. The other hunters also nodded. That's right, it was the Phantom Troop that was resolved by Loki alone. It looks like he's a fish that slipped through the net. Here to take revenge? TCH. It's just one person, yet he actually dares to take revenge on the Hunter Association. The hunters who were speaking were all hunters with good strength. However, the moment they finished speaking, Nobunaga's gaze had already locked onto them. The next second, Nobunaga, posing in a drawing sword stance, lowered his head and said coldly. Even if it's just one person, to deal with you trash is enough. Swish. The blade flashed. Nobunaga stood in the center of the venue, slowly sheathing his katana. Raising his head, he opened his eyes. Looking directly at the Zodiacs on the stage. The figures falling one after another were exactly the hunters who had ridiculed Nobunaga. Long gashes had been torn open on these people's chests in an instant. Fresh blood gushed out. In front of all the Zodiacs and hunters, Nobunaga had killed 7 or 8 more hunters. This domineering posture instantly shocked all the hunters. Looking at Nobunaga's eyes, even the zodiacs felt great pressure. Paristan, what a strange aura, swordsmanship. Combining it with Nen actually has such great power. Jing, this person isn't easy to deal with. Speed. Nobunaga's speed was very fast. Fast to the point that even Jing was a little surprised. That speed seemed to be even above his. Although it seemed that Nobunaga's aura wasn't very strong, he definitely couldn't be underestimated with that kind of speed. Botobai glanced at Jing. And Jing also felt Botobai's gaze. The two of them instantly understood each other's meaning. Today was the day of the Hunter Association chairman election. If this person was allowed to cause a ruckus at the Hunter Association at this time, the impact on the Hunter Association would be too great. No matter what, they couldn't continue to let this guy be arrogant. They had to take him down as soon as possible. And they had to take him down with absolute thunderous force. Nobunaga naturally couldn't hide from Jing and Botobai's small movements. He said with a grin, "Are you going to take action?" Zodiacs. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 316, HHES, Chapter 316. 1,301 words. Nobunaga straightened his somewhat wrinkled clothes. Don't rush, I still have a few words to say. Everyone stared at Nobunaga. After Nobunaga had straightened his clothes, he faced the zodiacs. Damn kid Loki is at the Hunter Association, right? Cheadle frowned. You want to take revenge on him? Do you think you can do it? Although Nobunaga showed good strength, Cheadle didn't think he would be stronger than Loki at all. It was absolutely impossible to find a second person in this world with such terrifying power as Loki. Nobunaga completely didn't care about Cheadle's contemptuous gaze. He just asked again. I'm asking you, Loki, that damn kid is at the Hunter Association, right? So what if he is? You don't have to look for him anymore, because you don't have a chance anymore. Kanzai suddenly spoke. His entire body took off into the air, rushing towards Nobunaga at extreme speed. A terrifying air explosion rang out. Nobunaga whistled. As expected of the Zodiacs, their strength isn't something that ordinary hunters can compare to. Facing Kanzai's attack, Nobunaga actually still had the mind to talk eloquently. Kanzai swung his fist, hitting towards Nobunaga's face. As Nin aura surged, Nobunaga's figure suddenly disappeared. A silver blade light landed on Kanzai's body. A long gash appeared on Kanzai's back. Nobunaga, carrying his katana, just stood behind him, with his back to Kanzai. Such sluggish reactions, are you? Kanzai felt the burning pain on his back, and listened to Nobunaga's mocking words. His entire person was completely enraged. Clenching his hands tightly. You bastard. Don't underestimate me. Kanzai. Don't be impulsive. Botobai took action decisively, leaving behind trails of afterimages in the air. The wind force rolled up on his fist seemed to make some kind of dragon's roar, bombarding towards Nobunaga. Nobunaga was preparing to draw his sword, but facing Botobai's attack, Nobunaga could only withdraw his hand and dodge. In a flash of lightning, Nobunaga jumped up. Turning his head, he saw Jing in front of him. Freaks was swinging his fist, bombarding towards his face. Pang pang pang. Nobunaga's body was smashed away like a cannonball by Jing. Jing's expression didn't change, but instead became more solemn. He looked at his fist. He blocked my attack with the blade in an instant. Dust filled the venue. Nobunaga shook his arm. What great power, I was almost hit by you. Nobunaga, walking out of the dust, slowly sheathed his katana back into the scabbard on his waist. Let's end this meaningless battle. Nobunaga smiled and looked at the watch on his hand. Calculating the time, it's almost time. Jing, what do you want to do? Nobunaga grinned. You'll know soon. After speaking, Nobunaga turned around and directly rushed out of the venue. Jing and Botobai hesitated for a second, then closely followed and rushed out. The other hunters also followed out one after another. The Zodiacs were also among them. However, after rushing out of the venue, Nobunaga directly smashed the glass and jumped out of the association building. Although the floor here wasn't very high, it was still the 10th floor. Ordinary hunters wouldn't dare to jump from this height. Jing and Botobai came to the broken glass window. Looking at Nobunaga's figure rapidly falling to the ground. What is he going to do? 3 people were standing on the ground below, looking up at them. One of them was holding a button, gesturing towards Jing, and the others. Jing suddenly froze. Not good. That's a remote control to detonate a bomb. Don't ask how Jing knew. That black small remote control only had one red button. What else could this kind of remote control do besides detonating a bomb? The hunters who came later also heard Jing's words. He wants to blow up the Hunter Association headquarters. The words had just been asked. Boom, boom, boom. The ground began to shake crazily. A thick black smoke suddenly shot up from below. Everyone's expressions instantly became extremely pale. During the chairman election, the hunters were all in the venue. And no one had been arranged to guard the Hunter Association. Because with so many hunters, were they still afraid of someone attacking the Hunter Association? But who could have thought that someone would actually be so bold as to want to blow up the Hunter Association headquarters building? The association headquarters building was shaking. And it was gradually tilting. Not good. The association headquarters building is about to collapse. Hearing that the association building was about to collapse, ordinary hunters hadn't even started to panic yet. Serednich was the first to start shouting. What do we do? What do we do? I don't want to die. Although no one would pay attention to Serednich's ugly state at this moment, his words caused more panic. The hunters who reacted quickly had already rushed forward, smashed the glass, and directly jumped down. Of course, these hunters all had good strength, and could withstand the impact of landing from the 10th floor. But hunters with average strength didn't dare to jump from this height. The acceleration of gravity, the impact force wasn't ordinary terrifying. With their nen, there was no way to block that kind of power. Jumping down was also death. What a joke, I didn't expect that we hunters would die at the Hunter Association. Zodiacs, quickly think of a way. What way? What way was there? Such a large building was tilting and collapsing, who could stop it? Jing and Botobai jumped directly from the building, landing straight on the ground. Pang pang. Accompanied by 2 loud sounds. The 2 landed at the same time. Nobunaga slightly raised his eyelids, assessing the 2 of them. The Zodiacs are taking action themselves. And it's the famous Jing freaks and Botobai, who was once called the closest to Netero in terms of strength and reputation. Jing glanced at Nobunaga, putting his gaze in the distance, looking at Finks. Like Nobunaga, Finks' body also emitted a strange aura. Nobunaga, let me handle that. Botobai. Finks walked forward, clenching his fist, revealing his half-mechanical arm. A cyborg. Botobai's eyes flickered a few times. The term cyborg had appeared a few years ago. It was just that it had been completely banned later for some reason. He hadn't expected that 2 such powerful cyborgs would actually appear now. Finks, don't forget, our purpose is Loki. Nobunaga completely didn't put Jing and Botobai in his eyes. Where's that kid? He still hasn't shown his face even now. What was Loki doing? Why hadn't Loki appeared even though the fire spirit had appeared? Jing didn't know. Jing smiled. The association has more than just Loki. You should get past me first. Nobunaga's face turned cold. Since you want to die so much, then I'll satisfy you. Clang. A stream of light suddenly appeared, rushing towards Jing in an instant. Jing's figure flashed. The fierce blade light suddenly cut off a supporting pillar of the association building behind him. The neat cut made Jing's face turn green. What a strong slash. The hunters upstairs were evacuating in an orderly manner. Continuing to stay in this building was too dangerous. Cheadle and the others were the first to come downstairs. However, just as they came downstairs, streams of Nen aura flying towards them instantly cut off the association's solid supporting pillars. The hunters who followed closely behind, looking at the Nen aura that casually cut off steel, felt a chill down their spines, and their hair stood on end in an instant. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 317, HHES, Chapter 317. 1,378 words. To casually cut through even such solid supporting pillars. How could aura be so terrifying? The hunters who were constantly fleeing from the association's gate surrounded Nobunaga and the others below. Although they didn't take action, they were ready to attack at any time. Being surrounded by so many people, Nobunaga and the others didn't care at all. Because Nobunaga now was constantly pressing Jing, launching terrifying attacks. Slicing and hacking, one strike after another. Jing tried to resist. But the other party's Nen was so sharp that it was terrifying. Just a light touch, his own aura seemed to be easily broken through like tofu. He didn't dare to directly clash head-on. He could only constantly dodge. Even Jing was so embarrassed. The other hunters didn't dare to act rashly even more. On the other side, Finks swung his fist, constantly colliding head-on with Botobai. With each collision, Botobai was constantly retreating. Finks' Nen made Botobai feel that every strike was like a speeding truck, suddenly crashing into his fist. That terrifying force couldn't be blocked at all. Constantly retreating, constantly getting injured, Botobai's situation was even worse. Who are these two people? Why can they completely suppress even Jing and Botobai? Cheadle couldn't understand. The two were just fish that slipped through the net from the phantom troop. How could they suddenly become so strong after only so long? Mizaestum frowned tightly. Let's take action. Otherwise, relying solely on Jing and Botobai, the situation will only get worse and worse. Saying this, Kanzai and Mizaestum joined the battle. The Zodiacs Sacho, Cluck, and Gel also took action, joining the battle. They mainly assisted the others in battle. Nov also quickly joined the battle. Finally, Cheadle and Paristan also took action. Only Tseridnich hid in the crowd, sweating profusely. Damn it, if I had known that joining the Zodiacs would encounter danger, I shouldn't have joined this damn Zodiacs even if I died. All the Zodiacs participated in the battle, but the situation of the battle wasn't optimistic. Nobunaga and Finks actually suppressed the Zodiacs. The Zodiacs represented the top hunters of the association. However, even with the top hunters of the association taking action, they still couldn't take down these two weirdos. Many hunters with good strength wanted to take action. But the more people there were, the more it would compress the range of activity. If their cooperation wasn't as good as the Zodiacs, they would become a burden instead. What monsters are these two? The Zodiacs taking action as a whole can't do anything. Where's Loki? If that kid takes action, There definitely won't be a problem, right? Some people looked back, watching the fire spirit, who was slowly leveling the association building. Being able to condense such a terrifying Nen beast, dealing with the two weirdos shouldn't be a problem. But now, Loki, who had summoned the Nen beast to resolve the crisis of the association building collapsing, was probably concentrating on controlling the fire spirit, and couldn't free himself, right? The hunters thought this. However, in reality, Loki was in Killua and Aluka's room. So, can it be done? Killua looked at the strange thing placed in front of him. He glanced at Nanika. Nanika was silent for several seconds before nodding. If you can awaken it, you might be able to restore it. Awaken it? How do I awaken it? Nanika shook her head. I don't know, but if you can awaken it, even if it's just a little bit, I can help you restore it. Awaken. Loki looked down at the circular stone in his hand. How could he awaken it? Re-injecting power into it. But Loki had also tried injecting Nen aura into it, but it didn't work at all. How could he awaken it? Killua, looking at Loki, who was at a loss, had never seen Loki so helpless before. Killua casually picked up one of the stones. Can this thing really revive Gon? Loki nodded. If it can restore its former power, then reviving Gon is definitely no problem. Killua smiled faintly. Feeling that Killua's emotions were a little low, Loki asked. Killua raised his head, and looked at Loki. To be able to revive the dead, what kind of harsh conditions did the guy who created this thing set to do it? Conditions? Loki's eyes suddenly lit up. Restrictions and covenants. Loki hadn't thought about this problem at all before, but now, after being reminded by Killua, I seem to understand. Loki raised his head, and looked at Killua. I see, I have a way. Dong. A burst of sky-high loud sounds. Killua quickly hugged Aluka. Hasn't it ended yet? The battle. Loki, while putting away the things in front of him, smiled. Not only hasn't it ended, but it's only just begun. Killua was a little worried. Don't worry, you guys just stay here obediently. As Loki's voice rang out, the person had already disappeared. On the square below the building, Sacha was lying on the ground, barely raising his head. The weapon in his hand had been forcibly broken. How could someone's aura be so strong to this extent? Cluck, who was lying on the side, couldn't move anymore. A long gash on her body had completely deprived her of her ability to fight. Gel, Jing, Mizaistum, Kanzai, Nov, and the others who were still fighting weren't in good condition either. Botobai had already fallen to the ground. Finks swung his metal arm. Is this the Zodiacs? Just this level, the top hunters are nothing more than this. Finks, colliding head-on with Botobai, had knocked the former to the ground, but was still unscathed himself. This battle had only lasted for a few dozen minutes. The Zodiacs had taken the stage one after another, joining the battle. However, they were actually defeated so quickly by just two people. As if they had no power to fight back at all. Nov, who had been punched flying, heavily crashed into the flower bed in the square, smashing the carefully carved flower bed into pieces. Not bad, you withstood 2 of my punches. Finks said somewhat smugly, looking at the hunters around him with terrified faces. Finks jeered. The other hunter gentlemen aren't planning to take action. Aren't you pro-hunters? Are you scared now? Jing kicked Nobunaga away. Then loudly shouted towards Cheadle's direction. Because while Finks was speaking, he was also approaching Cheadle at extreme speed, punching towards Cheadle's back. It was already too late when Cheadle heard Jing's voice. A strong Nen aura exploded on Cheadle's back. Cheadle's entire person, like a kite with a broken string, suddenly fell rapidly towards the distance. Falling into the crowd, she was barely caught by the hunters. That huge impact directly knocked down a group of people. Finks glanced at the direction Cheadle had been knocked flying, seemingly saying with dissatisfaction, the power was still a little lacking. What a pity. Pfft. Cheetle spat out a mouthful of blood. She struggled to get up. But she was held down by the hunter beside her. Don't. Cheetle looked up at the person who was speaking. Cheetle recognized Biscuit, cutting off what she was going to say. Biscuit nodded. Don't worry, the other party is just 2 people. Putting Cheetle down, Biscuit walked out of the crowd, rushing towards Finks. As Biscuit stood out, more and more hunters with good strength walked out of the crowd. They had already seen the enemy's strength. It was indeed terrifyingly strong. With their power, even with large numbers, they might not be opponents. But the original fear had gradually been eliminated by the anger generated by Finks' arrogant posture and belittling of the hunters. Even if their strength wasn't as good as the 2. Even if they just left a wound on the 2, it would be enough. Nobunaga was entangled with Jing. Finks, are you okay? Problem? I don't put these trash in my eyes at all. Finks raised his right hand, clenching his fist and starting to rotate his shoulder. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 318, HHES, Chapter 318. 1,160 words. He cracked a smile. It's time to get serious. There were about 50 hunters or so who had decided to take action. Among them, there were no lack of experts like Biscuit. 1 minute later, the violent explosion transformed the entire square from beginning to end. The terrifying tremors even almost caused the gradually stabilized association headquarters building to collapse again. Fortunately, the fire spirit fully stabilized the building. 1 strike. Of the hunters present, the number of people who could still stand in the end didn't exceed 10. Even the hunters who hadn't taken action were knocked flying by the terrifying fluctuations, heavily smashing into the ground. They fell in a daze and didn't have the strength to get up for a while. Jing gasped for air. Why? Clearly, in terms of the amount of aura, these 2 guys aren't strong at all, but why do their attacks have such great power? Looking at the completely destroyed square, Jing's face was very ugly. In front of him, the hunters who had fainted or died were scattered everywhere. Among them, Kanzai had also fallen, a huge gash torn open on his chest. Blood was flowing out crazily. Paristan jumped out of the rubble. Although his appearance was a bit embarrassed, his aura wasn't disturbed at all. He narrowed his eyes, looking at Nobunaga and Finks. Just 2 people have made a mess of the Hunter Association. The number of hunters who have died or been injured today has exceeded 100. On this special day, 2 inexplicable weirdos broke into the Hunter Association, causing such huge losses. If they didn't resolve these 2 people, the Hunter Association would really lose face to the extreme. Too weak. Finks stepped on a hunter who was lying in front of him, gasping for air, instantly crushing him. Then he turned his head and looked towards the Hunter Association headquarters building. That kid, is he still wasting his effort on that damn building? He raised his fist, and his shoulder started rotating again. It's really an eyesore. I think it's best to let this building collapse. Jing's eyes suddenly narrowed. Don't even think about it. A fierce blade light slashed straight towards him. Jing had no choice but to retreat. Nobunaga, holding his sword, blocked in front of Jing. Hey, hey, hey. Did you forget your opponent is me? Finks' Ripper cyclotron had already rotated more than a dozen times. The NEM light on his fist had also become incomparably dazzling. The power should be enough. Saying this, Finks looked at the hunters lying on the ground. Let the Hunter Association become history. Schwa. Finks jumped up. rushing straight towards the association building. The injured hunters widened their eyes, staring intently at Fink's figure, wanting to stop him. But they didn't have the ability. Despite trying their best, their bodies had no way to move. Everyone could only watch helplessly as Fink swung his terrifying fist towards the Hunter Association building. If this punch hit, the association building would really cease to exist. Fink's eyes flashed with excitement. The fist slowly bombarded out. Nin aura led the surrounding airflow, converging towards Fink's fist. Dang! A collision sound of metal clashing rang out. The sound of metal clashing echoed in their ears. The sound was so loud that it made their eardrums ache. Even after the sound disappeared, there was still a buzzing sound echoing in their minds. As if it wouldn't disappear. However, no one cared about the constantly echoing roar now. Everyone widened their eyes, staring intently at the front. In Fink's direction. That terrifying attack should have hit the building with one punch, completely destroying the entire building. The association building didn't have any movement. The fire spirit was still steadily holding the building that was about to tilt and collapse. Did he miss? Someone blinked their eyes, not knowing what had happened. Impossible, how could it make such a terrifying sound if it didn't hit? What exactly is going on? Cheetle, who was being guarded by several hunters, swallowed the blood that was coming out of her throat while trying hard to raise her head to see what exactly had happened. The Zodiacs, the hunters. Their gazes were all locked onto Fink's direction. Nobunaga frowned, coldly looking at the distance. He automatically ignored the Jing in front of him. Jing also didn't take action, but instead turned his head and looked around. A crisp sound rang out. It was the sound of footsteps. The wind blew. It was a cold, bone-chilling wind. As if it were a sword, cutting across their skin. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. The sound of ice freezing appeared. Visible ice was freezing, climbing up the tall Hunter Association building. Freezing most of the Hunter Association building. The fire spirit had finally released the hands that had been dragging the building. Its figure gradually disappeared. Ice. It froze the entire building. The building had been fixed. What fixed the building was actually just the frozen ice. All the hunters couldn't help but swallow their saliva. How huge was the association building? The framework pillars had been blown up, equivalent to a tree being cut off at the waist. Although the tree stump was still there, the tree itself had been separated from the solid tree stump. How difficult was it to fix it again? What's more, this was a huge high-rise building. Just relying on the frozen ice. It completely fixed it. What kind of terrifying power was this? White cold air spread. Sweeping out. Visible frost instantly formed on the ground. Extending and spreading outward little by little. The dust formed by Fink's attack gradually dissipated. His figure was also gradually revealed. Fink's was maintaining his punching posture. However, the other end of his fist was hitting a huge shield. As the dust gradually retreated, an incomparably huge blue monster, with its arm transformed into a huge shield, appeared. It was this monster. This is an N beast. That blocked Fink's attack. An attack that could completely destroy the entire square. But it couldn't shake this strangely shaped Nen beast. Everyone stared at the Nen beast that blocked Fink's, looking at it again and again. From the outside, they couldn't see at all why this Nen beast could block Fink's attack. A white cloak gently fluttered. The wine-red long hair swayed in the wind. Loki, standing at the lower end of the association building, slowly took his hand away from the ice that had frozen half the building. Loki turned his head and looked at Fink's. You guys didn't die. To be honest, Loki was very surprised when he felt Fink's and Nobunaga's aura. underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars for 5. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 319, HHES, Chapter 319. 1,131 words. The two actually hadn't died. However, after the surprise, Loki didn't care how the two had survived. But they had finally survived, and they still wanted to take revenge on him. This was simply courting death. Hearing Loki's familiar voice, Fink's eyes suddenly narrowed. You finally appeared. You bastard, I finally found you. I'm here to send you down to be buried with the boss and the others. Nobunaga suddenly shouted loudly. Finks hadn't finished speaking. Nobunaga had directly rushed out. This time, Jing didn't stop Nobunaga at all. Letting Nobunaga just rush past him straight. Nobunaga's figure drew a perfect arc in the air. The katana in his hand quickly slashed towards Loki's throat. Just as he approached Loki within 3 meters, a red figure suddenly descended from the sky, raising 2 swords to block Nobunaga's attack. A piercing collision sound rang out. An invisible fluctuation suddenly spread out from the point of collision. Loki turned his eyes, looking at Nobunaga. You've gotten a lot stronger. The red figure blocked Nobunaga. Nobunaga's face suddenly turned pale. He naturally recognized the nin beast in front of him. Wasn't this Loki's nin beasts, Zenki and Goki? He hadn't expected that the two of them would actually be blocked by just nin beasts. Nobunaga didn't believe that his power couldn't even beat a nin beast. Fink's expression was also very ugly. The two people who had previously shown themselves to be unmatched were now actually being blocked by 2 nin beasts. Loki himself hadn't even taken action. This kind of scene left the hunters speechless in surprise. Seeing this legendary terrifying kid with their own eyes for the first time, they hadn't expected him to bring them such a terrifying shock. Just standing there casually, the two weirdos who were so strong that they felt powerless couldn't even get close to Loki. So strong. The hunters who hadn't fainted stared intently at Loki. As expected of a monster kid. Just 2 nin beasts had blocked the other party. It seemed that for Loki, Nobunaga and Finks, who were pressing them to the point of being unable to breathe, were just insignificant enemies. Like the morning sun, blooming with the light of hope, even if he seemed very thin. But on that thin body, it seemed to be filled with a light that made people full of hope. The strongest in the world. That kid is really the strongest in the world. The two whom even Jing and Botobai couldn't block were casually blocked by Loki. Wasn't that still the strongest in the world? Bastard, don't underestimate me. Do you know how much I've paid for today? The nen on Nobunaga's hand was all injected into the katana in his hand. That amazing nen aura fluctuation suddenly exploded, releasing a terrifying aura, crushing everyone around. And Finks also jumped away, clenching his mechanical arm into a fist. His shoulder was rotating quickly. You're quite capable. You actually caught my punch just now, but I don't believe you can catch my next punch. Loki. Finks and Nobunaga's nin aura soared into the sky. The strong fluctuations led the surrounding airflow, forming a terrifying storm. In contrast, Loki was still standing there calmly, not moving at all. As if he didn't plan to resist. Loki still isn't moving. Is he just going to let the opponent unleash their attacks? Don't be too careless, these two people's strength is still very threatening. The hunter's concerned voices made Loki slightly surprised, but he still quietly looked at Nobunaga and Finks. Looking at the nen aura that the two released, Loki just shook his head faintly. As the only member of the Zodiacs who hadn't been injured, Saridnich saw Loki appear. His eyes rolled a few times, and then he jumped out. Loki, be careful, those two guys are very strong, that guy with the sword's speed is very. Seridnich acted as if he was very familiar with Loki. Loki, however, suddenly looked at him. Who are you? This sentence made the long string of words that Seridnich had prepared get stuck in his mouth, unable to say anything at all. He had originally planned to pretend to be very familiar with Loki. Then briefly tell Loki about the two people's information. To make Loki have some goodwill towards him. But Loki's words made Seridnich feel extremely embarrassed. However, while Loki was asking Seridnich, Finks and Nobunaga took action at the same time. Because this was a rare good opportunity, Loki was distracted. Thanks to this person from the Hunter Association for giving them such a good opportunity. Making Nobunaga and Finks decide in their hearts that they could spare this guy's life after it was over. Nobunaga and Finks, who suddenly took action, were very fast. Their figures disappeared with just a flash. When they reappeared, the two launched an attack on Loki at the same time from the left and right. Everyone suddenly became nervous. The speed was too fast. And the two's attacks were so terrifying. Making people couldn't help but worry that if Loki was also hit by the two's joint sneak attack, the Hunter Association would be completely wiped out by just two people today. This kind of thing had never happened in the history of the Hunter Association. Once it happened, it would be a great humiliation for all hunters. People didn't even have time to blame Seridnich, who had distracted Loki. They fully activated their dynamic vision, wanting to see clearly the results of Loki and the two's fight. Finks' fist, Nobunaga's katana, approached Loki's chest at the same time. As the distance got closer and closer, the smiles on the two's faces also became more and more intense. Loki. Finks was laughing wildly in his heart. Nobunaga also revealed a smile. To actually be distracted during a fight, are you looking down on us that much? Loki. The two's smiles froze at their most brilliant moment. The two of them simultaneously passed through Loki's body. Between the interweaving of the three's figures, Nobunaga had an incredulous expression. How is this possible? Finks' hand, clenching his fist, was trembling slightly. He stared at his fist. I didn't hit him. The two turned their heads at the same time. However, what they saw was Loki's body, half of which was burning with flames, and half of which was frozen with ice. The place where Nobunaga's katana had slashed was burning with flames. The place where Finks' fist had hit had turned into ice, and was gradually restoring itself. This bizarre scene appeared. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 320, HHES, Chapter 320. 1,401 words. Apart from the Zodiacs, the other hunters all showed terrified expressions. Just now. What happened? Someone asked this. The other hunters beside him shook their heads. I don't know, I just seemed to see Loki's body, and the place that should have been hit by the attack turned into flames and ice. What ability is this? Mizaistum, holding his right hand, sat on the ground, opening his uninjured right eye and looking at Loki. Is this the elementalization that was mentioned in the intelligence? As expected, it's a very unsolvable ability. His voice wasn't loud, but at this time, it made every hunter present hear it very clearly. The first time this word appeared, it made all the hunters who hadn't heard this word before freeze in place. They gradually understood. Elementalization. Does it mean the ability to turn the body into elements? How is that possible? How could a human body turn into elements? Doesn't that mean that any attack is useless against Loki? Cough cough. That's right. Cheetle, lying on the ground, smiled. Any attack is useless in the face of elementalization. Loki turned his head, looking at Finks and Nobunaga. Your attack speed just now was very fast, and your cooperation was also very good. It seems that you've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Attacking with all their strength. However, the result was that Loki was unscathed. Hisoka hadn't said anything about this ability at all. But so what? Now wasn't the time to find Hisoka for trouble. Nobunaga and Finks turned around. You actually have this kind of ability, but I don't believe you can maintain this state forever. Nobunaga suddenly took a step forward. Loki, don't you dare to fight us. Heh. It's not that I don't dare, it's that there's no need. Waving his hand. Zenki and Goki moved out at the same time, rushing towards Nobunaga and Finks. He only sent two nin beasts to fight them. Loki himself stood in place, not planning to take action at all. This kind of contempt for them made Nobunaga and Finks both unusually angry. But Zenki and Goki, although they were just nin beasts, their power was surprisingly terrifying. The stronger the nin beast's power, the more it represented that the ability user's own power was also very terrifying. The hunters hadn't expected that Loki himself wouldn't even need to take action. It seemed that he only planned to use these two nin beasts to deal with the enemies. However, what was surprising was that as time passed little by little, Nobunaga and Finks were actually fatally losing to Loki's nin beasts. Can nin beasts also be developed to this point? Nin beasts generally had the role of assisting in battle. But looking at Loki's nin beasts, they had no problem standing alone on one side. Unimaginably strong. Things that others thought were impossible seemed to always have differences on Loki's body. The sound of battle explosions constantly came. Zenki and Goki's arms transformed into all kinds of weapons. Fighting with the two, they were gradually gaining the upper hand. After Nobunaga knocked back Zenki with one strike, he still wanted to attack Loki. However, Zenki rushed up again, knocking back Nobunaga. Nobunaga roared at Loki. Damn it, kid, if you're still considered a nin user, then fight me properly. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Loki's fair face. There's no need for me to take action at all, you'll soon die, won't you? As Loki's voice rang out, Zenki and Goki also stopped at the same time. Nobunaga and Finks' eyes suddenly widened. They stared intently at Loki. How did you find out? Nobunaga didn't understand how Loki knew this kind of thing. Besides them, Loki shouldn't be able to know. But Loki smiled. Your bodies were already not enough to use nin anymore. You were able to erupt with this kind of power. I think you must have set extremely harsh restrictions and covenants for yourselves. After a long time, the aura on Nobunaga and Finks' bodies gradually dissipated. Both of their faces had bitter smiles. Did they just die like that? After a long time, the hunters gradually came back to their senses. But they still couldn't forget. Just now, two terrifying enemies who were enough to overturn the entire hunter association had actually stood in place, unmoving, letting Loki attack them. They had been resolved so simply. The imagined fierce battle didn't happen at all. Too simple. But the more easily they were killed by Loki, the more it showed Loki's power, which had completely surpassed them too much. It's not even on the same dimension. Someone looked at Loki and muttered. In the crowd, Menchi and Buhara, who had been injured, looked at Loki, who had a calm expression. Killing two powerful opponents, Loki didn't have any changes at all. As if he had done an extremely ordinary thing. Has he already become this strong? Menchi felt that she couldn't accept the fact that she had been surpassed so much by a kid who had come later. Buhara scratched his head. This is a genius, a creature that can't be judged by common sense. Isn't it normal to have this kind of strength? Sadats didn't know where he had walked out from. Compared to the two, Sadats had a calm expression, turning his head and looking at Loki, who was standing in the distance. Loki, he's a monster who can easily defeat even the Chimera and King. Although those two guys' aura was a bit strange, they would still be injured if attacked. They couldn't hurt Loki, and then they were fixed in place by Loki's strange ability, so the ending should have been like this. Although the reasoning was correct, they always felt that Loki hadn't even really exerted his strength, and he had resolved the two troublesome guys, making the hunters feel too shocked by Loki's power. Jing stretched his arms and legs. It's still you who has a way. Those two guys' aura was very strange. If you hadn't taken action, those two would have been really difficult to deal with. Loki nodded. It was just power exchanged for with life as a bet, it's not bad. Looking at Nobunaga and Fink's corpses, if he hadn't relied on the Sharingan, it would have indeed been a bit troublesome to deal with the two of them. The aura that Nobunaga had attached to the long sword seemed to be able to easily penetrate any nin aura defense. But unfortunately, they had encountered Zenki and Goki, who had eaten the weapon fruit, plus Loki's Sharingan. Just a random genjutsu had made the two unable to move. Loki's every move now attracted the attention of countless people. After casually talking to Jing, Loki raised his head, and looked at Hisoka and Shizuku in the distance. The two hadn't taken action since the start of the battle. Seeming to have a relatively low presence, the others hadn't paid attention to them either. I thought you were dead. Loki looked at Hisoka. Hisoka still had a calm expression, even though he was now being controlled by Shizuku. After speaking, Loki turned his gaze to Shizuku. Do you also want to take revenge? Shizuku looked at Loki, staring for 2 seconds. She released Hisoka. She shook her head. No. Then there's nothing I can do. Your power is stronger than Fink's, I'm not your opponent, taking action against you is just courting death. Hisoka, who had been released, stretched. Shizuku, you're very smart. Shizuku turned her head, and looked at Hisoka. I've always been smart. Rather than saying that Shizuku was very smart, Loki felt that this girl simply thought that she couldn't win. Since she couldn't win, then there was no need to send herself to death. The reasoning was very simple. Shizuku was just simply following this principle. After speaking, Shizuku glanced at Loki, seeing that Loki didn't seem to want to take action, she turned around and wanted to escape. After Shizuku's figure disappeared, Hisoka burst out laughing. It's over, then I'm leaving too. Are you not going to continue following me? Hisoka shook his head. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.